StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Rosa Morals. Chapter 476 Rosa Morals. After boarding one of the Valkyrie missile frigates, Raynor was very satisfied. He immediately ordered the Revolutionary Army to train its own Valkyrie pilots and related crew members as soon as possible to be incorporated into the combat sequence of the Char fleet. Earthling stuff is high-end, but now it belongs to us. As he walked down the gangway, Raynor announced, "Captain Hall, quickly find someone to paint these ships in our colors. The UED badge is really annoying." "As you wish." The Revolutionary Army captain named Jessica Hall was a woman with light gray pupils and short brown hair. She was wearing a blue-black open-collar Navy uniform, and she looked heroic. In recent years, Augustus has recruited a lot of people from all over Caprulu, most of whom are people like Hall, young, motivated, and idealistic. At the same time, Raynor noticed that more shuttles and transport ships were landing on the apron of the Dreadnought Fortress, and many dejected UED soldiers walked out of them, followed by Revolutionary Army officers and soldiers escorting prisoners. The uniforms of the UED Expeditionary Force are mostly khaki and dark brown. The fabric is comfortable and breathable. They are easily recognizable with the eagle emblem and the golden 5-star on their shoulders. They are walking in a line from the transport ship with their hands raised high. Most of them are injured, either limping or needing the support of their comrades to walk. These UED soldiers are all survivors scattered on the battlefield of Char. They really survived a narrow escape. Some fell into the abandoned tunnel Wormweb Tunnel and lay there for 3 days before encountering the Revolutionary Army motorcycle team patrolling the red wasteland of Char. Some escaped the Zerg, but were stranded in the wilderness. When they were about to die of heat and hunger, they happened to encounter the Protoss army. The Revolutionary Army was quite good to these Earthlings, at least they did not abuse them. It seems that these Earthlings are not very convinced. Charles raised his head slightly and breathed out of his nostrils when looking at the Earth captives. Many UED soldiers were very uncooperative. Even when they were pointed at with guns, they still held their heads high and refused to take off their hats with silver wing emblems. They think they lost to the Protoss, not us. Raynor's view of the Earthlings was better than Charles. The Earthlings are here to be conquerors, not captives. Don't worry about them. It's us who have to worry about feeding more than 100,000 people. He patted Charles on the shoulder. We are a teacher of benevolence. We can't let these people starve to death. But someone has to go to the war criminals court. Let's go. Raynor left the tarmac and walked towards the core area of the Dreadnought Fortress. There is a newly built hospital inside the Dreadnought Fortress, which is probably the warmest corner of Char's purgatory-like death world. The main body of the hospital is a modular steel frame, and the ground is covered with stamped synthetic wood boards. The docking port is full of shuttles, and many engineers are driving and loading trucks and space engineering vehicles to transport supplies. The outermost are rows of grey-black tents, which are used to place supplies, medical equipment that has not been unpacked, bandages, surgical instruments, or piles of various canned fruits and synthetic protein rations. On each tent stood a fluttering golden-red Revolutionary Army flag, which was as reassuring as the Red Cross worn by the medical soldiers. The tents were full of busy medical workers and wounded soldiers, and the smell of disinfectant and medicine was quite strong. The outermost tents were used to accommodate soldiers with less serious injuries. Some of them were sleeping soundly, snoring loudly due to difficulty breathing. Those who were still awake were whispering or quietly reading ebooks, wearing headphones to listen to music stored in their personal terminals. There were people groaning and crying out in pain every moment. The situation in the innermost operating room and intensive care unit was much worse. On average, several stretchers carrying seriously injured soldiers were sent in every 2 minutes. A gunner sergeant lost the feeling of his legs because of infection with scorpion toxins. He kept crying and struggling to wake them up, and the doctor and his comrades had to do their best to hold him down. The scorpion toxins are extremely deadly, and only a few milligrams can paralyze people. If the treatment is not timely, the poison will soon spread throughout the body and cause the body to fester. A communications soldier in charge of radio equipment was blindfolded, and his hands were cut off at the root. He couldn't stop crying, but it was not because of the pain, but because he was asking about the whereabouts of his company. This nearly collapsed revolutionary soldier actually knew the truth clearly. A dozen terrible Sharmat hunter-killer hydralisks killed everyone in an extremely cruel way, cutting off their limbs and digging out their hearts. The Zerg dug out their hearts to ensure that these people would not stand up and threaten the Zerg again. There are thousands of people fighting with death, and medical equipment can only increase their chances of survival as much as possible. The people here are both heroes and tragic sufferers. Just standing outside and watching for a while, Raynor saw a dozen body bags being sent to trucks, filled with pale young men and women, some of whom even had the faces of young children. And Raynor couldn't imagine how sad the parents of these children would be when they saw such a scene. As long as he thought of his mother's sad look, his chest would ache, and his nose would be sour. Trucks loaded with bodies drove towards the crematorium at a cold mechanical frequency without stopping. In Char, if the bodies were not cremated quickly, the spread of infectious diseases and plagues would be a minor issue. The Zerg virus spores scattered in the air would soon turn them into abominable monsters. Raynor knew that he could not help the surgeons, except to make trouble, so he could only approach the lightly wounded and take a look at them. When Raynor and Char walked into one of the tents, several bandaged revolutionary soldiers were still reading letters from their parents and relatives, all of which were sent from the distant Antigua starport with the supply fleet. The supply fleet promised by Marshal Augustus will continue to arrive, bringing in urgently needed additional troops and various supplies, and will also take back the revolutionary soldiers who can no longer fight or want to escape from Char. There was also a young female doctor in the tent. She wore a white coat that didn't fit her well and tied her light brown hair behind her head. "Where does it hurt? I heard someone needs a doctor." Her voice was gentle, sweet and soft. Without the need for anesthetic, the soldiers softened when they heard this voice. However, this gentle voice was immediately interrupted by the excited cheers of the wounded. Jim Raynor was very prestigious in his troops, and the soldiers loved him as much as they loved the marshal. General Raynor, salute you. Brothers, I should salute you." Raynor gestured to the soldiers who were eager to get up, to lie back on their beds, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that there was a time when he was as happy as them to read the letters from his family, not missing every word in them. "Are you reading the letter just sent from the rear?" he asked one of the soldiers with a bandage on his face. "Yes, it's from Meriticus Gordon. He is probably the last person who remembers me." The soldier's face, which was still extremely pale due to the pain, was so sad, but he still had a smile. "We all remember you, brother." Raynor's nose twitched, and he hugged the soldiers one by one. "You all did a good job. Thank you for taking care of them, doctor." He finally turned to the doctor. Renault noticed the doctor's ID card, Lieutenant Rosa Morales, which showed that she was a UED medic with special permission. "Earthling?" Charles almost jumped up. "How can we let such a person come to guard our soldiers? She will poison the needles and vials." "General, my duty is to protect others, whether it is a Terran or an Earthling." The UED medic named Morales replied, "It has always been like this. You are responsible for killing people and we are responsible for saving people. Mind your own business. Don't rush to be a villain, Charles. The hospital simply does not have enough staff. The UED's medical equipment can save many people, and they are the only ones who know how to use it best." Renault couldn't help shaking his head. "Earthlings are also admitted here. We are more chivalrous than Earthlings. The Terrans act according to the Geneva Convention. But I don't know where they found you. We lost too many comrades in Char, and after successfully breaking through, we encountered one of your light motorcycle companies." Morales waved her hand and replied, "My people and I had to surrender to them in the end. I'm deeply sorry, but there are people everywhere who just lost their comrades, and I can't help you much." Raynor said to Morales regretfully, "They found a good doctor. Maybe he's an angel. The angel of gospel and the angel of death are also angels," Morales said. Indeed, Raynor noticed that this Earthwoman did have an almost angelic face. Most of the medical soldiers of the UED Expeditionary Force were this kind of women, beautiful and sweet-voiced. In any case, Raynor believed that those who healed and saved people should look like this, and compared to demons, they must look more like angels. In a military camp full of young men, ladies in skirts are always welcome. In the era of material scarcity, just seeing them is enough to boost morale. Raynor didn't even dare to comment on Moralis's appearance, because it was difficult for him not to let his imagination run wild. Whether good or bad, those who can save people are good angels. Raynor revised a sentence Augustus once said, "We need talents like you here." Raynor's sense of identity and belonging to the Revolutionary Army made him involuntarily start to recruit talents for Augustus. Marshal Augustus Mengsk needs talents like you to train standard medical soldiers like you for him. If everything goes well, you will see him soon. Raynor was just hinting that the UED unit commanded by Stukov would soon fail. I believe the Marshal will be very satisfied. It doesn't sound good. To Moralis, this sounded more like slang in remote areas. Moralis was not completely ignorant of Augustus Mengsk, but the versions that were circulated were either terrible or too perfect to be real. There are enough women around the Marshal. Charles pointed this out cautiously. "Charles, what are you thinking, you old turtle?" Raynor was stunned for a while, and then scolded. "General Protus Executor Tacitus has an urgent communication that needs your immediate attention." At this time, one of Raynor's lieutenants came in with a message panel in his hand. "Take it in," Charles said immediately. "Entaro done. General James Raynor, we must leave Char and return to Shakiris now." In a holographic image, Protus Executor Tacitus appeared, and behind his gorgeous crown was a golden and blue executor's robe that fluttered without wind. "I can understand." Raynor nodded and said, "But why so suddenly?" "Shakiris has been invaded by the Zerg. The actual situation is more complicated, and there are Dark Templars who believe that the traitor Eureka is also among them." Tacitus' words surprised Raynor. "It sounds bad." Raynor said, "Has Zarachil not caught the traitor yet?" "No." Tacitus' face showed no expression, but his usually calm voice became more urgent. "Friend, I'm sorry we have to leave. May the light of Adun shine on you. Goodbye, friend." Raynor also said, "The Protoss fleet has left Char's high altitude orbit. They disappeared from our radar scan map." After more than 10 minutes, Raynor's adjutant said, an unspeakable uneasiness surged into everyone's heart. If Shakiris was attacked, it would mean that the Protoss would have a hard time finding the spare energy to help the humans. Not only that, as the mortal enemy of the Zerg, if the Protoss's power was greatly damaged again, it would never be a good thing. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and the blood-red giant sun on the horizon was setting. It was the irregular variable star in the Char binary system, which meant that its size and brightness were not stable, sometimes bright and sometimes suddenly dimmed. "Commander, several outposts reported that they found tens of thousands of humans infected with the Zerg virus in multiple directions outside the Dreadnought fortress," the adjutant reported. "Damn it, why don't these bugs let them go?" The upset Raynor looked at the holographic screen on the control panel. In the blood-red afterglow of the setting sun, the staggering infected people appeared in twas and threes in the distance of the horizon. They were all members of the UED Expeditionary Force or the Revolutionary Army, and perhaps some of them were early colonists of Char. "Oh my god." Moralis, the UED medic next to him, exclaimed, and couldn't help but feel sad about it. Most of them were more or less former comrades and fellow countrymen. They came here to protect the Earth, but they didn't expect that they would become such hideous monsters. "I've heard that infection is terrible before, but this is too scary. Before the antidote for the Zerg virus is truly developed in the distant future, killing these poor people and bringing them relief is the last thing we can do." Raynor quickly gave the order, "Send firebats and armored troops to clear these infected people. I will lead them personally." "It's terrible." Charles hummed, frowning. "Since the Overlord has left Char, who is controlling these monsters? Where did that bastard go?" Auriga's attack on Shakiris is the content of the Dark Revenge of the Star Wars campaign, and it is also officially recognized. Chapter 477 Battle of the Brood. Lord Asma, Dark Archon Asma sat in the intertwined canopy of a towering tree with lush branches. Below him was a lush green forest, dotted with bright orange red and purple red flowers and fruits of angiosperms. From time to time, there were long and rough roars echoing in the sky above the forest, and a sense of emptiness and vastness came to the face. The color of the sky was between blue and indigo, which showed that the atmosphere of this planet contained a lot of methane and nitrogen, and also proved that the vegetation on it had undergone a long evolution process. Everything on this strange planet was far from the Shakurus that the Dark Templar were familiar with. The vast land stretched from the North Pole to the South Pole of the planet, covered with thriving and diverse higher fern vegetation populations and dense forests. The continental plates of the planet were still in a very active state, and many active volcanoes erupted from time to time, so it was not uncommon to see strange scenes of large-scale volcanic eruptions and surging lava in the green jungle. Here, numerous and vast lakes replaced the oceans of the early planetary formation, and dense clouds and strong air currents brought abundant precipitation. The diverse ecological environments formed by factors such as latitude, altitude, sunshine, and water flow have created a primitive world full of vitality, but full of dangers. The wormhole opened by the Overmind has been closed, and all communication connections have been interrupted. A Dark Templar in purple robes and black armor appeared in the black fog rolling between the treetops, and landed on a branch as lightly as a bird accustomed to standing on the branches, and could stand steadily on it without climbing. This is an Erazim Dark Templar from the Zarat tribe, and his armor is full of huge teeth and bright crests from the Zarat tribe. The warriors of this tribe are famous hunters. They are keen on hunting Zarat, and hunting sharp teeth and claws for decoration, to make up for the shortcomings of the Protoss body being too smooth and not angular. In the war with the Zarat tribe, this warrior of the Nerazim Protoss tribe was the most active one to fight. I have completely lost all contact with Shakurus, as if there is an entire void between her and me. After saying this, the Dark Templar Master said no more, as silent as a black rock. Master Archon, I have discovered thousands of plants in this area, many of which are poisonous or extremely aggressive. There are many ferocious biological groups living here. What is incredible is that they are almost all predators, and it is very common for the same species to kill each other. Another female Dark Templar wearing multiple layers of dark purple veils appeared on the other side. The Zelniger on her robe indicated that she should be a respected and knowledgeable scholar. Among the Dark Templar, the distinction between leaders, warriors, and craftsmen and scientists is not obvious. Anyone can be a powerful warrior. I also found that even species with extremely obvious or even completely different differences have similar characteristics, which means that they may have a common origin millions of years ago, she said. These powerful creatures are constantly fighting each other, fighting to the death, generation after generation, without end. Just as the Dark Templar was talking, there was a sound of branches breaking, and fierce fighting in the treetops in the distance. Amid the sharp hissing, a monster with two pairs of leathery membrane wings was biting another creature that looked like a snake, but not a snake. The former looked more like a winged lizard than a bird. It also had a strong body of a reptile and rough light green skin. The front of the wide mouth was spotted with light gray, and the sharp huge teeth below seemed to be designed for chopping everything. This monster had multiple pairs of reptile-like golden vertical pupils. Each pair of eyes was hidden in the folds of thick skin, and they were enough to make people shudder when they were opened. The other creature had a long and slender body like a long snake. Its bright color meant that this creature was deadly poisonous or extremely dangerous. On its arched back, there were several pairs of Venus membrane wings that were almost broken, and the spikes with stings swung wildly, trying to pierce the opponent's body. In just over 10 seconds, the strange lizard used its thick and powerful upper and lower jaws to bite the skull of the long snake, and ate it as quickly as sucking in a spicy strip. Then, what surprised Asma and other Dark Templars was that, after swallowing the prey, the lizard immediately underwent a surprising transformation. The skeleton under its thick skin collided at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did its body shape change, but it also grew more wings, eyes, and even poisonous stings. These transformations made this monster, as if it had been reborn, roar in a show of force, as if it was already invincible. Incredible. The female Dark Templar left quietly, and a moment later she brought back this creature that shocked the Protoss Dark Templars. It was trapped in a stasis field generator wrapped in void energy, struggling violently, trying its best to attack the surrounding Dark Templar. Even so, this still could not change the inherent disadvantages brought by its turkey-like body and relatively short limbs. Evolution? It actually accomplished what other races would take hundreds or thousands of years to do in such a short time, said the Dark Templar scholar. Unheard of. Some species in other places may not change much even after tens of millions of years due to the unchanging environment and lack of competitiveness, she said. This is a species with unlimited potential. If their evolution has no upper limit, then that's another kind of Zerg. Asma stared at the screaming monster. It is even possible that it can evolve into a super creature like Leviathan with its own power, or another more terrifying thing. Is there a civilization at a higher level of evolution here? Asked the head priest Asma. There are huge groups that gather together in groups. The tribal leaders and the most powerful members have a high level of intelligence, and they can even speak a special language. The Dark Templar replied. Although they do not have psychic powers, they are extremely sensitive to psychic powers. I suspect that these creatures have discovered me. It must be so. This is the original birthplace of the Zerg, Xeris. These creatures are likely distant relatives of the Zerg, although they have parted ways on the evolutionary path thousands of years ago or even longer. Dark Arcanasma stood up, but his movements were not as sharp as before the expedition. Just like the Protoss of Shakiris and Ea today. When the Overmind opened the wormhole, Arcanasma was probably the closest Protoss to it. At that time, Asma had already stabbed his psychic blade into the Overmind's newly opened giant eye, causing the newly born creature to emit a mental roar that humans could not hear, but was absolutely terrifying, and he was also severely injured by the Overmind's terrible psychic power. But that was not enough to kill the awakened Overmind, whose power was beyond the reach of any Dark Templar. But I'm afraid that for a long time to come, the Overmind will be afraid of the Dark Templar. Now, as long as he senses the breath of the Dark Templar, the Overmind dares not open his eyes. After that, Asma resolutely led his Dark Templar through the wormhole to this strange planet. Even though he was seriously injured, he and the Dark Templar around him have been closely monitoring the Zerg's every move on this alien planet. They have no spaceship, so they can neither leave the planet, nor warn their own people. When I pierced the ugly giant eye of the Overmind, I had a brief contact with its mind. As Emma said, I learned that this is the place where the Zerg was first born in the Overmind's young mind and memory. The Zerg was born in Xeris, then left it, and never returned for a long time. In the new Overmind's chaotic consciousness, a terrifying and irresistible voice ordered it to flee Char immediately, so this monster with an immature mind panicked, and did not know where to go. My lord, where did that voice come from? The female Dark Templar asked Azima under the drive of her insatiable curiosity. From Void. Azima let a tremor take over him, which made him feel ashamed. After the Overmind woke up, the awakened void energy in its body briefly broke through the boundary between the void and reality. I don't know what it got there. Dark Arcanasima holds a high position among the Dark Templar. His years of experience and knowledge have given him powerful combat skills and wisdom. He had seen those bright, but short-lived young stars born between nebula collisions, the extremely hot blue stars and the gradually cooling red dwarfs, and the terrifying neutron stars and super black holes in the center of star clusters. But there was only one thing that could make the priest tremble with awe: the void. Or of the void. Xel'Naga. Who else could it be besides them? The Dark Templar was also a scholar studying Xel'Naga theology. Before her people called her back, she had been searching the universe for clues about the existence and discipline of the Xel'Naga in the yellow sand and ruins. The Xel'Naga came from the void. If they disappear, they should return to the void. After all, they are immortal, and they are gods in the void. This is an omen. Her glowing green eyes shook like flames, but if there are no other signs and prophecies, I don't know what this means. I don't know. Asma just said, that may be just a fantasy of the Overlord. If that is the Xel'Naga, then I don't understand why he has never responded to us so clearly, and given us any guidance. Another Dark Templar who had been staying in the shadows couldn't help but show up and said, isn't what we have done enough? We have disappointed the Xel'Naga, and it is reasonable that they have never looked at the Protoss again. The Dark Templar scholar said. But why? Why do the Zerg? Crack crack, the sound of large tracts of trees being broken came, and the entire forest immediately boiled like a pot of boiling water, and all kinds of strange looking Xeris creatures immediately scattered. Dark Arcanasma instantly reached the top of the tree canopy, and one Dark Templar after another appeared behind him. The Zerg have shown their fangs, and this world is about to be destroyed, said one of the Dark Templars. At the edge of the forest, a large number of Zerg buildings with brown-black exoskeletons were rising from the ground at a terrifying speed. The dark purple fungal blanket spread like wildfire in the emerald jungle and primeval forest, and the land it swallowed turned into a monotonous, morbid grey in an instant. Under the thick clouds and black sun dyed black by volcanic ash, the Overmind has taken root in a vast jungle. Hundreds of millions of Zerg are crossing the jungle, and the sky is covered with overlords and dragons. The clacking sound of the Zerg cells colliding, the rustling sound and the violent roar are enough to remind those enemies who once fought against them of the fear of the past. The swarm is expanding. Based on their bright red and purple shells, they can be distinguished as the tribes of the brainworms Dagoth and Yak, Sharmat and Jamunganda, the dragon of creation and the serpent of devouring the world. Just referring to the names given to these swarms by humans based on fear, we can roughly know their fighting style and terrifyingness. Now, Asma is not sure whether the strongest brainworm Dagoth or the new Overmind is now commanding the entire swarm. Obviously, the new Overmind is far inferior to the old Overmind in terms of mind, ability and prestige. But the creatures of Xeris are uniting. Asma looked to the other side. Based on common hatred or other ways that the Protoss cannot understand, the distant relatives of the Zerg, the primal Zerg of Xeris, are uniting. Multiple super large tribes led by powerful primal Zerg leaders are gathering and appearing from the other side of the horizon. Compared to the Zerg, the primal Zerg are more like green dinosaurs, and their protection is hard leather instead of chitin shells. Many of the original Zerg have similar appearances, but their sizes vary greatly. The giant original Zerg, that can be compared to the Thunder Beast, is like a small mountain, but it is as small as stardust compared to those incomparable Zerg. A real mountain like original Zerg led most of the original Zerg in Xeris. Its size was like a master, so that the ground collapsed, because it could not bear its weight. For the original Zerg in Xeris, this is a battle for survival. Until we get in touch with our people, we will hold on here. Dark Priest Asma said, I hope my old friend Zarachel can find us. Ras-Ziggle, please protect us. At this time, the Char Zerg swarms and the original Zerg, which occupied half of the sky and half of the continent, collided with each other, like two colors of ink blending with each other. In an instant, the roar shook the sky, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the blood and flesh were thrown into the air. Before one side was completely destroyed, neither the original Zerg nor the Char Zerg swarms would stop. The characteristics of constantly absorbing high-quality genes and evolving rapidly are manifested in different, but equally terrifying ways in these two Zerg. In a very short time, even just the time it takes to swallow a piece of raw meat, the original Zerg gained a new form by devouring the Char Swarm. The Char Swarm acquired the long-forgotten genome from the original Zerg and derived a new and powerful variant. One of them must perish, and the other must be far more powerful than before. 1.7 million words. Not easy. In addition, I continue to promote this StarCraft, the wonders of the Nerazim. I forgot to add the name when promoting it. Stupid. Protoss fanfiction. It is about the Protoss Dark Templar, and it is also based on the Caprula worldview. The author is an old reader of mine. He supported me when I first started writing, so I remember the idea and actively promoted it later. Generally, I only promote my friend's books. If it is abandoned, I can criticize him. Let's chat about other things. I have been trying to avoid talking about topics other than this book. This theme can be written. StarCraft fanfiction is relatively broad, and there are many good works and excellent works about writing about StarCraft systems, traveling through different worlds, and popular worlds. There is nothing to be sad about. Is it really a niche? I also felt that my previous book did not perform well, because it was a niche, and I complained and complained non-stop. Later I figured it out, and it was indeed a big flaw. Niche is not an excuse, it's because I'm not strong enough. Now, it's still the same. Warcraft has this kind of novel written according to the complete worldview, so I wonder why StarCraft can't have it. But fanfiction with a pure Caprula worldview will suffer a lot, because the reader group is limited, and those who can't understand it, really can't understand it. If you don't know the plot, you can't get the excitement. The recommendation of the new book period is a loss. No one can compare. This book has not even been strongly recommended by the category. Not to mention those 6 banned, 3 river, and strong recommendation, none of them. It's inseparable from your support. In 1 year, the first order has increased from 400 to more than 2,000 orders per year. I see hope. This shows that this subject matter can still be written. Without such results, I think I would have given up this career. Chapter 478 Dark Revenge. Augur, what have you done? Even when AFL, Dark Archon Zarachil did not let this cold anger affect his judgment. Wari opened the portal connecting Shakiris and Aya, allowing the Zerg to march straight in. So many of our people died because of this. Zarachil's anger was not without reason. The Dark Templar traitor Augur, who had escaped from his hands long ago, actually took the risk and returned to Aya, using his powerful power that he did not know where to get to control a Cerebrate and a large Zerg swarm. After disappearing, Augur not only gathered more angry Dark Templars, controlled a Zerg hive, but also found human mercenaries. Augur then raided the Dalam Protoss guarding the Zelnaga portal on Aya, and opened it again, driving the Zerg of Aya to pour into Shakiris and attack the Dalam Protoss city on Shakiris. Today, Shakiris is in the midst of an endless war, with more than a billion Ale swarms wreaking havoc in this land of eternal twilight. Not only that, the Zelnaga portal has not yet closed, and more Zerg will enter Shakiris through the portal. It must be said that the timing chosen by Augur was just right. At this time, the main force of the Dalam Protoss fleet was in Char, and Shakiris' defense was accordingly empty, which was the perfect time to eradicate the Ale Protoss on it. This is all for revenge against the Templars, brothers. When saying the ancient Kalani word brother, Augur's voice was only full of harsh ridicule and haze. The feelings that this word brother represented between the Protoss no longer existed. On the sandy and soft wasteland of Shakiris, 2 equally powerful Dark Templars stood facing each other. Next to them was a winding stream. The river water was clear and trickling. On both sides of the stream were smooth glassy rocks, on which clusters of deep purple crystals were piled. The pale twilight of Shakiris and the light of crystal reflected a dreamy glitter in the wine-swirling sand. The Dark Templars had been fighting for a long time, and their silky woven robes were worn out, covered with shard scratches and dark purple bloodstains left by the warp blades. The dark copper-colored shoulder armor and the fur lining on Zarachil's right shoulder were completely cut open, deep into the bone. The Dark Templar Augur opposite Zarachil was no better, also covered in blood. Under Shakiris' drowsy eyes, this pursuit has lasted for many months and moons, covering many places on the planet. Furious, Zarachil found Augur again, and vowed that he would never show mercy this time. Finally, here, Augur stopped. What you are doing is colder and darker than the void. Zarachil raised his right hand, revealing the gorgeous and elegant wristband, which was wrapped in a dim shadow and bursting with bright green psychic blades. Who asked you to do this? Before this, Augur had been chased by Zarachil for most of the time. It was hard to imagine when he had gathered such a large force to attack Shakiris. Zarachil believed that someone must be secretly supporting Augur, providing him with troops and information. The Augur I know would never do such a dark and evil thing. All my people are rational and wise, and they can see through everything. Augur, who was opposite him, was wearing a deep blue robe. Like all the Protoss of Shakiris, the ends of the severed nerve bundles were tied together with metal hoops. In addition, Augur's appearance was very different from the devout knowledge-loving Alice Protoss apprentice in Zarachil's mind. His glowing golden eyes had turned into bright red, and the void energy surging in his body was filled with anger and hatred. The Alice tribe is a branch of the Protoss of Shakiris. They are all scholars, and can be regarded as the guardians of the Great Library. The tribe is responsible for guarding the temple where the Protoss of Shakiris keeps knowledge, preserving history and preventing the dark forbidden knowledge that is sealed from being abused by those who are interested. In order to achieve his revenge, Augur has been confirmed to have secretly read the forbidden knowledge in the Temple of Knowledge, and thus became more powerful and paranoid. Zarachil, I only do what I think is the right thing to do. Augur took 2 steps back, and a blood-red illusion of distorted space appeared behind him. Centuries ago, I was the guardian of knowledge and wisdom. I firmly believe that it is my duty, and everything I'm doing is beneficial to my people. I used to think so. until you killed your unarmed compatriots in Aya. Zarachel said. Everything that happened in the past, the persecution of the Aya Protoss on us will never be easily forgotten. Auriga's corruption is deep, and the influence of darkness on him is clearly visible. For a sensitive race like the Protoss, his hatred, his pain and hatred are as clear as the light in the dark night. Some hatred must be settled. The Protoss of Aya drove our ancestors out of their homeland, but now they come to Shakuras to seek refuge. When our ancestors wandered desperately in the cold and dark deep space, no one accepted them. When he spoke, even the wind around him was rendered black and red by the overflowing void energy. The eldest son of God, the Templar, is nothing but a group of hypocritical and despicable thugs. It was the decision of Matriarch Rassigal to let the Aya compatriots come to Shakuras to establish a temporary shelter. She was a witness to the tragic exile, but now she chose to forgive. Zarachel no longer had any hope of persuading Auriga to turn back, but he still tried to find some noble shadows of the Protoss in him. Even if the Matriarch treats you well, don't the Aya Protoss know what embarrassment is? Auriga was suddenly angered by this sentence, but the object of his anger was not Zarachel. As a result, they came like this. They built glittering cities on our sacred land, mined precious minerals, and built fleets at will. The culture brought by the Aya Protoss is impacting the precious traditions of our race. Now the younger generation of Dark Templar also advocates that flashy art and pretenses to be refined. He said, can the soft and artificial sword swinging of the Templar be called swordsmanship? Cultural impact is relative. The Dark Templar and the Templar are learning from each other. There are countless Templars who learn the culture of shadowrunning. Zarachel said, the damage caused by mining has caused irreversible impact on Shakuras, and the Light and Shadow Council is urgently discussing how to adjust it. Light and Shadow Council? It's just a puppet of the Templar. Auriga said bitterly, they elected someone from my race as the Archbishop, just as a stopgap measure for the eventual annexation of my race. Now that Rassigal has become the Archbishop, she can no longer favor the Nerazim. What a good plan. Trust the judgment of the Matriarch, Zarachel said. She has grown old, weak, and dim. In the past, Auriga still respected the Matriarch Rassigal, but now this respect has completely turned into contempt. The number of Aya Protoss far exceeds ours, and this is just inviting wolves into the house. And Rassigal actually agreed happily. He betrayed the Nerazim Protoss. The entire Shakuras and Nerazim are united under the majesty of Rassigal. How could she betray? Zarachel could not tolerate Auriga's slander of the Matriarch. Even the greatest Protoss can make mistakes. Auriga took a step back again, stepped into the shadows, and his figure quickly dissipated into nothingness. Voices came from all directions, like ghostly whispers. In the swirling black fog, Auriga, holding a warp blade, appeared behind Zarachel, and swung a fierce blow. Zarachel was also a master with superb skills. He just turned around, and used the sharp blade to gently flick away Auriga's warp blade. Zarachel, why are you so stubborn? Auriga launched a fiercer attack, brandishing the warp blade with such force that it seemed as if he could split the mountains and rivers. What benefit did the Templars give you? You are so eager to curry favor with them, just because they agree with the path of the Dark Templars. You know very well that, if the two races merge, the Nerazim will no longer be the Nerazim. You are the one who is stubborn. Hatred breeds hatred, and it will never end. Even though he was injured, Zarachel did not lose in the battle with Auriga. There is no point in talking more. Auriga pulled back the distance between him and Zarachel in a flash. At this time, many Dark Templars with the same attire as Auriga appeared around Zarachel, about 30 people. The Hydralisk skull ornaments on their bodies and the symbols on their robes meant that they were followers of Auriga, the Fist of Auriga. You lost your mind in the pursuit and fell into my trap. There is no way back. Auriga chuckled. Why else do you think I came to see you alone? Surrender, Zarachel. Really? This seemed to be what Zarachel expected. He just stared at Auriga's eyes that hated everything. Humility is the virtue of the Dark Templar, and when you abandoned it, you have forgotten the teachings of Adun. Never overestimate yourself, and underestimate the enemy. If time can go back, I hope this has never happened. More Dark Templars appeared behind Auriga's fist, up to hundreds of people, and they were all elite shadow guards and matriarch guards. Auriga thought Zarachel had fallen into his trap, but that was also in the latter's plan. Only these rare Dark Templar masters could follow the marks left by Zarachil and approach Olga and his Fist of Olga quietly without being noticed. Orija, you have no way to retreat. Surrender and wait for your death. Vorazan, the daughter of Matriarch Rathzigul, is the leader of these Dark Templars. You will be judged for the numerous crimes you have committed. Vorazan, since you are here, who should protect the Matriarch? Zarachil only left a message to his people, but he did not expect that it was Vorazan who led the team. Although the Dark Priests of the Nerazim Protoss are now leading the Dark Templars of Shakuras to resist the invasion of the Zerg, only Vorazan among the younger generation can lead such an elite force that originally belonged to the Matriarch. My mother ordered me to come and assist you. Vorazan said. You are no longer the child who obeys your mother's orders. You do whatever the Matriarch says. Zarachil could not help but teach Vorazan a lesson as an elder. Marshal Augustus of the Human Revolutionary Army had warned the Protoss of Shakuras in the past. He suspected that there was a force in the dark that was about to threaten the safety of Matriarch Rathzigul. However, the Protoss did not think that anyone could assassinate the Supreme Leader Rathzigul in the Temple of the Assassin Masters. Augustus, even though he might be the only human respected by the Protoss, was only a human after all. Only Zarachil and Tacita believed in Augustus's advice. Even Rathzigul thought that such strict protection was unnecessary. She had been the leader and protector of her people long ago, even though she was too old for a long-lived race like the Protoss. Vorazan was speechless. Zarachil, don't think you have won. At this time, Auriga, who was already in a desperate situation, did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, he laughed loudly. In the shocked eyes of Zarachil and Vorazan, violent void energy and curling dark tendrils suddenly appeared and wrapped around Auriga and the 3 Dark Templars around him. Instantly, the Dark Templar, including Zarachil, inexplicably developed a strange desire to immediately merge with the soul of another Dark Templar and become one. This desire stems from the Protoss' innate pursuit of knowledge and is irresistible. A dark, twisted void appeared where Auriga had been. Substantial shadows and dark tendrils spread across the surface and sky, swallowing up the few twilights and everything else. The overflowing void energy brought about a dramatic change in the weather, and large patches of dark clouds and lightning formed in the sky. Suddenly, lightning and thunder flashed in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. An incomparable dark void appeared, as if it was the embodiment of darkness. Only Scarlet Thunder could outline the sharp circular outline of the sculpture, and the terrible psychic pulse destroyed everything around it like the radiation of a neutron star. How is this possible? Dark Archon is a forbidden power. The knowledge of merging into Dark Archon has long been sealed and forgotten. Auriga, the guardians of Valus's wisdom are ashamed of you. Zarachil led Vorazan and other Dark Templar to retreat quickly. What really shocked Zarachil was that there was only a precedent of 2 Dark Templars merging into Dark Archon in this group, and Auriga was 4 in 1. Endless torture. The 2 scarlet flames ignited in the center of the terrifying darkness announced the birth of a legendary Dark Archon. The charred burn marks spread under his feet, the ground was collapsing, and the melted liquid sand boiled in the high temperature. You will become us. The darkness that will eventually devour everything. Wrath. Devour. Annihilation. Burn. At the moment when Dark Archon Auriga was born, an unstoppable shadow spread like the darkness that came when the sun retreated. The closest Dark Templar of Auriga's strode to the sky in pain, and scarlet light burst out from their burning eyes. I'm darkness. Tamatris, the Matriarch's bedroom. Tosh, the Prince of Blades, was squeezing Matriarch Rathzigul's slender neck tightly, imagining it snapping. Tosh was in an invisible state, so to the outside world, it was just Rathzigul desperately grasping his neck. For Tosh, who was once a human psychic, it was not a problem to learn invisibility, as long as he caught a ghost agent to study his equipment. Protoss do not need to use trachea to breathe, so it is extremely stupid to suffocate them to death. However, Tosh did not want to kill them, he just wanted to use Rathzigul as a threat, to make the Dark Templar obey him. With the help of the Dark Templar, Tosh would be able to eliminate the Overmind in no time. As for whether the Aaron Shakuras Protoss of the Terran Protoss would have a disagreement on the issue of rescuing the Matriarch, he could not care. Thinking of this, Tosh could not help but be grateful to the Dark Templar named Auriga, although they were just using each other. Overlord. It won't be long before I, the Prince of Blades, will return to Char to take back my swarm. At first, Auriga was only 4 in 1, and it became 7 in 1 later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Royal Guard. How was your trip to New Folsom Prison? Private Titus Finley. The armory in the number 12 compartment of the Hyperion was filled with the smell of acetylene, engine oil and high energy gas. The heavy workshop between the decks was replacing a laser drill tank with a new refined gas engine to replace its old fossil fuel engine. Between the carpeted grey metal bulkheads on both sides, many Revolutionary Army engineers and mechanics were working on each manufacturing platform and operating table at different levels. Under the blue and white light of the built-in wall lamps on the ceiling above, the gushing electric welding sparks fell like a waterfall on the transport track at the bottom that was running using electromagnetic acceleration technology. After Major Matt Horner adjusted the star-shaped collar badge on the collar of his staff officer uniform, he reached out and handed a Revolutionary Army wolf pattern shield armband with red letters on a black background to Titus Finley, who was holding a cheap cigarette. At this time, the latter was sitting cross-legged on a tall supply box next to the armory shelf. How about a pile of shit with urine added? Titus took the armband from Matt, took a look at it, and put it on the collar of his work clothes. Titus had the idea of stepping on the armband and walking away, as a way of resisting Augustus Mengsk's severe punishment, showing his unrestrained and free-spirited personality. However, the wolf-patterned armband is the emblem of Augustus's personal guard. In any case, this also means that he can escape from the boring armory manufacturing workshop and do something interesting. After all, since he was kicked into New Folsom Prison by Augustus to experience life last time and was taken back and thrown into Rory Swan's hands last month to suffer, Titus Finley may not have been exposed to the colorful and beautiful world for a century. Moreover, according to military regulations, if Titus really did this, he would have to live in New Folsom for at least another half a month. I bet, Kit, your white ass will urinate as soon as it touches the rusty iron bars of New Folsom Prison. Titus didn't even look at him straight in the eye. In his eyes, Matt Horner, a rising star, was not a senior general in the core circle of the Revolutionary Army. Really? I'd like to experience it. Matt Horner pulled up his wide-brimmed felt hat with a gold rim, showing an impeccable smile, and there was no sign of joking at all. New Folsom was once a place where many revolutionary patriots stayed. The people there were all the most loyal and unswerving great fighters for the revolution. Many heroes I know have been imprisoned, and some of them are still leading the revolutionary team now. I've never seen a fool like you rushing to suffer. Revolution. Revolution. You're going to be finished. What's the point? Titus was immediately furious. He almost suspected that this yellow-haired boy with shining eyes and hope was slandering him. He's warning me. Of course, this kid hasn't seen much of the world yet, and he doesn't have the mind or brain to mock others. A pretty boy, a nerd, with an old-fashioned mind full of revolution and rules and regulations. Although he is still young, his personality is more stable than that of Titus, who is already 30 years old. Generally speaking, Titus has always kept a distance from such people. Think about it, when Augustus brought this brat out of the Terra the Ninth, he was like a homeless puppy at a loss. Now he is an officer in the general staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Titus has gone back to the old ways. Titus said that this is a hero who doesn't ask where he came from, but Augustus thinks that a dog can't change his eating habits. Point isn't that right? Major Matt did not comment. I think, when Redstone Star signed the peace treaty with UED, if you hadn't been so busy dancing in front of Marshal Augustus and completely forgot your duties, he wouldn't have been so angry. When the Marshal, who rarely gets angry, no matter how many nice things we say, it won't help you. I'm sure that old dog Edmund Duke was happy about this for the whole day. He was also sure that the bastard Augustus was going to kick the old party of the Kingdom of Heaven demon aside and use new people. Titus said, actually, I had no choice at the time. he argued. I had drunk a little wine at that time and lay on the body of the Kel-morian beauty for a while. I don't know what happened afterwards. Don't think that Augustus Mengsk is tolerant and generous on the surface, but he is actually very petty. I just laughed a little louder when I was telling a joke about his little skirt, but he still remembers it. Titus continued. He doesn't think that he is the only one who knows about this, right? Everyone in Hyperion has known about it for a long time. What's the big deal? I have worn skirts now. Just for this, Augustus threw me to New Falsum, saying that I would go in sooner or later anyway. Later, he asked me to help Rory's one. Doesn't he know that I don't get along with that dwarf? Asking soldiers to embroider, is this something a human being can do? If you do things in a down-to-earth manner, you would at least be a colonel or even a major general now. Matt sighed. You don't understand. If you don't have some fun and excitement in your life, how can you know that you are really alive? You know, this is the world the Marshal expects. No continuous wars, no conflicts, no excitement. My teacher at Imogen University told me that they would call that peace. Matt just looked at Titus's absent-minded blue eyes. When we were still in the Federation Marine Corps, Augustus liked to write letters to his lovely little sister, telling some childish and ridiculous fairy tales. Why could it be that he really lived in such a fairy tale before? It is hard to say who in the world knows the real Augustus Mengsk better than Titus. Oh Prince Carr. That's the world he dreams of, a starry sky, a peaceful and prosperous world. Matt immediately retorted, you haven't really read those tender letters. Mr. Finley, you are a respected hero, not a sneaky rogue. Do you know how many people are shouting the name of Titus Finley, waiting for you to save them? Heroes are very busy. Titus blushed. It was rare that Titus blushed, but with such a thick skin, this can be completely ignored. Matt took a set of golden and red military uniforms from a Marshal's Guard soldier next to him, and handed it to Titus. Now I should call you Lieutenant Titus Finley. Wow, it looks good. The Marshal's Guard has issued new uniforms. Titus is a gentleman with taste and taste. He rubbed his hands when he took the uniform. Although he looked like a fly, it can be seen from the Marshal's Guard soldier next to Matt that the new uniform is a red uniform with dark blue trousers, with golden buttons and V-shaped shoulder straps representing military rank, and varying numbers of gold stars. Compared with ordinary uniforms, the Guard uniforms are much more gorgeous. The lace, tassels and golden wool logo on the cuffs and shoulders of the uniforms are pure gold, and even the two sides of the flat cap have golden laurel leaves intertwined with each other. It is the new uniform design proposed by Deputy Chief of Staff Augustus Mengsk. I heard that he used a private senior tailor who originally worked for the Tagore family for this purpose. The style is modeled after the Royal Guard uniforms of the ancient Earth Country era. Matt is now considered to have initially entered the senior ranks, and can be regarded as knowing a lot of inside information. Although he is ridiculously young, Matt is indeed a rare talent. In just 2 years, Matt has not only become an experienced captain through actual combat, but also spent his rest time on studying, and finally passed the graduation examination of the Umoyan National Naval Academy recently. Royal Guards? It seems that what those old guys said is true. They plan to make Augustus Mengsk a dictator emperor. Titus smacked his lips. This is different from what was agreed upon in the beginning. Will those revolutionaries buy it? They think the Republic is simply unreliable. Instead of waiting for a bunch of noisy senators to waste time arguing in the parliament, it is better to let those who are truly wise take power. Having said that, if Korhal had announced to the world that his Mengsk family was going to be the royal family when the uprising started, how could everyone respond? This is just the beginning. The people of Earth and the Federation are still alive, and these people are thinking about enthroning a new king. This is freedom. This is revolution. The old guys that Titus mentioned mainly refer to the gang of Horace Warfield and Augustus Mengsk. These are all the ideas of Chief of Staff Augustus, and the Marshal has been strongly opposed to it. Matt didn't see it that way, but I have to say that there has been a lot of support in the military recently, and many people think that only Augustus Mengsk deserves this title. After all, Augustus is the title of the emperor. Since the history of the Caprulu sector, there has never been an empire or emperor here, nor has it had a history of oppression by autocratic systems. On the contrary, they extremely hate the so-called democracy and parliamentary system represented by the Terran Federation, and are extremely disappointed with the federal system of the past. He said, "For the people here, it's nothing more than a long-forgotten history of Earth. Most people in the fringe worlds don't even know what an emperor is, but at least they know that it's an extremely respected word. They probably think it's cool. That's right, it's just a title. In my opinion, there's actually no difference between an empire and a republic. As long as the people below live better than before, what's there to be dissatisfied about?" Titus is a very shrewd man. Didn't the Protoss also say that they are a Protoss empire? If we don't build an empire, wouldn't our momentum be a lot weaker? He changed the subject. What do you think? At that time, those who agree will stand on one side, and those who oppose will stand on the other side. I neither agree nor oppose. As long as the people can live better under the new political system, it's fine. On the contrary, if Marshal Augustus becomes a completely different person in the future and betrays all the visions pursued by his current promises, then I will definitely stand up against him. Then you can rest assured, at least Augustus can't be worse than the Federation. As Titus spoke, he had already taken off his coat and put on the golden red uniform of the Royal Guard. "Okay, tell me what new mission he has for me." "Marshal Augustus has decided to re-employ you as a squadron leader of his guard," Matt said. "As you know, we just went to war with the UED again not long ago. Now the fleet is attacking the core world of Bront Prime controlled by the UED." He said, "The UED fleet in the Bront system has been completely defeated and will soon launch a landing battle. Before the Marshal arrives at the Governor's Palace on Bront Prime to give a speech, you must be prepared to command a guard." I have to say that old Titus is an expert in this area. The private security companies in this star region are not worthy of carrying my shoes. Although he had many complaints, Titus really didn't dare to offend Augustus now. He still can't do without me, but I always feel that this matter will not be so simple. The gray-haired boy always keeps his word, whether it is bad or good. How about it? We have already hit Bront, and it won't be long before we can attack Tarsinus. Titus can already imagine the prosperous scene of Tarsinus. Blount is one of the earliest main star worlds that formed the Terran Federation. It is also a prosperous world with a stable social order and a developed economy. It plays an extremely important role in the constituent planets of the Federation. Now, Blount is also one of the most important planets controlled by the UED, with a considerable number of fleets and ground troops stationed. It's not that easy. According to intelligence, Stukov has once again strengthened the orbital defense system of Tarsinus and started compulsory conscription. Matt shook his head and said, he may still have an unknown number of hybrids in his hands. The destructive power of large-scale hybrids on our army is unimaginable. What about the Protoss? They can't stand idly by. Titus also knows a lot about hybrids. The Protoss homeland of Shakiris has been invaded by the Zerg. Now they may not be able to help us much. The voice was Augustus, who was still wearing a dark blue military uniform and was accompanied by the red-haired Sarah Kerrigan. Augustus? Titus opened his mouth slightly because he was too surprised when he turned around. Are you saying bad things about me again? Augustus laughed. No. Titus said immediately. He said you're narrow-minded. Kerrigan said with one hand on her waist. I hate sickers who can read minds the most. Titus wanted to spit, but wisely swallowed it back. Hey, boss. Oh no, Marshal. Come and see our new main battle tank. At this time, Chief Engineer Ori Swan, who came up the stairs from the lower deck of the armory, inadvertently rescued Titus. This does not mean that Swan has a good relationship with Titus. In fact, although Titus is by no means a clumsy big guy, he had just had a big fight with Swan because he broke Swan's newly invented high-energy gas collection drone. Both sides called a lot of people from the Marine Corps and the Engineering Corps to prepare for the fight, but in the end, the military police intervened, and the fight ended. Look at that big guy, weighing 170 tons, with the thickest armor of 200 millimeters. There are no disadvantages, except that it may damage the road and bridges. Fuel is one aspect, but compared with its destructive power, it is not worth mentioning. Swan took Augustus, who came to visit, down the armory, and stood on the platform above a heavy tracked tank. It was a heavy tank that was even larger than the Arclight siege tank, and the diameter of the muzzle was so large that it was frightening. We prefer to call it the Draken siege tank. It uses a chassis of the Zeus battle tank, and the main gun is the Draken laser drill, with a maximum energy output of 174 billion watts. Considering the cost, it can also be replaced by the Kel-morian BDE 1600 mining drill. Of course, the power will be much smaller. Considering the cost and process, the production of this tank is very limited, but it can be used as a mobile weapon platform to deal with fortresses. Wow, this is gathering the energy of the sun at your fingertips. Titus said jokingly. Well, you really love the Draken drill to death. Anyway, this caliber still made Augustus quite satisfied. I knew this a long time ago. The Battle of Blount is the best time to test him. Titus, you open it. Let me recommend another book by a friend. Super Time and Space Investigation. Book title. Just click the link and collect it. Chapter 480 Draken Siege Tank. You found the right person. Titus's deep magnetic rough voice rose slightly, and he looked at Rory Swan with a proud look in his eyes. Putting aside his bad character and bad habits, Titus is definitely not a big stupid guy with a head full of muscles. On the contrary, Titus is a man of action with a flexible mind. From the private flying cars of federal nobles to the T-280 space engineering vehicles, Goliath robots, Arc siege tanks, and even shuttles, there is nothing Titus can't drive. As long as Augustus doesn't care, Titus, dares to drive a battleship. But, that is definitely not for justice. I'm sorry, boss. He just broke my new invention after 2 standard days and 4 hours. Swan pushed his dark green welding goggles to his wet forehead. This villain is simply a destroyer. The best things fell into his hands and broke in the blink of an eye. I have never seen such a thing. You can't let this villain do evil again. It's better to break in the experimental stage than to go wrong on the battlefield. Titus was justified but confident. You have to thank me. It must be said that clothes make the man. When Titus put on this golden and red guard uniform, he looked like a man. Of course, the uniform was tailored to his body, otherwise all the uniforms in the army would be too small for this giant. The reason why Titus accepted this uniform with joy was that he could use it to hook up with the girls who admired the Revolutionary Army. I swear by the beard of the ancestors of the Swan family, there will be no next time. Swan looked disgusted. Now is not the time to argue. I know you and Titus have some conflicts, but we can leave it for later. Augustus frowned, not because he wanted to mediate the conflict between Titus and Swan. It was almost impossible to get along well with the annoying Titus and the hot-tempered Swan. Oh, yes, it's your money anyway. Swan was not always willing to give his boss any face. Titus, I'll settle this account with you later. Augustus has said this to Titus more than once, and this is definitely not the last time. This is an opportunity to make amends and introduce this new tank to him, Swan. In short, we found some chassis of the Zeus tank according to the method of the engineers of the Moria Guild. The foundation is actually the Arc tank. Of course, better steel frames, engines, transmission tracks, and shock-absorbing equipment were added afterwards. Swan was much more talkative when talking about his new invention, always talking non-stop. Of course, as a key part of this genius idea. At this point, Swan's voice suddenly rose and startled everyone around him, which fully demonstrated the pride of this mean half lady in her masterpiece. Draken laser drill, so cool. I heard that there is nothing it can't drill through. Augustus also has high hopes for this new weapon. Generally speaking, the firepower of the Arclight siege tank's 120mm Thor's hammer concussion cannon is already amazing enough, but it is still stretched when dealing with enemies like Ultralisk. As the war escalates, the Arclight tanks that have been in service for many years can no longer meet the Terran people's demand for powerful firepower suppression, so a larger and stronger new weapon came into being. You're right. Swan whistled happily, and seeing his happy look, Augustus and Kerrigan also smiled. The Draken drill is mainly used for drilling in mining sites. There is no need to change the drill bit. The laser drill can drill all the way down until it breaks through the Earth's crust. Such equipment is indispensable for both the Terrans and the Kel-morians. A Revolutionary Army engineer beside him also explained the function of this equipment to Augustus. Augustus recognized that it was Viktor Kakzinski, who came from a technology family in Moria. He is also a rare talent, and is currently the second in command of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps. Viktor is currently developing a new project called Widow Mine, based on the Spider Mine. It is reported that the weapon will be equipped with a macro-fusion reactor and fragmentation missiles to further enhance its power. Although the Terrans regard the Kel-morians as now lavish, their technology and strength have always been on par with the Federation in the past, but the design of their weapons is much more rough and casual. During the Guild War, the mines of the Kel-morian Federation used this type of drill directly against the Tyranids. Not only was it very accurate, but it was also very effective, and even the battlecruiser was defeated. Although it is very similar to the plot of the Kel-morian Federation's domestic film industry's anti-Tyranid drama, this is indeed a precedent. The desperate Kel-morian miners pointed the laser drill at the sky and hit a Federation Leviathan-class battlecruiser anchored above the mining area, causing the battleship, which was later proved to have only scratched the skin, to flee in panic. It is very difficult to install this kind of equipment on a tank while maintaining the original power, and might instead of using a small and lightweight castrated version. So we designed this tank to be quite large, comparable to a small mobile fortress. Viktor continued, it is impossible to produce too many weapons of this kind, but they are enough to penetrate the steel fortress of the Federation, the main nest of the Zerg, or the building shield of the Protoss, and play a shocking and decisive role on the battlefield. In the past 2 years, the weapons and equipment of the Revolutionary Army have been designed with the Protoss and the Zerg as the imaginary enemies. Among the many scientists who have surrendered to Augustus due to persecution by the government and the big financial groups or other reasons, some extremely amazing designs have emerged one after another. It was not Swan's idea to install the laser drill on the tank. In fact, 9 years ago, the miners of Kel-morian installed various weapons on their strange tanks. During the Kalian War, the Kel-morian Federation produced many such tanks, and some unique designs were also highly praised by the Federation soldiers. Augustus ordered the development of heavy tanks, mainly to fight against the newly emerged hybrids. Secondly, as long as such strategic weapons are in hand, it will be much easier to deal with alien threats. Well, let's see how effective it is before deciding how many to produce in the future. Augustus raised his chin to Titus. Look, boss, when has old Titus ever let you down? This is a powerful big guy, a good horse with a good saddle. The complacent old rogue said as he jumped over the grill and jumped onto the platform where the Draken siege tank was parked below. He pushed aside several mechanics beside him and jumped into the majestic tank. Oh, I love this girl. Can I take her home? This tank has domineering curves, excellent armor and a terrifyingly thick laser cannon. It is at least 4 times the size of an ordinary arc tank, just like a real steel behemoth. The tank's curved front armor plate is also equipped with long-bladed bayonets and spikes for ramming, which is specially designed to impact swarms of Zerglings. The designers were inspired by the large combine harvesters on the Edge world, and paid more attention to armor and damage caused by collision. The tank is painted in the classic Revolutionary Army red and Mengsk gold, which looks quite majestic. The biggest difference between the Draken tank and other types of tanks is that the ratio of its overly large laser cannon to the width of the vehicle is so exaggerated that the Revolutionary Army tank drivers and commanders who came to visit were very excited. Some tank soldiers who like to make dirty jokes will call it a huge root, which naturally spreads farther than its original name. Is one driver enough? This is much larger than the Arclight tank. Can you control it? Augustus looked at Viktor. The integration of modern tank operating systems is already very high, and the advanced AI system helps tank drivers deal with trivial matters. Viktor just smiled. As long as the driver has been a skilled Arclight tank driver, the rest of the matter is just to press a few control buttons and fire. When Titus started the engine, the Draken tank immediately roared like a tiger roaring in the mountains, and rushed forward with full force, scaring the tank technicians. It's a bit like that, Swan said. It's really a bull. Augustus commented. How does the armor of this tank compare to the Ultralisk? We need weapons that can fight against it on the battlefield. The armor of the Draken tank is designed based on the Ultralisk exoskeleton armor. It uses a new type of bionic alloy steel, which is lighter and stronger. Viktor replied. Okay, Titus, save your energy. Augustus was not sure if Titus in the tank could hear what he said. After all, this guy couldn't understand human words when he was excited on the battlefield. Load this car onto the ship. He looked at his mechanical watch. There's still half an hour before we start landing. If you want to go for a ride, go to the Great Plains of Brod Prime. When Titus poked his head out of the tank, the domineering tank quickly sank into the dock deck below amid the roar of chains and hydraulic equipment of the lifting platform. At the same time, the armory was still busy, and the engineers only occasionally put down their work to drink a sip of water. The oldest among them could be Augustus' grandfather, and the youngest was only 17 or 18 years old. If you want to fight a war, it is far from enough to just have an army. The people in various departments of the Revolutionary Army combined are more than the soldiers on the front line. At this time, Augustus, standing in the armory, could clearly feel that the Hyperion was shutting down its shield and making final preparations before sending ground troops. Tell the big guy that it might be a little hot in the cab. Swan suddenly remembered something. I remembered that this new tank has some minor design flaws. The air compressor and temperature control system still use the technology of the old arc light tank. Forget it, that's it. It's better for him to drive in his shorts. This is my last suggestion. Boss, the main control room is on fire again. At this time, an engineer hurried over. Soon, the cables in the armory produced bright arc flames due to overload, which meant that the equipment in certain areas must be replaced immediately, otherwise it will cause a fire or a bigger accident in a short time. What did you do again? When Swan was about to grab Augustus by the collar and scold him, Kerrigan stretched out his hand to stop him. Well, I just ordered the main gun to be used when dealing with the UED battleship in the Bronze system. Augustus knew that he had better organize his words properly, otherwise Swan would really dare to fight with his boss. Swan and Augustus have a good personal relationship, and he is also one of the few people who dare to blow his beard and glare at the Marshal. It turns out that installing the Protosarch's macrosolar engine on the Hyperion can certainly increase combat power to an incredible height, but the excessive energy greatly shortens the life of the battle cruiser's facilities. Even if it is running at the lowest power, if there is no restriction, the energy released by the sun's core is enough to electrocute the Hyperion to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. The Hyperion's energy transmission equipment has always been on the verge of overload. Once the energy output is increased, it will malfunction, and overhaul is commonplace. After the Terran Protoss recently recalled the Calais phase technicians who followed the Revolutionary Army fleet, the tasks of the Revolutionary Army engineers have become many times heavier. No matter how wealthy a family is, they are afraid of prodigals. Engineers are not omnipotent. No matter how many good things they make, they can't withstand the tossing. Swan quickly regained his composure. After all, this is not the first time this has happened. I have to say that we must replace it with a larger ship that can withstand this solar engine as soon as possible. Do you understand, prodigal son? Among human warships, the Hyperion is already considered large. Augustus sighed. How about the Zelniga transport ship dug up from air? Although that ship may be older than human history, it has no problem with withstanding the energy of the sun's core. You also said that it was a transport ship. If possible, I hope it is a Zelniga attack boat or something else ridiculously large. Otherwise, you can temporarily put it in the basement of your palace as a source of energy for the defense system. Swan spread his hands. Although it is a waste of talent, it can only be used to power a huge city now. My people have calculated that this solar core can provide continuous energy to a city as big as Tarsinus. My god, does this make sense? Do you know what this means? If you detonate it, it may really produce the same effect as a supernova explosion. He said, if you encounter an enemy you can't deal with, you can throw this thing out. Good suggestion. Augustus smiled, but soon restrained himself. But I never said I wanted to build a palace. Your troublesome brother doesn't think so. This guy has a stronger clan concept than the Kel-morians. His father Angus wants to establish a republic, and Arcturus will slap him in the face. Swan shook his head. Speaking of which, there is no difference between the Empire and the Republic. The Kel-morians never care about this. Although Augustus never expressed any opinion on this, His brother Arcturus always wanted him to become emperor and prepare to establish a parliamentary monarchy. Of course, the monarch as a head of state has the absolute right to appoint the imperial parliament. After all, in the original timeline, Arcturus did so. Arcturus has begun to build momentum among the revolutionary army. It's okay for a republic to have a lifelong ruler. If there is a lifelong ruler, it's better to be crowned emperor. Anyway, the Terrans don't have much reaction. An emperor can calm people in the marginal world. Okay, I have to go fix the main control console. Forgive my irritability just now. Some people here have even worked for 20 hours straight. There is really no one left to bother you. Swan picked up his wrench again. After the war is over, I will give you all a long vacation. Augustus said. Forget it, you said the same thing last time. I don't expect you to do it this time. For a leader, breaking a promise is a terrible thing. Swan quickly left with Viktor Kaksinski. Just show us what the world you promised is like, and these old men, and young women will be satisfied. How are the troops preparing for the landing mission? Augustus was silent for a while, and then asked Kerrigan. All landing troops have boarded the ship, and are just waiting for the fleet to clear a landing area. Kerrigan shook her red hair, that looked dry due to being too busy. According to reports from our agents in the city of Bront Prime, they have discovered some strange phenomena in the city. Strange noises have been heard in many UED camps, and many citizens claim that they have seen similar monsters in their nightmares. The number of mentally ill patients is hundreds of times higher than usual. I suspect that there may be hybrids on this planet as well. Chapter 481 Battle of Bront Prime. When the first group of colonists arrived at Bront Prime, they found that the planet was more suitable for human habitation than the results of exploration and calculation. The colonists named it a feminine name, humbly hoping that it would be as tolerant as a mother to people from afar. This is a rocky land planet with a mineral-rich surface. Just in the habitable zone of its star system, 77% of Bront's area is covered by a vast blue ocean. An atmosphere bounded by 0.98 standard gravity is occasionally observed to be affected by storms caused by solar wind and magnetic fields, but it is not enough to bring major natural disasters to major settlements. Several inverted triangle continents and scattered islands are located in the tropics and temperate zones. They are significantly affected by the temperate marine climate and temperate monsoon climate. They are warm and humid all year round, with an average temperature between 24 degrees and 28 degrees. The oxygen content of the atmosphere is about 33%, and fires are frequent in the equatorial region, where the sun is directly shining. Bront rotates longer than Tarsinus, with a very low axial inclination, and the difference between the four seasons is not obvious. Its orbital period is also close to 1 year, but it is a dozen days shorter. 2 bright satellites provide stable tides. Its land is covered with dense vegetation and a large number of ancient biotolith. The environment is similar to the Carboniferous period of the Earth. The whole Bront is full of vitality. Such a planet is quite rare in the Kaprulu sector, where habitable planets are rare. It is really a gift to the Terran humans, who are used to the world of poverty, bad water and ice and fire. After Bront was discovered, the subsequent colonization movement also received a positive response. A large number of people from Tarsinus and other worlds immediately came to this dream paradise with their only property. The colonies and cities of the Terran Federation are mainly concentrated on a narrow continent called Heimdall, with a population of about 900 million. The most important local festivals are the Holy Spirit Festival and the Harvest Festival. Fireworks, dehumidifying peppers and wine are in high demand among the Bront people. When the Ka Revolutionary Army recaptured Bront in the name of Terran humans, the development of this world had stagnated, and even showed signs of decline due to years of war. Since the Guild War, economic recession has been a common phenomenon in the world of Terran Federation. Only those planets that are far away from the battlefield and have developed foreign trade such as arms have been able to flourish. As one of the earliest main star worlds to form the Terran Federation, the Bront people have a stable life and the unemployment rate is within a controllable range. On worlds such as Turisis II and Linksha 0, starvation is common. In the most tragic marginal star regions, according to a reporter who has been fired by UN for broadcasting false news, entire cities have died of hunger and the rampant alien virus. The bodies of the dead were stacked up like firewood, and then liquid high-energy gas was poured on them and burned. During the Kel-morian War, the Bront economy was still booming. Despite this, the life of the Bront people has not been easy in recent years. The invasion of alien insects changed all this forever. Bront turned out to be a world very similar to Korhal IV, with a highly independent colonial government, a wealthy life for the people, a high level of education, a high cultural development index, and a strong demand for independent politics. Augustus Mengsk was wearing a golden red Marshal's Guard officer uniform with a brown black fur cloak draped over his back. While scooping up a handful of water from the trickling river outside the town of Harland, he said to Augustus Mengsk standing beside him, "I have not been to this planet, but I heard that Bront has always been a world with comfortable and stable life. Many mercenaries, private security, bandits and pirates who lived a life of blood and swords in their early years, after accumulating enough wealth, would like to either lose everything in the private casinos of the Bacchus satellite, or go to a highly developed and safe planet like Bront. But now it seems that Bront has nothing to do with happiness and stability." Augustus's eyes fell on a Revolutionary Army relief distribution station on the other side of the stream, watching many people with sallow faces and sparse and dull hair receiving bread and sausages. A few hundred yards away, a field kitchen opened with a high-energy gas stove was still cooking vegetable soup and macaroni with milk for the children, and the green military tents guarded by the revolutionary soldiers were filled with supply boxes. Under the leadership of Augustus, the revolutionary soldiers who had the dream of revolution did their best to help others with a broad mind of Terran nationalism and compassion for the world. Such soldiers inspired by spiritual power are the backbone of the Revolutionary Army, and such people are too rare in the Federal Army. Augustus always put the people's hearts on his lips, and believed that the people are the cornerstone of all regimes. The Revolutionary Army is indeed almost the only army that will lend a hand to civilians. In this regard, the Terran Federation is not even better than some gangs and bandit organizations on the marginal world. Not far away is the wreckage of a town, surrounded by some tattered tents and repaired high walls. The damage to the town buildings is quite serious. It was almost razed to the ground, leaving only the ruins of the most solid buildings. The pristeel brackets are like bronze skeletons that are crumbling in the warm and humid wind. Bront is one of the few planets that has been invaded by alien insects, but such destruction does not seem to be left by them. Generally speaking, the Zerg will hunt, capture and infect every creature and building they encounter, but they will not bulldoze cities. Cities destroyed by the Zerg are more like rotten fruit or a mouthful of dirt on the gums, covered with a sticky fungal blanket composed of countless blood vessels. This is obviously the trace left by human bombers. Augustus learned from local residents that when the Zerg first invaded Bront, the Federation army of the planet destroyed all the outlying towns that they thought might be infected by the Zerg. After the traces of the Zerg left on Bront Prime were completely cleared, Bront was attacked again by the UED Expeditionary Force before it had time to rebuild the city. A few years ago, the Bront people were still living a prosperous life. Sarah Carrigan always stayed in the position closest to Augustus, compared with Antigua. This place is simply a paradise on Earth. This red-haired female ghost is an extremely threatening person. As early as the age of 16, Carrigan could kill a whole room of people with just a pistol and a dagger. As she grew older, her psychic power has exceeded the limits of what ordinary people can recognize. Now Carrigan can already pinch the sniper bullet fired at Augustus with just her mind and send it back into the barrel intact. It was not only the Zerg and the Earthlings who defeated the Bront. In this process, the greedy Terran Federation and the creation family behind them also played an indispensable role. Augustus Mengsk's understanding of the humanities, politics, and development prospects of each planet in the Federation is extremely clear, which mainly comes from his keen vision and profound knowledge in politics. Do you know why Terradex went from a thriving new world to the property of the creation family? The federal government first used economic intervention to guide Terrad's economy toward collapse, then lent a large amount of money to local companies and even civilians, and then took control of the entire planet. Arcturus said, "This is just one of their ways to make money. All smart colonial parliaments should understand that, if they do not implement trade protection policies and increase tariffs, then this planet will sooner or later become a dumping market for Tarsinus's goods, and the emerging young local companies will be defeated in a short time. Unfortunately, unless the federal governor there is really a waste who can only make money, or the planet itself is as worthless as Mars Era, otherwise they will only become a factor that hinders the development of the settlement. Just when Bront Prime was attacked by alien insects, the federal government and the creation family of Tarsinus were taking the opportunity to recruit local companies and make money. Augustus found that there was no need for him to search carefully, and there was black material about the Terran Federation everywhere. No wonder so few people hold so much wealth, and these people are still trying their best to exploit and oppress. Therefore, we must not tolerate these creation families. He looked at the devastated town. After dealing with the UED, we have to deal with the remnants of the Federation. The news that the main fleet of the UED Expeditionary Force was almost annihilated in Char has not spread in the Kaprulu sector. Its current Supreme Commander Stukov has obviously blocked all the news to avoid greatly affecting the morale of the remaining troops. Augustus wisely used the intelligence advantage in his hands and used all possible means to spread the unmistakable evidence on the planets controlled by the UED. This hit the morale of the UED defenders to a certain extent, but it also made the remaining Federation forces begin to rise up and have the confidence to make a comeback. Speaking of which, since Augustus declared war on the UED armed thugs attacking the Antigua starport, the Revolutionary Army quickly seized 17 planets from Stukov. Currently, only 5 main star worlds including Bront and 8 secondary core worlds are still under the control of the Earthlings. The communication jammers brought by the UED also became less effective after Augustus activated some of the Protoss communication technology. Based on his fear of the Earthlings' information network technology, Augustus also ordered to further increase the data network security level and reduce the use of AI. Faced with the rapid offensive of the Revolutionary Army, the resistance and counterattack of the UED planets were almost negligible, and some planets were even successfully captured at the cost of only a few officers injured. The officers under Augustus, who held cautious views, could not believe it, as they always believed that the Earthlings had other trump cards. If it were not for the news that the UED was still strengthening the defense of Tarsinus, Augustus could almost be sure that Stukov himself had left there. At present, the Revolutionary Army has controlled all the shipping hub planets except Tarsinus. Multiple fleets are approaching and surrounding the main core worlds from all directions. More and more Revolutionary Army believe that the UED is doomed to fail. The leaders, led by Augustus, are still warning their subordinates not to underestimate the enemy. Even though the UED has lost most of its fleet, Alexei Stukov is still an extremely difficult opponent. Where have our troops advanced to? Augustus saw another whole Revolutionary Army motorcycle company passing by on the other side. The vulture car with the golden and red Revolutionary Army flag in the backseat was speeding towards the distance. 90% of the land on the surface of Bront is covered with dense vegetation. The dense green forests are dotted with emerald-like lakes. Therefore, most cities and towns are built by water and connected by developed forest train tracks. In order to avoid affecting the migration of local biomes, most of these train tracks are elevated network roads suspended above the forest, and it is almost impossible to move in the lush vegetation below. This created a special scene, that is, in the Battle of Bront, the control of the transportation network was very important. The competition for the hubs was very fierce, and the air battles were quite frequent and fierce. When facing the Valkyrie frigates of the UED Expeditionary Force, the Revolutionary Army fighters could only use mobility to temporarily avoid the edge. The 2nd Armored Group has advanced to the Sunset Fortress outside Bront Garden. Its 2 wings are the Korhal Legion and the 1st Serra Assault Army, commanded by Marshal Horace Warfield himself. Carrigan replied, "The Sunset Fortress is a product of the early colonial period, mainly to deal with the dangerous large predators of Bront. During the Total War, it quickly transformed from a low fortress to a magnificent fortress, made of fine steel. Now it is used against us." Augustus nodded. "An isolated fortress is insignificant. The most important thing is how many hybrids there are in Bront Garden. There are civilians who are held hostage by the UED. If we have to fight in the city, innocent people will inevitably be hurt. In Arcturus' eyes, this fortress is just a target for testing new weapons. In fact, this is exactly the case. The Sunset Fortress can still be seen at this location in Augustus with the help of a sophisticated optical telescope. It is shaped like a solitary peak with a pointed bamboo shoot, and has a built-in physics laboratory and a Hurricane nuclear missile silo. It is a truly strategic location. However, Brondt's UED army does not have many people to guard it. According to reliable intelligence, there is only one artillery battalion and several marine companies belonging to different warships guarding the fortress, and the rest are local Earth puppet troops. Brondt was once a developed and wealthy world. The locals have always lived in a relatively affluent and stable environment, and their enthusiasm for joining the army is not very high. It is predictable what kind of people the UED recruits on this planet. Office workers, newly graduated students, or unemployed young people who spend their time in cafes. These people are not very willing to fight against the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Earthlings are not worth their lives. Only those who are crazy about the Earth culture are still swearing to fight, because they believe that, even if the expeditionary force is defeated in the end, they can still get the opportunity to immigrate to the solar system. Although Augustus believes that anyone with a rational mind should give up this stupid fantasy. Is Titus in place? The Draken drill can completely drill through the iron wall of the fortress. It is a powerful weapon for siege. Augustus regarded Titus as a humanoid weapon. This old rogue deserves such praise. The Draken drill needs several hours to prepare before it can fire at full power, but Swan has greatly shortened this preparation time. The current defect is that it is not durable enough, and the energy is also a problem. At this time, a very thick bright orange laser pulse beam appeared on the horizon, like the death finger of Brondt's golden sun. Augustus could almost imagine Titus's signature groaning and barking laughter. Augustus, the Amerigo science ship just sent back a message that a UED fleet has left Tarsinus. They remotely observed the traces left by those warships when they opened the hyperspace channel. Carrigan received a message from the headquarters and immediately reported to Augustus. We attacked Brondt, and they couldn't wait. Arcturus smiled as expected. This planet is very important to Stukov. It's not known what they are going for yet. Augustus hummed, maybe to retrieve Jared Duga's body, but even Jim couldn't find it. He speculated, be careful, they may want to raid the planet behind us to limit supplies. Order the remaining troops to be vigilant. No one knows what Stukov is planning. Chapter 482, Liberator of Brondt Prime. The defenders of Sunset Fortress were much more tenacious than expected, but they still fell that day. The empty town ruins around the fortress were almost razed to the ground, with destroyed bunkers and tank wreckage smoldering in flames everywhere. In this battle, the new tank Draken siege tank driven by Lieutenant Titus Findlay made its debut, and was a great success. Lieutenant Titus operated a large caliber laser pulse cannon, and penetrated the 8-foot thick pristine and aluminum walls of Sunset Fortress in just half a minute, and then carved flowers on the majestic fortress wall with surgical precision. On the same day, Marshal Augustus Mengsk issued an order to attack Brondt Garden, the capital city of Brondt Prime. The order clearly stated that Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron and Gregory Rexon's Omega Squadron Air Force Wing would carry out strategic bombing missions to destroy the city's few anti-aircraft weapons and major military facilities. Jackson Holler's Nova Squadron Psychic Special Forces and Alpha Squadron Airborne Forces will seize the city's firepower points, followed by the general offensive launched by Lundstein's army group. At the same time, cities across Brondt Prime were captured one after another, and the Revolutionary Army entered the city without encountering any obstacles. In many areas, the Revolutionary Army soldiers were warmly welcomed by the Brondt people. The enthusiastic Brondt citizens lined the streets to welcome the Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing power armor, holding electromagnetic rifles, and carrying rockets on their shoulders. In order to be able to see the heroic figures of the soldiers, the fathers in the crowd held their children high above their heads, and the women presented flowers and kisses. All crops that were crushed must be compensated at twice the market price, and the political commissars and officers in the army must apologize in person. The roads damaged by tanks must be repaired with funds. This is the order of Marshal Augustus's headquarters. Every revolutionary soldier should remember that we are standing on our own land, and not a single blade of grass or tree is allowed to be trampled at will. Augustus was standing on a road in the countryside of Bront, with a command vehicle parked beside him. A brigade of the Revolutionary Marine Corps was riding a colonial armored personnel carrier and marching quickly on the road. On one side of the road was a green sweet cornfield, and on the other side was a sparsely populated village. The weather was sunny and the wind was gentle. The large purple and orange windmills were spectacular, casting rotating shadows on the ground. The cool air was filled with the pungent smell of crushed vegetation. This place is about 120 miles away from the Bront Garden City area, and the terrain is mainly large farmland for cultivating cash crops. Farmers in the area use automatic irrigation pumps, combine harvesters, and drones to plant rice and soybeans, with the output mainly meeting local demand. Most of the powerful Federation planets are self-sufficient, which means they are not easily controlled by others. But when Augustus arrived here by car, most of the farmland had been abandoned, and large tracts of fertile land were overgrown with weeds. It is no wonder that people have starved to death on Bront Prime, which has never experienced famine. Bront is full of corruption, and its governor is a brutal character who levies heavy taxes and collects money. The planetary senate is also corrupted by money. With his help, the federal government and the creation family have accumulated a lot of wealth on this planet. This situation is numerous throughout the Terran Federation world. There are many honest federal officials, but they usually cannot hold high positions. Augustus is standing here because he learned that Titus finally drove a Draken laser tank into the cornfield. This was mainly because the oil consumption of this oil-guzzling monster was really amazing, and Titus was driving at full speed, so the fuel trucks were not always able to keep up in time. That would have been fine, but Titus then ran into the village's high-energy gas station to steal oil. If it weren't for the loud noise of the Draken laser tank, he would have almost succeeded. After being caught by the local militia, Titus refused to plead guilty because he did pay. Although it was far from enough, he also wrote an IOU in the name of the Revolutionary Army. Now, the huge land tank is lying quietly in the field. Titus himself is only wearing a pair of colorful boxer shorts and sitting on the hot hood of the car drinking cold beer, watching the busy mechanics repairing the tank. Facing Titus, Augustus no longer has much desire to be angry. He waved his hand and demoted Titus's rank by 1 level. After all, Augustus promoted him just to make it easier to demote him. This guy made a mistake. Beating and scolding him is useless because Titus has no shame. Demotion is also useless because he only wants to enjoy the benefits of promotion and wealth without taking responsibility. However, this punishment can still intimidate others. In this world, Augustus can't find a person exactly like Titus Finley. This person is not ignorant of reason, nor is he a vicious thug or a stupid barbarian. He is just an egoist who follows his desires. Titus can never be without himself in his heart. He is a bad guy, but not completely bad. It seems that the people of Earth are not popular here either. Augustus looked at the dilapidated village and the slogans covered by graffiti at the entrance of the village. He could still vaguely see the slogan of overthrowing the tyranny of the Earth. The Earthlings came to conquer the Korhal sector and bring it under the rule of the Solar Empire, not to bring prosperity and peace here. These idiots just don't understand that the Earth Federation is in trouble, so how can it care about us 60,000 light years away? Augustus Mengsk regarded the Earthlings as enemies no less than the Zergan Protoss, and believed that, once the Earth mobilized the power of their huge colonies, the human forces in the Korhal sector would be difficult to resist even if they united. There is no evidence yet that this expeditionary force is just the only military force that the Earth will send. Augustus was not very optimistic about the situation. We cannot let any UED expeditionary force escape back to Earth and bring news of failure. Augustus has the wolf-like cunning, ferocity and suspicion of the Mengsk family in his bones. Even the threat from far away makes him feel uneasy. He prefers to directly deal with the threat, rather than waiting for trouble to come. Of course, the way to eliminate the threat of Zergan Protoss once and for all is to completely destroy them, and the same applies to dealing with the Earthlings. Unfortunately, the Korhal sector is now in the midst of war, and the Terran humans have also fallen apart. Counterattacking the Earth is nothing but a pipe dream. The generals under Augustus all believed that losing such a large expeditionary force might cause serious damage to the Earth, but it would not cause them to suffer a great loss of strength. Actors, have you already determined that the UED expeditionary force will definitely fail? Augustus laughed dumbly. We will only be able to repel the invasion of the Earthlings when Alexei Stukov surrenders. I have never had any doubts about the fact that we will definitely win in the end. Arcturus said, it is with this belief that I have persisted until now. I have never failed, except for the issue of Valerian's education. Augustus' words were somewhat dissatisfied. Arcturus had been trying to avoid the fact that he had a son. Therefore, compared to his serious and always demanding father, Valerian was closer to his uncle who never concealed his love for his nephew. Arcturus always told his son Valerian that he had to become stronger if he wanted to wield a sword flexibly and fire every bullet from a pistol accurately, but he was too thin, and Augustus would say that he had to become a great man in thought. Edmund Duke's headquarters just reported that the airborne assault troops of Alpha Squadron have taken control of the Brandgarten Central Airport, and the Blood Eagle Marines have successfully defeated the defense forces in the city and are besieging the city government and the Senate building. Sarah Carrigan said to Augustus when Arcturus was about to say something. It seems that Duke has done a great deed again. Well, a few medals and military commendations are enough to make this guy happy. This was within Augustus's expectations, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly. This is exactly Duke's reporting style of seeking credit and reward. Although he would not be so shameless as to take all the credit of the friendly forces, don't expect to see any words about other troops in the report, as if General Duke single-handedly defeated the entire UED expeditionary force. Didn't you encounter any decent resistance? Intelligence from various sources indicated that the UED expeditionary force in Brandgarten was probably less than 120,000, of which only less than 25,000 were Earth soldiers from the Earth United Council. The rest were either the original Terran Federation garrisons or the civilian militias temporarily recruited. The main force of Bronze UED was mainly concentrated in the fleet in orbit. After the Guard fleet was completely defeated by the Revolutionary fleet, the fall of this planet was only a matter of time. The Terran troops that were incorporated were already lax in training and had almost no combat effectiveness. They were even less likely to be the opponents of the Revolutionary Army, which had fought Zerg and Protoss many times and even won. If Augustus had not been concerned about the casualties of civilians in the city, the Revolutionary Army would have taken Brandgarten on the first day with its absolute superiority and ground force advantage and brought. The propaganda offensive has worked. The resistance of the defenders in the city is quite passive. Carrigan shook her long red hair that swayed like flames. What about the hybrids? Arcturus asked. If I had a secret weapon that could make the final decision, I would not hide it. As for the hybrids, several forces have claimed that they have found them in the city. Carrigan replied, no further reports yet. With Augustus dropping leaflets and videotapes several days in advance, the news that the main force of the UED expeditionary force was annihilated in Char had spread uncontrollably in the city and also affected the UED defenders in the city. Although they were not aware of the Black Flag plan formulated by the Earth United Council before departure, and did not receive the news that Marshal Duga led the main fleet to Char. If there was no such change, then why did the support not arrive when the Revolutionary Army besieged Bront Prime for many days? If the UED expeditionary force still had enough troops, they could complete the counter-encirclement of the Revolutionary Army fleet outside the Bront system, but the actual situation was not the case. The hybrid is one of the most terrifying creatures to date. This monster will bring unimaginable casualties to our warriors. We must not take it lightly. Augustus said with a serious expression. Only the anti-psychic forces and the psychic special forces of the Nova Squadron can deal with this monster. All other troops must avoid direct combat with it. The mere appearance of monster like a hybrid by the side of humans will cause them to have inexplicable fear and anxiety, and even mental breakdown. In contrast, only the powerful high-level Templars of the Protoss can have a similar impact on humans. Fortunately, the Protoss will also provide us with help. Augustus said, Protoss Executor Artemis has left the Ark, and personally led the most powerful warriors of the Protoss to land in Bront to help us deal with the hybrid. Augustus had already learned from Artanas that Shakirus had been attacked, and the humiliating news that the current Archbishop of Durham, Rashiga, had disappeared was even worse. At this time, the Darum Protus of Shakirus was leaderless. The Nerazim Protus and Ea Protus, who had already disagreed and had many conflicts, fought on their own and were unable to eliminate the Zerg that invaded Shakirus for a while. To Augustus's surprise, even in this situation, Artanas, the Protus executive who commanded the Archship Spear of Adun to come to support the human revolutionary army, did not betray his promise. On the one hand, this was because the Protus valued promises as honor and life, and the hybrids were really a thorn in their throats. On the other hand, it was also a direct order from the new Darum Archbishop. Tacitus, the senior executive of the Darum expedition, returned to Shakirus in time, was ordered to turn the tide, temporarily took over the post of Archbishop, and stabilize the crisis situation, and once again stood at the forefront of saving the Protus. Tacitus also announced that he would definitely find Archbishop Rassigul at all costs, and for this, he received the support of both Shakirus and Ea Protus. Tacitus, the new Archbishop of Durham, ordered the Spear of Adun to return to Shakirus immediately to defend their homeland, but also ordered Executor Artanas to lead a corps of zealots to stay and continue to help Augustus. Because Tacitus believed that the Overmind's escape from Char and the invasion of Shakirus were all related to the dark truth behind the hybrid, and he also believed that the humans led by Augustus would become allies of the Protus of Durham. In this case, Artanas, the Protus executor who believed that his mission was important, did not dare to slack off and personally led the Templar and Dark Templar to fight against the hybrid. Marshal, General Duke called and asked to talk to you directly. At this time, a command officer walked out of the command vehicle next to him with a radio communication device in his hand. I'm Duke. The people of Alpha Squadron found several psychic transmitters in the city center of Bron Garden. I can assure you, Marshal, the Earthlings want the bugs to deal with us. Duke's lazy and harsh voice came immediately from the other end. Psychic transmitter Augustus did not expect the UED to do this. If the psionic emitter can attract a large number of Zerg, then Stukov can indeed fish in troubled waters. No matter how you look at it now, the Revolutionary Army has a great advantage. The intervention of foreign forces is enough to make this human civil war a mess, and only by disrupting the stalemate can Stukov have a chance to turn the tables. But there is not even a bug within a few hundred light years. Kerrigan smiled with her red lips. There are a lot of flies and mosquitoes. Chapter 483, The Conspiracy of the Second and Fifth Brother Nerid. Bron Garden is undoubtedly the political and economic center of Bron Prime, with a dense population and developed industry. In less than 20 years, the city has completed the transformation from a small colonist settlement to a super metropolis, and has been developing and expanding since then. The raw materials of the entire planet and more than 10 other mining planets and newly established colonies are gathered here. Metallurgy, forging, manufacturing machinery. The products are exported to the world of the Terran Federation. It is the most important industrial base besides Tarsinus. Under the bright blue-gray high-rise buildings with steel and glass luster, there are large areas of gray metal buildings and bright lights that are connected to the soil. Tens of millions of flying cars, suspended airships and spaceships are bustling, and large transport ships carrying goods and raw materials are rising and falling. This city is like an isolated island made of steel blue and steel gray on the broad green plains of Bront. If you want to dominate the Kaprulu Star Zone, Bront Prime is crucial. At this moment, in the wet morning fog in the center of Bron Garden, the surging crowd is like a towering building complex that can't be seen at a glance. There was a great noise everywhere, and the ecstatic crowd waved homemade red revolutionary flags, sprayed with the golden star symbol of revolution. 10 minutes ago, the Revolutionary Army Marshal Augustus Mengsk had delivered a speech in the Senate chamber of Bron Garden. Facing the seats of the chamber full of revolutionary soldiers and dozens of holographic projection cameras, he announced to the world, Bron Prime has been liberated by him, and from now on, the Terrans no longer have to be enslaved by the evil Earth, and it is natural to preserve their own culture and language. This speech was then projected on huge holographic screens and billboards in the city centers of major cities on Bront Prime, and spread to the world, controlled by the Revolutionary Army at a very fast speed. As early as when Marshal Augustus signed the peace treaty with the Earthlings, wise analysts pointed out that this false peace would not last long. The three parties, the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the old Terran Federation and the UED invaders, could not maintain a stable balance, and they were destined to compete for a final winner. However, none of them expected that this treaty would only take effect for less than 2 standard weeks. Today, the people of Bront regard Augustus's Revolutionary Army as the liberators of freedom. Before the Revolutionary Army won an exciting and comprehensive victory in Bront, the Bront people were still looking forward to the return of the Terran Federation, but now they have already thrown the Federation aside. As a hero praised by the people of Bront, Augustus had already left the Senate and set off for a UED scientific station built on the edge of the city, leaving the official spokesman of the Revolutionary Army to deal with the excited people. This is mainly because Arcturus and others believe that showing up on a newly returned planet will give UED or Federation assassins an opportunity to take advantage of it. Although Augustus believes that he does not have to worry about assassination under the protection of Carrigan and the Dark Templar, he does not think that now is the time to celebrate the victory with the people. Under strict protection, Augustus took a Bravo Wraith fighter equipped with a stealth module to an abandoned UED scientific station. This is a pyramid-shaped building with a convex curved facade. It originally belonged to Bront's Terran Federation Research Institute. It has a solid frame, vertical walls and an egg-shaped elliptical dome. The outer shell is welded with silver and ivory aluminum and synthetic steel shells, which emit a shining light in the dim light of the morning. The science station is a highly confidential research facility of the Terran Federation. It has high-precision equipment including high-energy particle accelerators and quantum colliders. According to the statistics of the Revolutionary Army alone, there are a large number of scientists who are forced to work for the Federation in each Terran Federation science station. At the same time, the science station is also a large-scale building with a large area and complete living facilities. The length of the corridor's connected end to end alone is more than 6 miles. In the science station, countless scientists live in isolation, working hard day and night to develop more powerful weapons and defense systems, so as to make up for the scientific and technological gap with alien races such as the Protoss, and eliminate the internal rebellion and the terrorist threat of the Zerg. Every time the Revolutionary Army captured a federal research facility like this, they would release the scientists there, allowing them to return to their long-lost hometowns and meet their families who thought they had been killed. However, these scientific research facilities would never be wasted. Many scientists rescued by the Revolutionary Army continued to conduct their original research in them, and their treatment was completely different from the past. This UED scientific station was heavily guarded, and the Revolutionary Army soldiers armed with live ammunition guarded it. If it were not for the prevention of UED invading the security network, there would be a large number of spider-type self-destructing robots and mechanical dogs controlled by AI. Artemis, the executive officer of the Terran Protoss, has been waiting for you for a long time. A Revolutionary Army scientist named Adam was waiting for Augustus at the door of the scientific station, followed by some excited or restrained young researchers, who were rarely seen by both Protoss and Revolutionary Army marshals. Thank you for your hard work, Doctor. Augustus had some impression of this scientist. The other party was originally an aerodynamicist on the planet Linksha 0, dedicated to developing aircraft that could safely travel in the storms condensed on the 2 vast oceans of his homeland. When the Revolutionary Army arrived on this planet, Adam chose to leave his homeland and work for Augustus. Now, he is engaged in research related to the development of a new main interstellar fighter of the Revolutionary Army. Under the guidance of Dr. Adam, Augustus was able to enter the interior of this magnificent alloy steel and glass building. The interior of the scientific station is completely a practical steel structure, without any magnificent or elegant design. Even the carpet on the ground is a featureless blue-gray color with only numbers and logos on it. One corridor connects to another, winding around a large number of rooms, which are so regular that they seem to be spliced together from container sections. Many elevators, ventilation ducts and pale white lights are the most common things Augustus has seen. Only the white dove-shaped logo of the Revolutionary Army Scientific Research Institution, which symbolizes freedom and spreads its wings, can dispel the inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Finally, Augustus met the long-awaited Protoss executor Artemis in a laboratory in the center of the scientific station, as well as two huge cryogenic tubes that were holding hybrid monsters and several psychic transmitters that had been turned off. Although Stukov had planned everything, he had never expected that the Zerg on Char had already followed the Overmind and left. But if these powerful psychic devices were left alone, accidents would happen. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, this may be the first time we have actually captured a living hybrid. Protoss executor Artemis wore a simple white gold armor and a special robe made of soft woven fabric on his body, emitted light between blue, gold and green. Although it has appeared many times, there are very few hybrids that can be captured alive. After death, they will all turn into ashes without exception, just like the Dark Templar will return to the embrace of the void after death. The same is true for the hybrids that appeared on Char. Before the Protoss tried to capture them, these monsters disappeared in the cold twilight. These two hybrids are some unfinished experiments in this UED scientific station, and they are obviously special species different from the known individuals. One of them has hundreds of tentacles with spikes on the back, and the other has 3 pairs of huge claws like crab claws. In the transparent glass cryogenic tube, the evil and hideous monster was floating in it, with its insect-like multi-segmented appendages hanging down. Any human who saw such a strange scene would have their hair stand on end and shudder, including Augustus. On both sides of the giant cryogenic tube stood several Protoss Templars holding solar-powered battle axes. They were warriors from the golden age of the Protoss Empire brought by Artemis to deal with the hybrids, and they also used advanced ancient weapons. This is a real beast. Just looking at it makes my heart beat. Arcturus did not hide his disgust for the hybrids. Of course, that was more for the Protoss to see. Arcturus did not think that the hybrids were such hateful monsters. If they could really be controlled, they would undoubtedly be a magical weapon that could be used against the Protoss and the Zerg. He believed that the greatest enemies of the Mengsk dynasty and even mankind have always been the Protoss and the Zerg. Arcturus deeply agreed with the truth that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. From the report Jim Raynor sent back from Char, hybrids are much more effective than psionic jammers in dealing with Zerg. At the same time, Arcturus also believes that Augustus can use hybrids to deal with the Protoss, but he cannot do without them. I really don't know what kind of evil person created this monster. Compared with hybrids, Zerg are just well-behaved little animals. Kerrigan stood behind Augustus with her hands behind her back, just like an ordinary VIP security guard. Only you would think that Zerg are harmless animals. Augustus looked at Artemis. Thank you for your support, respected Executive Artemis. This is what the Protoss should do. Artemis' voice appeared directly in Augustus' mind. The Protoss is a poetic race that communicates through thoughts. They never speak. The voices in the human mind come from the neural conflicts caused by psionic energy in their brains and the imagination based on this. Marshal, this scientific station contains many technologies brought by the UED Expeditionary Force, including nanomedical technology and cluster rocket technology. Dr. Adams said to Augustus, it also contains the navigation log of the UED fleet. Usually, important scientific research facilities of the Terran Federation, such as scientific ships and scientific stations, store a large amount of research data. After the UED seized the scientific station, they also replaced its database with their own. Is there any information on how to make a hybrid? Arcturus asked casually. It must be destroyed immediately. Such a sin must not be allowed to remain in the world. Artemis said immediately. Of course it must be destroyed. This is too evil. Arcturus said that he just wanted to ask for Augustus. No, it seems that this is a top secret that few people know. However, this scientific station records some images of the UED discovering the Blaxis hybrid laboratory. Dr. Adams said, combined with the interrogation and mind reading of some UED scientists at the scientific station, we can know that after the UED Expeditionary Force captured the Terran Federation border planet Blaxis, it discovered a laboratory engaged in genetic hybrid research in its cold polar desert. Admiral Duga, the expeditionary marshal, thought it was too dangerous and wanted to burn it down, while Lieutenant General Stukov, who served as a technical officer, believed that this kind of creature could greatly help them fight against the Protoss and Zerg. After that, Lieutenant General Stukov hired Dr. Nerad, a local of Blaxis who was very knowledgeable about the physiology of the Protoss and Zerg, to continue the experiment. Then who is the owner of this hybrid laboratory? Augustus thought to himself that Nerad was still a thief with deep tricks. It was a former federal scientist who shot himself before the laboratory was occupied by the UED army. Dr. Adam said, "How dare they use this kind of thing that has unknown origins and is so weird?" Augustus frowned. When the UED expeditionary force first arrived in the Kaprulu sector, they must have discovered that the situation here was far less optimistic than what the Earth United Council said before departure. It was reasonable for Duga and Stukov to place their hopes on this kind of non-Earth native weapon with significant effects. However, Augustus clearly remembered that the hybrid was made by Terran, that is, Nerad, combined with the mysterious man found on Luria IV before. Nerad seemed to be deliberately creating an open villain, but pretending to be a bystander. Unfortunately, there is only one person in this universe who regards every move of Nerad as a clown's trick, and that is Augustus. Because in Augustus' eyes, when Nerad used the two aliases of Terran and Nerad, he was already exposed. At the beginning, they used the experimental subjects in the Blaxis hybrid laboratory, so they behaved extremely violently and uncontrollably during the Battle of Tarsinus. Dr. Adam continued, but later, Dr. Nerad improved the genetic defects of the hybrids, making them more controllable. He said, in order to help Dr. Nerad complete his research, the UED provided him with a lot of funds, biotechnology and advanced laboratories. That's why Char's hybrids are more controllable. Arcturus nodded. This Dr. Nerad is a talent. He was able to complete the improvement in such a short time. Considering that he was most likely forced to join the UED by the Earthlings, it is not unforgivable. This is very strange. In the view of our Calais scientists, this extremely advanced biotechnology is difficult even for the Protoss to understand. How could humans? Artemis expressed his doubts and explained, I don't have any prejudice against human wisdom. Well, I've met this Dr. Nerad. He deserves such an evaluation from the Protoss. Augustus thought, if he had the chance, he would catch Nerad and get some knowledge of the Zelniga from him. This guy, the only remaining incarnation of the Zelniga in the real world, may be more valuable than he lets on. Knowledge is priceless. His schedule is totally messed up. Let's see if I can get it back. Chapter 484. Monsters from Korhal are heading towards the core world. The Nidhogg system, the Black Dragon in Norse mythology, the last few pieces of the puzzle on Stukov's line of defense. On the magnificent bridge of the Hyperion, Augustus Mengsk, the deputy chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army who was most trusted by Marshal Augustus, pointed out sharply, Stukov doesn't expect this system to withstand our offensive. There is no barrier in Tarsinus that can stop the fleet from advancing directly, unless the Earthlings bring space-based equipment that can interfere with the subspace jump. On the star chart table of the Hyperion Bridge, the galaxy map of the Nidhogg system has already appeared. In the background of the blue-purple nebula, multiple planets with different compositions orbit the central red star to form a stable galaxy. This galaxy has a stable and long-lived red dwarf star that emits red light, and its brightness is only 1/15,000 of that of the Sun. Nidhogg is the only habitable planet in this galaxy, and it is anchored by the powerful tidal force of the star in this galaxy. This has created a rare spectacle that is rarely seen in other Federation worlds. One side is always facing the Sun, while the other side is always in darkness. Immigrants can only build their homes in the habitable zone between the sun and the dark. However, even in the habitable zone, the environment is not comfortable. Nidhogg is full of swamps and miasma, mosquitoes breed on the surface, and it is shrouded in fog. It has never been the first choice for immigrants. The reason why Nidhogg is a very important world is that the third planet in this galaxy, Nidhogg III, has rich crystal ore and high energy gas resources. The resource reserves are so large that the major mining companies of the Terran human race have fought for ownership. Behind it, there is also the shadow of the Tarsinus creation family. But Stukov believes that we will still stay here. Augustus was holding a cup of quick ground coffee in his hand, and he kept highly concentrated by constantly consuming caffeine. In late September of 2493, as the Revolutionary Army landed on Bront Prime, the remnants of the UED led by Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov lost more planets one after another. As the situation became clearer, the guerrillas, rebels and militias in the UED-ruled areas were also inspired by the victory of the Revolutionary Army, and they harassed major transportation hubs and outposts more frequently. Even the Tarsanists were looking forward to the return of the Revolutionary Army. The high morale of the Revolutionary Army reached its peak. Everyone believed that the final victory was within reach, and this ups and downs of the revolution would usher in its end after its climax. A civil war is breaking out on Nidhogg III. Pirates, mercenaries and large private security companies have intervened in the war. I heard that even the Kel-morians want a piece of the pie. Augustus said, "It is no surprise that this important world that once belonged to the Terrans must also belong to the new Terran human regime. Anyone and any force that wants to split and steal the property of this regime must be severely punished." While Augustus was speaking, a number of golden red painted Revolutionary Army Wraith fighters, Apod large transport ships and Hercules super large transport ships were forming a landing fleet and heading towards the planet shrouded in the dim night in the far distance. About 55,000 fully armed revolutionary soldiers and various armored vehicles will be sent to Nidhogg III to put an end to the chaotic anarchy and the separatist state of large mining companies on the planet. Augustus appointed Admiral Horace Warfield as the commander-in-chief of this campaign. This experienced general in the Revolutionary Army has never let him down. The Nidhogg galaxy has been left unmanaged with the tacit consent of the federal government, so that the founding families can further divide the wealth of the world. Their agents on Nidhogg III are the mining companies that have gained vested interests. Arcturus said, and the wealth of Nidhogg III is enough for anyone who still has reason to kill his compatriots. This planet is like a treasure trove of gold mines, full of greedy gold diggers and speculators. Outside the bridge window of the Hyperion, the wreckage of the warships scattered in the dark starry sky rolled like debris in the wind. The large pieces of debris that emit metallic luster in the starlight are not much bigger than a fist, and the largest ones are shaped like an isolated island. This area of the Nidhogg galaxy has experienced many wars. Fierce battles have broken out between the Terran Federation fleet, the Kel-morian Federation, and the UED expeditionary force around this third galaxy. Today, it has become a huge graveyard for burying interstellar battleships and large ships. At the latest moment, under the gravity of the gaseous planet, millions of large and small fragments collided and gathered here. Local residents who drive salvage ships and tugboats make a living here, and have spawned ancillary industries such as scrap recycling and resmelting. At the same time, this is also a paradise for pirates and mercenaries who are eager to find spare parts to repair ships. Smugglers and second-hand dealers regard this place as a treasure trove of extremely high value. A few hours ago, Augustus's fleet defeated a UED fleet here again, once again increasing the size of this starship graveyard. Augustus did not adopt the strategy of advancing in different directions and encircling it, because this is not applicable in the multi-dimensional space battlefield. In fact, if Stukov wanted to abandon Tarsinus and lead the remaining fleet away directly, Augustus would have no more ways to stop them. The warp engine of the battleship can be prepared in a few hours, and in previous battles, the fleet's jump technicians would not wait until a disaster was imminent before starting work. In this case, concentrating superior forces is the best choice. But it's still not as good as the rich mine worlds you have discovered. Augustus' words were not a compliment. The rich mine that Arcturus first discovered alone supported the initial revolutionary army. This is why Augustus said that Arcturus was the hero behind the revolutionary army. As Augustus's elder brother, Arcturus himself was not overshadowed by the Slayer of Glory. He is a natural politician, military strategist and artist, and his distinctive personality charm has gathered a large number of uncomplaining followers. If there is no strong military force to support it, these riches will be taken away sooner or later. Arcturus still wore the golden red uniform he designed himself, and the golden wolf logo on the high collar emphasized his identity as a member of the Mengsk family. So, you must establish a centralized government that is stronger than the Terran Federation and eliminate all opposition. The wealth obtained from the colonies should be used to build the army and develop the economy to consolidate the rule, rather than put it into the pockets of the nobles and capitalists. He said, "You must lead this army with firm determination and conviction, rather than delegate it to others. The king uses the army to establish a regime and govern the country with authority and benevolence." Actors, I always thought you were just making an analogy with the kings of ancient Earth, but who knew you actually took it seriously? Augustus and Arcturus look very similar, with the same grey eyes, the same firm brows, and the same strong shoulders. However, Augustus looks more like his mother, younger and more handsome, while Arcturus's face can be completely pasted on the portraits of the ancestors of the Mengsk family. When Angus and I started the uprising, we both claimed that we would establish a Korhal dominion and a Terran republic. Like I said, we are not establishing an empire, Terran Empire, but a Terran dominion, Terran dominion. Of course, the word dominion can now be extended to mean authority, absolute rule and dynasty. Arcturus said to Augustus, "For a dominion that covers multiple star systems and rules over tens of billions of people, its ruler certainly cannot be just a governor. Even a king is not enough. It should be an emperor." He said, "The original intention of the Terran National United Liberation Front was to overthrow the rule of the Terran Federation and establish a new regime that belongs to all Terrans, rather than the creator family. And who says that a republic can't have an emperor? The Dominion is also a republic, but its ruler happens to be an emperor." Almost convinced me. Augustus said to Arcturus while drinking coffee, "You are very good at debating. Even the teachers in the school will be sighing with regret at what you say, Arcturus. You planned this all along. You called your army the Dominion before, and yes, only your army deserves this name. So, why don't you become the emperor?" Arcturus just smiled. "In comparison, I would rather see you standing at the top of the Korhal sector. The Terrans only know Augustus and not Arcturus, and you just want to throw it to me, and no one else will recognize it." "What did father say?" Augustus' tone loosened a little. He knew that it would be okay, even if he became emperor like the original Arcturus. Angus has been crushed by reality, and he didn't recover until you won a series of victories. Arcturus had many conflicts with their father, but that didn't mean he lacked understanding of the man who single-handedly provoked the independence of Korhal. You are different from him. You are more like a true revolutionary than Angus. Angus would call people like Jim Raynor and Titus Finley crude farmers, prodigals and despicable villains, and would not stand with them, and call them my generals. He said while imitating Augustus' tone, which was very lifelike. "Angus and we are nobles after all. Do you think he is really fighting against the Federation, to be on an equal footing with the peasants in his eyes? Of course, he will give citizens more rights, and establish an honest and efficient government as he promised, but that does not mean that civilians have the opportunity to stand on his head and pee and shit. Kindness and fraternity are different." As he was speaking, a cargo barge suddenly appeared on the radar scan of the Hyperion. This shabby spaceship seemed to be made of garbage, and the thrusters at the tail flickered like blue fireflies in the dark night. Several escorting Wraith fighter squadrons quickly approached the stumbling ship from the side of the Hyperion. It was obviously a scavenger ship that had stumbled in by mistake. When it found itself heading towards a fleet, it panicked. This was a huge fleet, with more than 70 battle cruisers alone and thousands of auxiliary ships, casting countless shadows in the wreckage of the starships below. The military strength of the Revolutionary Army and the number of territories it controlled had exceeded a quarter of the original territory of the Terran Federation. About 180 worlds had successively declared their allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. Wherever the great Augustus Mengsk pointed his sword, people surrendered. In the face of this irresistible military force, the Terran Federation's intergalactic enterprise, which once had power over multiple star systems, had to make its position clear and sever its ties with Tarsinus and the Creation family, so as not to become the target of future liquidation by the Revolutionary Marshal, who was in the heyday. Half of the transport planes and medium-sized frigates in the Revolutionary Army now come from a large shipping company in the Korhal sector called Angel Shipping. This is an ancient and powerful family business. The Angel family rules this amazing interstellar shipping empire. Augustus naturally had no reason not to accept it. Such generous assistance can be regarded as timely assistance. In exchange, Augustus promised to eradicate the rampant pirate forces on the edge of the New Trinidad Galaxy and the UED expeditionary force that invaded this world. At the same time, He will also provide shelter for Jacqueline Angel, the heir of the Angel group. Tell the pilots not to scare those people. Augustus realized that, when the Revolutionary Fleet and the UED fleet were fighting here, these scavengers were working in the starship graveyard and must have been scared to death. Scavengers are a group of people living on the edge of the galaxy. They are like drifters wandering on the ocean and rarely appear in the sight of the civilized world. These people have no identity, and their safety and rights are not guaranteed at all. No matter what, we will never use force against civilians. Augustus was determined to re-establish a new order in this galaxy, not only because of its important strategic value, but he sincerely hoped that the people here could live a better life. At the same time, the troops led by Warfield had landed on Nidhogg III, and they encountered almost no resistance. After quickly forming the Nidhogg Galaxy government and leaving garrisons, the Revolutionary Fleet will not stay here any longer. If Augustus did not hope that Stukov would choose to surrender under pressure and give him more time to consider, then he should be in Tarsinus instead of Nidhogg now. After all, such a world can be recovered at any time. Considering the remaining strength of the UED Expeditionary Force and the hybrids they control, it will cost a heavy price to recover Tarsinus. Even if we only look at the Kaprulu sector, the enemy of the Revolutionary Army is not just the UED Expeditionary Force. The remnants of the Terran Federation are still waiting for the opportunity to regain power. If the Revolutionary Army and the UED Expeditionary Force are both defeated in Tarsinus, or if they lose the power to compete for Kaprulu and Tarsinus, then Augustus must re-evaluate the risks of seizing Tarsinus by force. However, time is running out for Stukov. Soon, the Revolutionary Army will set sail again, crossing the core world of the Terran Federation, and heading straight to Tarsinus. Although it is not the first time that Augustus has led his army to Tarsinus, he is still looking forward to that moment. The update time is getting later and later. I don't want this. Chapter 485. Augustus Mengsk approaches the throne planet. Chapter 48. Augustus Mengsk approaches the throne planet. Monsters from Korhal have landed in Tartarus, hell in Greek mythology. The unspeakable cannibal king is approaching Bron Prime. The despicable thief who stole the country entered the Nidhogg system. The notorious murderer Mengsk shamelessly tore up the Redstone Treaty, and his executioners and butchers are rampant on the land of the Earth United Council. This can't help but make people wonder if Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov has chosen the wrong ally. You ask what I'm talking about? I'm reading the script. I usually don't mix personal opinions into my reports, but I have to say that Augustus Mengsk is at least a Terran. Who is this man? Augustus stood in front of the Hyperion bridge with his hands behind his back, looking very interested in the holographic screen flashing in front of him. Donny Vermillion, a new reporter at UN, must have offended someone to be assigned to the local station. Carrigan immediately replied, "Our evolutionary comrade Mike Liberty at the UN headquarters once mentioned this person. Donny Vermillion is now collecting intelligence for us." "How merciless," Augustus said with a smile. "You scolded me and made me break into a cold sweat. You're amazing, Donny. Come to think of it, Mike hasn't had a good time recently. The Terra family and the Hot family can't help him much, and our underground party members in Tarsinus are also in danger. In fact, Mike and Donny have relied on their intelligence and speculation to gain a foothold on the Un-Universe news website, which is now controlled by the UED. Carrigan said to Augustus, "It's just that they can't provide us with much useful information now." After occupying Tarsinus, Alexei Stukov replaced the important figures in the Terran Federation in a short time, and massively streamlined the original bloated and corrupt government system, and established a military government headed by the Expeditionary Force Command, based on the template of the Earth United Council. Arcturus walked over from the stairs on the other side of the bridge, followed by the Marshal Guard Staff Sergeant Titus Finley. It must be said that this was a strange combination in Augustus's eyes. Arcturus knew how to make a villain like Titus obey him, and those who knew him respected and feared him, so they got along well. Of course, Stukov also cleared out the people we infiltrated into the federal departments. Moreover, the security level of the UED command, control and communication intelligence system is very high. With the current level of technology of the Terrans, it is impossible to reverse crack it. On the contrary, we have to keep our tails between our legs. Arcturus continued, attacks launched from computer networks are always hard to guard against. When attacking Tarsinus, the UED only took a dozen minutes or even less to invade the command and control network of the Tarsinus fleet of the Terran Federation, and took over control of the planetary orbital defense weapons. He said, fortunately, the Umoyan people can help us upgrade the security level of the computer network, but I have never trusted them. Who knows if that will become a weapon for the Umoyan United States to restrain us in the future. After all, the Earth is the birthplace of human civilization, and it is reasonable for us to lag behind them. Augustus shook his head and said, but we will consume as much technology as the Earthlings bring. Attention, everyone on the Hyperion. The warship is about to jump out of the space-time channel. Countdown 10, 9. At this time, the voice of the new captain, Ian, came from the Hyperion's radio channel. Ian West was called the Iron Skull. He had a chin and right cheek made of steel. He lost them in a war with the Elzerg. Every captain of the Hyperion was outstanding and meritorious. Unless they died in a future war, they would surely become generals in the Revolutionary Navy. The first two captains had been transferred to the newly independent Revolutionary Navy headquarters as commanders and chiefs of staff, and the next captain was likely to be Matt Horner, who had just emerged. 10 seconds later, the majestic alloy-plated deck of the Hyperion was once again bathed in the starlight of the Tarsinus galaxy, and the light of hundreds of billions of stars shone brightly outside the porthole of the bridge opposite Augustus. Attention, all fleets, enter combat status immediately, and maintain high alert. Any negligence or carelessness on your part may cost you, and your comrades' lives. Augustus' words were directly connected to the communication channel of the entire fleet. I know that some people in the army have begun to relax and think that victory is within reach, and the trip to Tarsinus is just a comfortable and pleasant interstellar journey. He said sternly, the most critical situation has already appeared among us. Arrogant soldiers will be defeated. The Earthlings are still terrible opponents. At this time, outside the wide parallel portholes of the Hyperion, the revolutionary warships that had just jumped out of the subtime and space channel were lined up, as magnificent as horizontal and vertical mountains. Thousands of support ships, frigates, and destroyers, all types of ships mentioned in the battlefield manual and short stories, were cruising with blue and red plasma trails. It is no wonder that some people in the Revolutionary Army have become arrogant. 4 years ago, their only battleship was the modified Hyperion donated by the Umoyans. Now the size of this fleet is enough to sweep across the Kaprulu sector. Before entering Tarsinus, there was even a small fleet mainly composed of Protoss reconnaissance planes and shuttles following the revolutionary fleet, and Protoss executor Artenis was on one of the reconnaissance planes. Now, this small Protoss fleet has separated from the revolutionary fleet and is observing the war between humans in another part of the Tarsinus system. This is a small but elite force. They only launch a fatal attack when the hybrid appears. Where is the UED fleet? Arcturus couldn't help but frowned. If they want to stop us from going further into the Tarsinus system, now is the time. I think it should be soon. Karragan's sexy red lips stopped at this time. The holographic projection screen on the bridge of the Hyperion first dimmed, and then the star map table and radar scan map also turned into snowflakes or garbled characters. The main control consoles on the bridge were either damaged or malfunctioning. Some of the displays even overflowed with clearly visible plasma flows, and sparks started to catch fire and exploded. The electromagnetic field formed by the strong electromagnetic pulse wave radiation on the metal surface generated electric currents that spread all over the deck of the Hyperion, entered the precision equipment through the conduits and tiny cracks, burned the electronic components, created a large number of chaotic codes, and even directly interrupted data transmission. In a vacuum environment, electromagnetic pulse waves can propagate infinitely. The electromagnetic pulse waves that hit the Hyperion were so strong that tens of millions of electronic components that made up a large number of computers and electronic equipment were broken down. Not to mention starting the weapon system and defense system. Even the communication within the ship was a problem. In this case, both the hatches and the gun groups of the warships had to be manually controlled by soldiers. This was not the worst. If the power of the electromagnetic pulse beam was further enhanced, it could directly become a weapon, triggering the uncontrolled ignition of missiles and space torpedoes to cause explosions. The generated current and voltage would also disrupt the sensors, making it impossible for the warship to distinguish between friend and foe. Instantly, sparks flew all over the Hyperion, and the other revolutionary warships were facing the same crisis. If the power density of this electromagnetic pulse was large enough, it could even cause burns on the human body and cook them like food in a microwave. And it was obvious that at least the Earth United Council Expeditionary Force did not have such a powerful electromagnetic pulse weapon. If it was anyone else, he might have escaped from Tarsus, but this person is Stukov. Augustus did not show too much surprise. He will not be a stray dog, but will fight us to the death here. Alexei Stukov is a rare talent, but it's a pity that he is unwilling to surrender. Arcturus also had a heart of love for talent. This Vice Admiral Stukov was a rare talent, but he refused to be loyal to any force outside the Earth. Before arriving in Tarsus, Augustus had called Stukov many times and asked him to surrender to save billions of lives in Tarsus, but the other party refused every time. It seems that people like Stukov, who grew up and received education in the territory of the Earth Federation, cannot surrender to the people of such marginal colonies. But since the UED Expeditionary Force is doomed to fail, Stukov will return to Earth and face a life of shame. Although senior generals like him do not care too much about their reputation, they find it difficult to accept such an outcome. UED should have deployed quite a lot of electromagnetic force field generators on the edge of Tarsus. No, they should have calculated the coordinates of our jump and set up an ambush in advance. Augustus said calmly, indeed, unless we are driving a Protoss warship, we have no way to effectively counter such weapons now. Compared to the panicked crew, Augustus and Arcturus were calm and composed. They had experienced much bigger scenes than this. In the next moment, more than 20 silver grey or dark brown UED battle cruisers appeared in front of the revolutionary fleet, and more magnificent warships were jumping out. Once they appeared, the UED warships could pour firepower on the almost completely paralyzed revolutionary fleet, and the laser beams that could easily cross tens of thousands of miles would shine in the deep space. As the flagship of the Revolutionary Army, the Hyperion suffered the most damage, and the alarms and screams of the crew were endless. In this situation, even Kerrigan couldn't help but get nervous, fearing that Augustus would encounter an accident. It's time for our secret weapon to take action. Augustus activated the 3-diamond crystal on the side of the star map table, and the rising image was not disturbed at all. Although Augustus had the troops of Protoss Executor Artemis as an ally, they were not secret weapons. Influenced by the teachings of Dor and the bloody lessons deeply rooted in the Protoss memory, the Protoss would never easily intervene in the internal disputes of lower races, unless they were connected to the Zerg or the dark background in the universe. Behind the holographic image was a white and fat giant worm, and its bloated and slow body was obviously a whole circle larger than when Augustus first saw it. This is a normal growth phenomenon for young brain worms, and it is definitely not because they have consumed too much protein and sugar. Woohoo, Egan, dear friend, rub it again. In the clean and dust-free laboratory on the lower deck of the Hyperion, in a space made up of many huge glass panels, a brainworm is lying comfortably on the warm and moist purple fungal blanket. Researcher Egan Stetman, wearing rubber boots and a white coat, is brushing its fat back with a huge long-handled bristle brush, like rubbing a huge ball of white jelly. Considering the important position of this brainworm in the alien laboratory, it is within the scope allowed by Augustus to enjoy the treatment of a pig raised by a special person. Although the brainworm is a creature that is very different from humans in terms of thoughts, concepts, and body, excessive exploitation is not a long-term memory. Although Augustus does not need to talk about human rights and work treatment with a worm. Today, you are just serving a young brainworm, but tomorrow, you will be honored for being a servant of the Great Master. As long as you hold on for another hour, Egan, I will give you a piece of the noble tail tip as research material, but you can't eat it. The brainworm purred contentedly, as comfortable as a cat being scratched on the chin by a human. Ahahaha. Its voice was as shrill as a child's, and it was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. Ah, none of my many servants can compare to you, Egan, best friend. Obviously, this brainworm's understanding of the word best friend is completely different from that of humans. Moreover, on many words, its interpretation can be said to be wild and unimaginable. just as we agreed. Augustus did not have time to talk to the brain worm. Gather your swarm members and immediately destroy the fleet in front of you. Oh, of course. Of course, as long as you will do as you are told. Augustus, you are a smart human. Brainworm wanted to turn over, but failed after just raising his head with all his strength. As the top link of the Zerg main nest mind, the responsibility of the brainworm is only to command its own tribe to guard the nest, hunt for new genes or completely destroy the enemy. They are like the queen of a bee colony and need careful care. They are fragile and inconvenient to move. The swarm will devour everything and then evolve. Arcturus has been conducting experiments using the main nests and eggs obtained by the brainworm and the Revolutionary Army from Air and Char. Such experiments have been carried out in secret with the tacit consent of Augustus and are under strict scale restrictions and close monitoring. Brainworm can control a large number of Zerg, far exceeding any main nest mind at this stage. The Zerg came in handy when dealing with Stukov's electromagnetic pulse weapons, because the Zerg had no electronic equipment at all. In order to deal with the UED's electromagnetic pulse weapons, a large number of transport ships in the Revolutionary fleet carried Zerg hatched in the laboratory instead of revolutionary soldiers. But this move is extremely dangerous. In order to prevent the Alpha Cerebra from losing control or turning against him, Augustus specially hired several Dark Templars as nannies. Unless necessary, Augustus would never use the Alpha Zerg swarm as a conventional weapon. Once this arrogant Cerebra controls too many Zerg, it is hard to guarantee that it will not rebel. This is almost inevitable. I'm worried that the Protoss will have a different view on this. Karragan said to Augustus worriedly. Karragan can also control Zerg like the Cerebra, but in much smaller numbers. This is a secret known only to very few people. Protoss Executor Artemis has seen this brainworm. He just said that he would take necessary measures before the situation gets out of control. Arcturus disagreed. In his opinion, weapons don't care about their origins. Whatever is powerful and easy to control should be used. The necessary measure is to burn everything with fire. Augustus also held a very cautious attitude towards this. I hope this is the last time I use this weapon. Open the hatch, he said. Release the Zerg. There is no need to be merciful to our enemies. It's time to update Return to the Throne again. Damn it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486. Marshal Augustus arrives at his loyal Tarsinus. They forced us to do this, Arcturus Mengsk said amid the flashing sparks and hissing sounds of electricity on the bridge console of the Hyperion. These bugs will feast on the bodies of their enemies, and the Earthlings must pay the price for their aggression. Tear flesh from their bodies. Bite hard. At this time, Augustus, the amiable brother, hammered on the star chart table with one hand, his dark grey eyes shining. Arcturus was not the direct person in charge of the Revolutionary Army's Cerberus project, but he has always been an advocate and participant of this project. Controlling Zerg to replace human soldiers is good, and the fact that it can greatly reduce the casualties of the Revolutionary Army soldiers is enough for Augustus to put aside his prejudice. Alpha, I hope your ability to dominate the Zerg swarm has not degenerated, Augustus said to the brainworm that was emitting dazzling light all over its body due to the display of psychic power. As a domesticated brainworm of the Revolutionary Army, Alpha, apart from clocking in at work and cooperating with the alien biologists in conducting experiments related to the main nest mind, would lie on the fungal mat after get off work, watch TV, drink Coke and eat potato chips. This is a young brainworm that was born less than a year ago. In terms of seniority and experience, it certainly cannot compare with the swarm overlord like Dagos. It is obviously easier to control, but it is by no means strong among brainworms. This will not be more difficult than me opening 2,000 small accounts at the same time in the Federation Battle Flag community to fight against those humans. Battle Flag is a derivative online community of magazines published by the Federation Marine Corps. Brainworm showed its confidence as a swarm master. Just like the Overmind, the brainworm can do multiple things at the same time when commanding millions of Zerg and controlling different groups at the same time. The reason why the queen of the same high-level Zerg does not have an entire clan like the Brainworm is that their duties have been specialized to guard the nest and breed the group. Each Revolutionary Army spaceship had a Kadarin crystal communicator that Augustus had obtained from Artemis, so the captains immediately followed the Marshal's order. These devices were of course only on loan, and the Protoss Empire did not support foreign exchange transactions. Outside the porthole of the Hyperion, as soon as the fleet crew manually pried open the ship's hatch, a large number of lined-up Nautilisks took off from more than 100 transport ships. Dragons fly by exhaust holes, and flapping their wings is instinctive, approaching the UED fleet from all directions like a swarm of bats, followed by the Scourge and the larger swarm devourers. Some of the Zerg had mechanical exoskeletons on their bodies, including mechanical prosthetic eyes and rocket boosters as big as car lights, which were obviously from the scientific research results of Cerberus engineering. However, most of these were flashy designs with little effect. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of Zerg took off from the cargo hold of the Revolutionary Army fleet. Even if this was only as tiny as stardust compared to the real Zerg swarm, it was still covering the sky and the sun. The swarm thirsts for blood. Strictly speaking, the cerebral worm is a cold-blooded monster. It will not have the slightest mercy or hesitation before slaughter. Under the control of the cerebral worm, thousands of Zerg warriors advanced in the artillery fire of the UED fleet, tearing apart every ship and every enemy they met. The swarm is boiling, and we are swallowing up the world. The UED fleet that was attacking the Revolutionary Army was obviously caught off guard. Neither the captain nor the crew were ready to fight the Zerg, but that did not mean they would retreat. The UED fleet was equipped with cluster rocket hives and strong laser weapons that far exceeded the Tyranid warships, and its firepower was generally stronger than that of the Federation fleet. In a group of bright flashes, dense rockets and orange-red laser beams sweeping across the dark deep space drew a thrilling and fiery arc, showing the might of the Protoss fleet's energy beams piercing through space to open up a battlefield. Groups of alien dragons were smashed into pieces by laser cannons and cluster missiles, and large pieces of debris and blood floated in the vacuum. Augustus stood on the bridge, his face constantly illuminated by the light of the gunfire. Since the sensors of the Hyperion were either damaged or often disconnected under the influence of the electromagnetic pulse wave, it was difficult to see the entire battlefield with a naked eye. The distance and coverage from the Revolutionary fleet to the UED fleet alone exceeded 10 astronomical units. At the same time, warships and ships from both sides still jumped into the battlefield, and countless ships shone brightly in the light of the gunfire and stars. "Release more Zerg," Augustus said coldly. "Throw out all the cabins carrying Zerg, and throw them all to the UED. Fire them all out," Major General Arcturus added. It was like throwing out thousands of restless beehives, and the exploding Zerg swarms increased exponentially. The numbers on the Hyperion's life signal detection platform, which was still barely operating, were jumping wildly, and the flashing red light on the bridge became more dazzling. In less than 10 minutes, about 200,000 Zerg flew towards the UED fleet. Most of these Zergs came from eggs captured by the Revolutionary Army, and the rest were wild individuals captured by the Brainworm. This number may not be able to immediately overwhelm the enemy fleet, but it is enough to make the Earthlings on the other side tremble with fear. In those worlds under the rule of the Revolutionary Army that had been invaded by the Zerg and finally survived, Augustus would send out a pest control team composed of elite soldiers at the request of local residents to eradicate the Zerg nests hidden in the mountains or underground caves, and the eggs would be brought back for a search. The lessons learned from the Terran Federation made Augustus set up alien laboratories in those distant worlds far away from human civilization, and only set up branches of Cerberus in Antigua and Kel-morian to recruit talents. It was also because of a brainworm that Augustus made up his mind to do so. Facts have proved that brainworms are indeed priceless treasures. In comparison, it is much more cost effective to directly drive a brainworm, but this brainworm is not completely obedient. Although I'm not as kind-hearted as I used to be, I feel uncomfortable fighting with the Zerg. Titus finally has been much more honest recently. Many of our brothers have died at the hands of the Zerg. What will those who are still carrying the pain and staying in this world think? But if there were no Zerg, Stukov would have wiped out the entire evolutionary fleet here. Karragan was surprised by Titus's golden humanity. This was probably the reason why this old rogue did not degenerate into a big villain. It must be said that, if Augustus had not brought the Zerg, this would be his burial place. Stukov set a trap in the Tarsinus system, but Augustus had already deduced the opponent's plan countless times. The electromagnetic force field covering the Tarsinus system makes all our warships and spacecraft become live targets. The Zerg is the key to victory. Groups of Mutalisks suffered a devastating blow from dense firepower when approaching the UED warships. The wreckage floating in deep space was like layers of ashes rising in the air current. But when the first Mutalisk passed through the barrage and used its claws to hook the ship, the situation immediately reversed. Bright fireballs and thunderous electric currents appeared in the darkness in the distance. They were swarms of scourge crashing into the warships. Their bodies underwent a radical chemical transformation at the moment of impact. Each monster with a wingspan of more than 20 feet was no less than a large space torpedo. The swarm eaters, which looked like giant bumblebees, sprayed large groups of corrosive acid spores at high speeds from a great distance, corroding ugly scars on the shiny armor coating of the UED fleet's ships. UED warships and escort ships continued to explode in dazzling flames. The towering alloy steel sides, and the huge cannons they discharged, were enough to make them despise any human force in the Kaprulu sector. But the Zerg's fighting style was just like a mad swarm of bees. Those deadly scourges did not even distinguish between friend and foe. As long as the time is right, a few scourges can pass through a scarred Valkyrie missile frigate and destroy the warship and the Mutalisk that has entered it. Augustus and others seemed to be enjoying a spectacular fireworks display. The beautiful fireworks were extremely far away from here, and the closest distance was equivalent to the distance from the Earth to the moon. The fireworks burned the UED warship at the cost of burning it with the splendor of summer flowers. This is a necessary price. It's better to have a few dead bugs than to have people die. Arcturus sighed. It's either them or us who will die. If that's the case, I don't think anyone will hesitate about which one to choose. Besides, I don't think you have a better way to deal with the electromagnetic interference weapons of the UED. They are subversive in modern warfare. It's no secret among the Revolutionary Army that there is a lazy brainworm in the alien laboratory in the rear. It was the first brainworm we captured, and it was really exciting at the time. Augustus said, "We are not seeking power from the devil, but to control the devil." The fact that they were about to fight with the Zerg had a great impact on the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, making those soldiers who had painful memories of the Zerg feel deeply uneasy. This did not affect Augustus' reputation or shake his position. Since the use of the Zerg was to reduce the casualties of the soldiers could barely accept it. After all, they had fought with the Protoss before, and dealing with the Zerg was no big deal. And if you want to drive a swarm of Zerg, then capturing a brainworm is undoubtedly the best choice. Under the will of the Cerberus, the hive can operate efficiently. Controlling the Zerg is not as simple as implanting brain control chips, or creating resocialized soldiers with chemicals. It has been 4 years since the Cerberus project was launched, but it has still achieved little success. This is not due to the incompetence of the scientists in the project. The most critical point is that the higher Zerg control other Zerg through psychic power directly, based on the main hive mind, which means that, unless the brain nerves of individual Zerg are completely replaced by mechanical neural reconstruction technology, the Cerberus can easily gain control of the Cerberus Zerg. But for now, doing so is simply throwing money into a bottomless pit, which is really expensive. If the Cerberus Executive Committee cannot reduce the cost of the Cyborg Zerg, then it will always be an expensive luxury and cannot be mass-produced and put into battle. In the uneasy silence, Augustus could only watch the flashing fireworks occasionally explode in the deep space in the distance. At this time, the engineers of the Hyperion were extinguishing the burning cables and repairing the damaged equipment, at least to restore basic communications to normal. All the Revolutionary Army warships are doing this. Before trying to make these huge city-like behemoths move again, they will only be floating steel tombs in space. Compared with large warships, frigate-class warships and smaller ships are more damaged by the impact of electromagnetic pulse waves. Thanks to the modular design of the Terran Federation heavy industry, the equipment components and circuits of various ships can now be reproduced and replaced on a large scale, which makes it possible to repair most damaged systems without worrying about finding parts. Augustus only hopes that the casualties caused by the fire and explosion of the circuits will be as small as possible. But as long as the UED's electromagnetic force field production equipment in Tarsinus is still working, the Revolutionary Army fleet will find it difficult to extricate itself. The enemy is about to retreat. They retreated. The brainworm said at this time, I need more Zerg to chase these humans, and the Overlord can't fight without soldiers. Give them to me. At this time, the brainworm is like a real Zerg Overlord, cruel and cold. For the brainworm, who is well versed in human games, controlling the swarm is just a delicate micromanagement, just like a master of real-time strategy games. Enough. Augustus would not really let this brainworm control the Zerg that could destroy everyone. Ignore the retreating enemy. I need you to bring me some prisoners. The higher the rank, the better. Preferably technical soldiers and commanders. You know the rank of the UED. I don't think a brainworm that can understand human university courses would be ignorant of this. Augustus needs some senior UED officers to know the deployment location of the electromagnetic force field generator, and only after destroying these devices can he continue to advance to Tarsinus. You are forcing the brainworm to lay eggs. You can't do it. The necklace head of the brainworm tilted, as if confused. Humans will not surrender to the Zerg unless they are so scared that they are going crazy. This is the preciousness of humans. Kerrigan snorted. You know what to do, Augustus said to the brainworm. My scientists told me that you have a high intelligence, that of a human child. Raw, if you are begging a great swarm master, the brainworm interrupted Augustus, of course, I will satisfy you. Then, you have to order all the Zerg to return to their original ships. Each one has been marked, and you have no chance to cheat. Augustus said. Well, humans are always suspicious and greedy by nature. The brainworm said. Then, in a picture taken by a camera that had just been repaired, the UED fleet was fleeing in all directions and returning to Tarsinus Prime. Some of the battered warships were left behind, with flames everywhere, and the empty spaces were crawling with Zerg. For the enemy, this must be a nightmare. Augustus could almost smell the blood of the wounded and the charred smell of the charred bodies, but that only made his heart colder, and made him more determined to defeat Stukov and the UED Expeditionary Force. Stukov, we both don't have many good moves left, Augustus said. Let me see what your next move is. Chapter 487, Stukov, give me a straight answer. Do you surrender or not? The fierce battle at the edge of the Tarsinus system lasted only a short time, about an hour. The UED fleet was severely damaged, with 27 battle cruisers destroyed or damaged, and countless ships damaged. Millions of wreckage drifted in the cold and silent dark space at the edge of the system, like rootless duckweed. It was too far away from the star of Tarsinus, and it was cold and dark. If no one came here to salvage the wreckage and collect the bodies that died in horrible ways, they would continue to sleep here for countless centuries. In this huge wreckage, the bloody bodies of the Zerg were piled up on top of each other, and the frozen blood was as dazzling as red crystals, illuminated by the red bridge warning lights of the Revolutionary Army fleet. Outside the port side of the Hyperion, several Hercules-class transport planes were opening their hatches, and the dragons with labels on their wings landed in an orderly manner on the open hatchway, using their two huge membrane wings to climb forward on the alloy steel deck on the ground. These alien dragons are quite different from their ordinary counterparts. Their wings and feet are painted with bright purple paint, which is the label made by the Revolutionary Army Alien Laboratory. Some of them are wearing roughly welded standard helmets, which makes these monsters look like giant beasts that are a fusion of machinery and flesh and blood. Although the alien insects are extremely aggressive in normal conditions, at this moment, these alien insects are well behaved like elementary school students wearing small yellow hats and queuing to cross the road. Under the control of the brainworm, the monsters that were once extremely terrifying have shown their strong self-management ability. It must be said that the revolutionary soldiers standing at the door counting the number of alien insects are undoubtedly the real warriors among them. Not everyone has the courage to not tremble in front of the ferocious monsters that land one after another. As expected of the most powerful brainworm in the Revolutionary Army, you did a good job, Augustus said. Of course. The light on the brainworm flickered twice, revealing a certain complacency. I brought you some human captives. This is even harder than destroying a planet. Outside Hyperion's bridge window, several Cerberus dragons were flying by, holding onto a rectangular UED transport ship. It was full of terrified UED officers, technicians, and ship doctors. Those who wanted to end their lives as soon as possible committed suicide before being captured by the Zerg. Hand them over to the ghost agents and interrogation experts of the Nova Squadron. Augustus ordered, make them speak the truth as quickly as possible. We can't stay in Tarsinus for too long. We must find the deployment location of the electromagnetic force field generator. Considering the relevant information we obtained from the UED fleet in Char, it should not be too far from the battlefield. The Revolutionary Army has now obtained information about the UED electromagnetic force field generator, but there is no effective means to counter it. The only way at present is to destroy the electromagnetic force field generator and the electromagnetic bomb launcher. The UED brought electromagnetic pulse weapons that are far above the technological level of the Terran humans. This weapon can emit high-power electromagnetic pulse waves in the form of electromagnetic bombs to create an electromagnetic force field that is enough to paralyze a fleet. This is equivalent to the enhanced version of the special locking bullets and EMP electromagnetic pulses equipped by the Terran Federation ghost agents. It is not an insurmountable technology, but the effect is surprisingly good. This is also the result of the improvement of the UED Expeditionary Force Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov and his technical officers, based on the Terran and Earth technology. It was not originally allowed to be used by the Earth United Council. After this failure, Stukov can no longer assemble a powerful fleet. It can be predicted that he will not take the initiative to attack again in the short term. Arcturus stroked the short dark brown beard on his chin. Unless he can bring people back to life. Although he was confident, he did not think that his side could easily capture Tarsinus. Tarsinus has now become one of the most impregnable fortress planets in the Korhal sector. Stukov has also set up at least 100,000 anti-aircraft missile towers and orbital plasma cannons on the surface of the planet. Counting the defense equipment left by the Terran Federation government, the battle to break into Tarsinus will become extremely difficult. Even occupying Tarsinus's high-altitude orbit to carry out orbital strikes is a risky move, which means that our warships will be within the firepower range of the orbital defense network. During the Kalian War, the human fleet's orbital strike means were quite limited, and nuclear bombs were always the most effective weapons of mass destruction. Now, the upgraded Yamato guns of the battle cruisers can also directly destroy cities from high-altitude orbits, and the compressed plasma beams are enough to cause devastating damage. Stukov will definitely deploy a large number of electromagnetic force field generators on Tarsinus. Under poor communication conditions, landing will become a terrible disaster. Karrigan said, I will never agree to launch a suicide landing again. Augustus waved his hand. Tarsinus has now become a steel hedgehog with spikes everywhere. The sacrifices that will be paid to land under the firepower of countless anti-aircraft missiles and laser pulse cannons are an astronomical figure that Augustus cannot accept. Look at that planet, Tarsinus. She once gave birth to the first Terran humans in civilization. There was obvious fatigue in his voice. For 300 years, Tarsinus has accumulated unimaginable fame, power and wealth. Destroying this planet at the cost of the blood of countless warriors has never been what I want. Revenge. I don't want it either. A flashing light suddenly appeared on the newly repaired star table. It was a beautiful blue-green planet, the source of life. This is the most prosperous world in the history of Terran humans. Whether it is the number of population or the development index, only the first planet of the Kel-morian Federation and the United States of Umagen can barely compare in the Korhal sector. The numerous metropolises are enough to change the topography of the planet, and the lights of the city can also be clearly seen on the satellite. Tarsinus has the richest population in the Korhal sector, but it is also the world with the greatest disparity between the rich and the poor. Once upon a time, Korhal IV was also beautiful. Now, most of Korhal has become a desert, and the thin atmosphere of hydrogen and helium has made it a pale dark blue, a sickly, dead color. Augustus would not get any revenge pleasure from destroying Tarsinus in the same way, and in any case, he would not gain much from destroying Tarsinus. Tarsinus's population and developed industry are an unimaginable wealth, and Augustus can use this to rebuild Korhal IV. It is true that destroying Tarsinus can once and for all eliminate the founding family, the corrupt government that is unable to change, and the stubborn elite class, but the cost is the evaporation of billions of people and their wealth. Stukov refuses to surrender to us. This stubborn earthling also possesses a certain Spartan spirit, but he is seeking a glimmer of hope in a desperate attempt. Arcturus may want revenge, but he will not destroy Tarsinus if he can capture it. Legendary generals always take risky tactics, and their tactics often put themselves and their soldiers in a position of hanging by a thread. He said, Stukov cannot be allowed to drag on. Even if he is the kind of person who will die to prove his loyalty, there must be a purpose for holding on to Tarsinus instead of fleeing back to Earth. Even if the Revolutionary Army completely blockades Tarsinus, the planet can survive for many years in a self-sufficient state. Of course, the great economic recession and the sharp decline in the quality of life will make it difficult for Stukov to control the rioting Tarsinus people, but the Revolutionary Army can drag on here for another month, and when the UED remnants who reacted begin to attack the planet where the Revolutionary Army belongs, Augustus will have to withdraw troops to defend. That may be the opportunity that Stukov is waiting for. You are talking nonsense. If we can just blow up Stukov's tortoise shell right now, why would we waste time here? Titus snorted. Of course, if my battle plan is finally passed, Tarsinus is already in our pocket now. Arcturus glanced at Titus. Use the landing capsule to spread the worker bees and eggs on the surface of Tarsinus. These monsters will quickly transform into a hatchery and become murderous monsters. He said, with the control of the brain worm, these alien Zerg will never cause any harm to civilians. The alien Zerg is by no means a weapon that can be easily controlled. The idea that it will never accidentally hurt civilians is just a wishful thinking. In this battle alone, the brain worm has revealed many uncontrollable characteristics. When it controls so many alien Zerg, it will hope for more next time. Kerrigan said, General Arcturus, it is not fun to be killed by the monsters you created. You are not qualified to say that to me. Arcturus and Kerrigan have never gotten along well. Ahem. This is Rory Swan, Augustus Mengsk's hard-working chief engineer. Swan's portrait appeared on the flashing holographic screen, holding a huge wrench and laser pliers in his hands. The communication system has been restored to normal, and the tactical command console is back online. Now you can redeploy your cool fighters and capable guys. Well done, Swan. Augustus said, you and the soldiers of the engineering corps have never let me down. Oh yes, the mule has never let the Millstone down. My old friends and I have done a good job. They can withstand the test of wind, rain, and hardships just like the Federation's number 10 rations. Swan shook his head. Now I have to get busy again. In 5 months, the Hyperion has undergone 2 major overhauls and countless minor repairs. It's a miracle that she hasn't been tossed apart by you. I'm Cyril Gently, Lieutenant Gentry, intelligence officer of the Nova Squadron. A young officer wearing a Revolutionary Army wide-brimmed military cap appeared in the center of the screen. Marshal Augustus, the interrogation based on telepathy has yielded initial results. We have located the location of the UED Expeditionary Forces space-based weapons station on the asteroid belt of the 8th planet outside the Tarsinus system. In addition, there are also a large number of electromagnetic pulse weapon stations on the multiple satellites of the 6th planet of Tarsinus. These coordinates are being uploaded to the database of the flagship Hyperion. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant Cyril. Officers who can make Augustus remember will definitely be rewarded after the war. Mark these coordinates and let Duke's Alpha Squadron jump to the blind spot of the enemy weapon station to launch an attack. Augustus said. At this time, most of the Revolutionary Army warships had repaired their damaged systems. Before the next wave of electromagnetic pulse attacks arrived, the Revolutionary Army fleet had basically restored its combat effectiveness. Soon after the words fell, the magnificent battlecruiser NORAD 3 responded, and as many as 18 revolutionary battlecruisers disappeared in the sudden blue flash. Attacks on UED outposts, weapon stations and research stations followed, and the angry General Duke had infinite anger to vent on these earthlings. General Edmund Duke had every reason to hate the earthlings. This was not only because many members of the Duke creation family had met with misfortunes, but also an opportunity for him to make a name for himself. Duke was once considered the highest ranking officer who surrendered to the rebels, and was regarded as a shame that the federal government would never mention. But now, he will return to Tarsinus as a hero and savior. Although Duke did not have much nostalgia for his hometown and family, let alone love, received a communication request from Tarsinus, signed by Alexei Stukov. The report from a bridge communication soldier made Augustus, Arcturus and others look sideways. Please bring it in. Stukov's gloomy face immediately appeared in front of Augustus, and Titus couldn't help laughing at his obviously frustrated expression. Marshal Augustus, I thought you were a noble man who kept his promises. I have to admit that I was wrong. Stukov said. In the face of national hatred and family feuds, nobility is not worth mentioning. Augustus also took in Stukov's ugly expression. The other party was not a person who would show his inner thoughts on his face. If he really thought that Stukov had reached the end of his rope, he would undoubtedly fall into his trap. General Stukov, you may not care about the lives of 4 billion people in Tarsinus, but your soldiers deserve to be treated like heroes, not buried in this extremely far away foreign land. I'm tired of dealing with your cheap tricks to delay time. He said coldly. Stukov, I just want you to give me a straight answer. Damn, are you going to surrender or not? Surrender or not? Titus was very good at flattering, but he himself obviously didn't realize it. Stukov was silent. Maybe he was really thinking seriously about Augustus' words. I can't believe you. Augustus, will you really let these people escape back to Earth? You are the hero of Korhal. You will not do such a thing as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. I promise that they will be treated fairly and justly. They will become citizens of the Terran Empire. Augustus said. No. Stukov shook his head heavily and cut off the communication connection. The next moment, another old man with a white beard appeared on the screen, and his trembling dry lips showed his uneasiness at the moment. Dr. Emil Nerad, the master of xenobiology. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, I have endured the atrocities of Vice Admiral Stukov for too long. I want to expose his conspiracy to you and ask for your forgiveness. I joined the Earth Expeditionary Force only because I was forced to do so. Today, when I reread the official novel, I found a setting that I had forgotten. Regarding the time when the Yamato shield appeared, it is clearly mentioned in the StarCraft official novel Uprising, 2491, that Dukes Norad and Mengsk's Hyperion both have shields, so I think there is no problem with the timeline of the appearance of the shield in this article. At that time, I was completely convinced by the readers and thought I was wrong. Shields to full. Shields to full. Shields to full, sir. The shields are spent, sir. The shields are spent. In addition, I recommend a friend's book, MC's epic masterpiece. MC, Save the World from Sky Island. Chapter 488, Nerad's plan to offer to Tarsinus. Who are you? Augustus blinked, put his hands behind his back, and wondered what tricks. Nerad, you bastard, are you playing? His thick eyebrows were twisted together, as if he couldn't remember who the person in front of him was. Oh, I'm Dr. Emil Nerad. When the UED invaders were still in Blaxis, I had the honor of watching you communicate with Jared Duga from the side. Dr. Nerad was wearing a spotless white work suit and a badge with bright green swirls on his right chest. This was an elegant old man. His temples and beard were already grey, but his skin was well maintained, and there was no sign of aging. Augustus could see that Dr. Nerad seemed to be very flustered and uneasy, and sometimes turned to the assistant in the control console next to him, as if a group of UED fighters would suddenly rush out from there. It's Dr. Nerad. Augustus suddenly realized. What are you doing? Listen to me. Stukov is planning a huge conspiracy. Dr. Nerad's face was sweating, and the next moment he dropped a bombshell that made Augustus and others look sideways. Stukov sent 2 fleets, one to deploy psychic emitters to attract the Zerg, and the other to attack the Protoss to provoke a war between humans and them. His face was full of righteous determination. If the Korhal sector cannot be conquered, from the standpoint of the Earth United Council, they must hope that the chaos here is as good as possible, so that the Earth can be stable and long term. But as a Terran human, I will never allow my homeland to be destroyed. Is he really going to do this? Augustus felt a sense of urgency when he learned the news, but then he calmed down. Augustus was skeptical of every word of Nerad, and was very cautious. However, Nered's cleverness lies in that when he deceives, he always takes out real bait and a bunch of fake baits that are indistinguishable from the real ones, and the information he gives cannot be ignored. On the bridge, Arcturus and Kerrigan's faces changed, and even Titus realized the seriousness of the problem. Yes, Stukov trusts me very much. Nered saw that Augustus believed his words, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, because I helped Stukov improve the research on Federation psychic weapons and hybrids, and I also know where they are going to take these weapons. What he said is true. Psychic transmitters have indeed been found on Brod Prime. Arcturus's expression was serious. How many psychic transmitters did Stukov's people take away? Kerrigan folded her hands in front of her chest, and her tall fiery red ponytail fell on her white neck as she moved. A lot. Nered's hesitant answer made everyone feel heavy. Marshal Augustus, I have overcome numerous difficulties to get in touch with you. Dr. Nered almost couldn't breathe when there were noises around him. If we don't stop this madman Stukov, he will definitely drag the Kaprulu sector to his grave. In this way, the Protoss and Zerg who start a war again will not be able to threaten the Earth in a short time. He said, when the UED just arrived in Blaxis, I helped them to overthrow the tyranny of the Terran Federation. I didn't expect it. Dr. Nered punched the air heavily and almost fell to the ground. His regret and pain were naturally revealed. When I learned of Stukov's plan, I no longer had any expectations of him. Oh, I didn't see that. A puff of cold air blew out of Titus's nostrils. But are you waiting to abandon the dark and join the light? Now is the time. Everyone can see that the UED is about to be finished. Doctor, we don't have to work for the Earthlings. I can't watch Tarsinus destroyed. Dr. Nered showed his firm determination and said something shocking. Marshal, I can help you capture Tarsinus at the lowest cost. I do this for the 4 billion Tarsinus people. They are innocent. What are you going to do? Augustus looked into Nered's deep brown eyes. This guy knew what I wanted. Help us capture Tarsinus. Dr. Nered, I hope you have more to say than that. Arcturus glanced at Augustus next to him. When the UED attacked Tarsinus, they relied on electromagnetic pulse weapons and invaded and destroyed the federal security network. This is a classic battle that is difficult to replicate. Although you said that you are deeply trusted by Alexei Stukov, you are just a scientific researcher. Yes, I'm just a weak old man, and I only manage a few scientific stations and laboratories, but someone like me who has one foot in the ground also has a passion to defend the country. Nered still had plenty of time to express his ambition to serve his country. Stukov's rule in Tarsinus is not stable. Although he has purged a large number of nobles and entrepreneurs, he is still not loved by the people of Tarsinus. He continued, as far as I know, there are probably less than 200,000 UED soldiers on Tarsinus, and the rest are federal troops incorporated by Stukov. Not only that, their fleet is now almost gone. At this moment, Nered has completely transformed from a traitor who defected to the Earthlings into a patriot. If he really helps Augustus liberate Tarsinus at the lowest cost as he said, it will not only be a great achievement, but also make him a true hero. Since Nered is a Terran scientist with a conscience, it is impossible for him to continue to help the tyrants at this time. In this way, Nered's action is not a shameful betrayal to the Revolutionary Army. With just such a small number of people, it's impossible to ensure that Tarsinus's defenses are foolproof, which means we can send out infiltration troops to invade. Arcturus said, only someone like Stukov can control Tarsinus under such circumstances, but even the best generals can hardly fight a battle without soldiers. Except for the UED army led by Stukov, the people of Tarsinus are very resistant to orders to hold on, said Nered. In addition, Stukov is almost acting on his own, and there is a lot of opposition within the country. If he falls, Tarsinus's army will collapse in an instant. Assassination? Kerrigan nodded. This is a good idea, but we don't know where Stukov is. I know. Dr. Nered's face kept changing, and quickly turned into a decisive look, as if he was about to die heroically. He stays in his own command center, monitoring Tarsinus's defense network through the command and control system. Stukov is waiting for good news from the fleet he sent. He believes that, as long as the Protoss and Zerg launch a new attack, everything will be fine. He left for a few seconds, and when he reappeared, he took out an electronic terminal that displayed the location coordinates and defense map of the UED headquarters. I have the advanced security key of Stukov's headquarters, and it is not a problem to sneak in. So, should I believe you? Augustus said what was in his heart, but it meant something else to Nerid. Who knows if this is another conspiracy of Stukov? Unfortunately, Doctor, I can't rashly launch an attack based on your few words. I know your concerns. In Nerid's view, this just proves that Augustus is about to make a decision. Nerid had studied Augustus a long time ago and knew that this person would always take the lives of civilians into consideration. Judging from the current situation in Korhal, with powerful enemies surrounding him and the old party of the Terran Federation eyeing him covetously, Augustus would not refuse Nerid's surrender. You will not ignore the fact that a few powerful ghosts can avoid a terrible battle with millions of casualties. He said, Tarsinus orbital defense network is not foolproof. It is easy to send a few small spacecraft to the surface of the planet without being noticed by others, by taking advantage of obvious loopholes. If Stukov can be killed, the troops can take over Tarsinus immediately. Arcturus has always been concerned about the existence of ghosts, but that does not mean that he cannot see their value as super soldiers and humanoid weapons. Augustus has many powerful seekers under his command, and many of them are willing to sacrifice themselves for Augustus and the revolution. Stukov doesn't trust the Terran ghost agents, that's for sure. He only commissioned Earth soldiers to protect the headquarters, but these Earthlings have very limited resistance to psychic energy. Dr. Nerid said, I believe you have learned something about hybrids. The origin of this creature is still unknown, but their psychic power is like gods in front of humans. I have control over many UED hybrids, and they will play a key role when the revolutionary soldiers take action. With the help of UED, as an unprecedented biological weapon, hybrids have demonstrated their value and terrible war potential in front of Tarsinus and Chayu Terran humans. If this is a bidding meeting for new weapons, then the hybrids will undoubtedly have a perfect performance after many appearances. And with humans' short lifespan and shallow understanding of the universe, they cannot realize the doomsday truth behind the hybrids. Nerid is convinced of this. Even an outstanding human leader like Augustus Mengsk is no exception. Because of the limitations of his own race, his vision is ultimately limited, no matter how far he has. Let Jackson Hole's Rising Star Squadron carry out this mission. They are experts in special operations and decapitation missions. After a few seconds of silence that made Nerid's breath stagnate, Augustus nodded. In this case, I hope that this assassination mission will be launched immediately. I'm sending you the coordinates of the contact. Dr. Nerid said, just waiting for the detailed plan. I will always be your most staunch supporter. After this, you can contact me through the following channels. UED is closely monitoring the laboratory, and I must interrupt this communication. Just as Dr. Nerid finished speaking, the screen was quickly interrupted. Should I trust him? Titus asked. I think this guy has a sly look in his eyes. He must be no good. Augustus must trust him. Kerrigan knew what Augustus was thinking. Compared with the peaceful liberation of Tarsinus, the risk is completely negligible. This Dr. Nerid. We can't afford the loss of another tragic victory. When Augustus turned to leave the bridge, Kerrigan put on the golden red cloak for him, just like a good wife at home. Pass the order. All fleets are on alert. We will attack Tarsinus at any time. What about the 2 fleets sent out by Stukov? If they really piss off the bugs and the pointy heads, those aliens won't care what skin you humans are wearing. Titus rarely showed concern for the military actions of the Revolutionary Army. This was not only because of the sense of justice in Titus' heart, but also because he saw the good life after taking Tarsinus. As long as he thought about being able to roam freely in the beautiful Tarsinus as a liberator and revolutionary hero, old Titus could clap his hands and dance like a butterfly. Do you think this is really useful? Arcturus laughed it off. The Protoss Empire is now our staunch ally, and the main force of the Zerg is no longer in the Korhal sector. Stukov is just wasting his time. Don't take it lightly. The Protoss and the Zerg are more than just the Protoss Empire and the Char Swarm. Making expressions with Nerid was not entirely because Augustus felt tired. He just slept too little and worked too long. In any case, Nerid really helped him in times of need. Augustus had already guessed Nereid's purpose. The UED had lost its value to Nereid, and he urgently needed to find the next buyer for his hybrid. There is no doubt that Augustus's revolutionary army will unify the territory of the old Terran Federation, and Nereid needs the funds and manpower of the new Terran Empire to help him complete the next series of plans. Nereid must have thought that Augustus knew nothing about his plan to destroy the world. The border planets must be guarded more closely, Augustus said as he walked up to the bridge ladder of the Hyperion. Take Tarsinus before Stukov turns the entire Kaprulu sector upside down. Let me lead the team. Karragan knew how much Augustus valued this matter. That should be more certain. You. Augustus paused. No, I can't leave you. An hour later, 3 special operations teams consisting of 8 revolutionary ghost agents each boarded Wraith fighters equipped with stealth modules and headed for the heavily guarded Tarsinus. Most of these ghost agents were from the Nova Squadron. In addition, the commander of the squadron, Jackson Hole, decided to lead the team to carry out the assassination mission himself. He himself was a powerful level 8 psychic agent and was more proficient in commanding special operations missions. Before the special forces set off, Augustus personally met with these soldiers who volunteered to carry out this mission and praised their noble character. Chapter 489 Good night. The southwest suburb of Tarsinus City. The landing point of the Revolutionary Army Special Operations Team is at a large abandoned mine about 40 miles outside Tarsinus City. It is one of the thousands of mines dug by the Tarsinus people during their continuous expansion. Now it has been filled with rainwater and turned into a vast lake. On both sides of the lake shore, there are still crisscrossing rails and old freight trains, which can be traced back to the last century. A few weeks ago, this place was still bustling with people. The newly built factory was under construction and workers were everywhere. It was sunset, and large clouds gathered in the sky. The booms of hundreds of cranes intertwined. More than 20 ghost agents wearing blue and white refractive nanofiber-tight combat uniforms stood with their hands behind their backs in a factory building with a fine steel frame. This is also a modular building that emphasizes efficiency and practicality, but it is much more durable than those in the Port of the Dead. Even after the crystal mines have been mined out, other resources still have value, although they cannot be compared with the almost omnipotent crystal mines. Everyone, including the commander of this ghost army, General Jackson Hole, remained silent for a long time. They were all members of the Terran Federation Ghost Project, and now they are willing to fight for the rebellion. Augustus Mengsk made the Seekers who were troubled by the painful memories of the past always believe that they are accomplishing a just cause. What drives them to continue fighting is their beliefs, rather than the forced commands of the psionic inhibitors. For this reason, these warriors with supernatural powers will become more tenacious. Everyone standing here knows their mission. This revolution started with Korhal IV, and in the eyes of many revolutionary soldiers, the capture of Tarsinus and the complete overthrow of the corrupt Terran Federation means the final victory of the revolution. Now, they have to take back Tarsinus, the origin planet of Terran humans and the undisputed throne world, from the hands of the UED. The equipment of these ghosts is different. In addition to the C10 canister shotgun, they are also equipped with daggers, electromagnetic grenades and the Protoscada inanima crystal pendants that can enhance their psychic power. Several agents also carry long knives on their backs, which is the use of their Dark Templar instructors, so as to kill all enemies if the operation is exposed. Each ghost has different specialties. Some are snipers who are 1 in a million, some are masters of assassination, and some can summon hot blue flames like a witch. General Holler, the commander of the Nova Squadron, is also a deadly ghost. With the enhancement of Cada inanima crystals, his psychic level can reach an astonishing level of 9. Holler can change his face at will to transform into another one, and can also further make the fake look real by adding and deleting other people's memories. Action. At a certain point, Holler closed his mask and ordered. All ghosts entered the invisible state and disappeared without a trace like a ball of sand blown by the wind. For the new empire. In the night, shadows hiding in the darkness passed through a dead land and boarded a train heading to Tarsinus City. The train was supposed to be loaded with crystal ore, high energy gas and conscripted soldiers. The transportation network of the Federation is complicated, and the UED people obviously don't know much about it. Dr. Nara did not send anyone to support the special forces of the Revolutionary Army. As he said, he was just an ordinary scientist and did not cultivate any forces or followers. The route to Tarsinus City was also provided by the underground party members of the Revolutionary Party who remained on this planet. These unknown heroes engaged in secret espionage work have long put life and death aside. For this day, thousands of revolutionaries and agents have sacrificed their lives. Some of them had joined this great cause that was bound to be hidden and forgotten in the era of Augustus' father Angus. In the past, the lights of Tarsinus at night were enough to illuminate the sky, and a glorious city was also reflected in the sky. The galvanized facades and large glass curtain walls of countless skyscrapers that soar into the sky reflect white and blue light in the daylight and are drowned out by the gorgeous commercial lights at night. With nearly 200 years of continuous expansion, the city's boundaries have long been infinitely expanded, and giant buildings and crazy skyscrapers stretch out in all directions under the fog that shrouds the city. Countless people live and work in the high rises above the clouds. It is not an exaggeration to say that Tarsinus is a city in the sky. This is the capital of the Terran Federation, with high-rise buildings and merchants. It is said that, by sucking the blood of hundreds of mining planets and colonies, Tarsinus has accumulated enough wealth in gold and silver to melt into the ocean. Now with the war approaching, strict military control and curfew policies have turned the glorious Tarsinus into a giant beast crawling in the night. When the lights that soared into the sky faded, sparse stars could actually be seen. The number of stars in the Korhal sector is far less dense than that in the center of the Milky Way, and starry nights are rare. In less than an hour, the train had passed the border checkpoint of Tarsinus City, and Stukov obviously did not have the spare energy to deploy loyal Earth soldiers and high-precision detection equipment at each checkpoint. The checkpoint was guarded by only a few former federal soldiers and Tarsinus police. Their restless complaints and perfunctory attitude towards work revealed the current situation of the entire city to a certain extent. On the dim streets, pedestrians running around were quite rare. Since Stukov announced the entry into a state of war, the lives of most citizens in Tarsinus City have come to a standstill. People who were already living in poverty could no longer survive without work. The once prosperous streets were filled with scenes of decline and depression. Only the cleaning robots were still working day after day. The anxiety and fear of more than 1 billion people gathered together and were constantly amplified with the roar of mechas and fighter planes. To a psychic like Jackson Holler, these fearful voices were clearly audible, like white noise that could not be shaken off. After the train passed the station, the ghost agents of the special forces boarded 2 patrol flying cars of the Tarsinus security force that just happened to be on patrol in this urban area. The security force is a police-like force, formed only to help the UED expeditionary force maintain order in the huge Tarsinus. These people are also the most hated group of people by their compatriots, and are considered to be the running dogs of the Earthlings. Their main duty is to patrol at night to ensure that no one violates the curfew ban. In just a few days, more than 100,000 Tarsinus citizens were arrested and imprisoned. The person driving the car was an underground member of the Revolutionary Party. His father was a Korhal who immigrated to Tarsinus, and his mother was the pride of Lingshu. As early as 2485, he accepted Augustus Mengsk's idea of liberating his homeland from the control of the federal government, and has been involved in underground work as a Tarsinus police officer since then. When the UED expeditionary force occupied Tarsinus, he quickly joined them. At this time, the members of the security forces in the flying car had no idea that there was a ghost lurking behind their seats, and they could not realize that, while they were telling dirty jokes to liven up the atmosphere, a cold killer was staring at the back of their necks. Stukov's headquarters was not located in any of the important senior administrative and military command buildings of the former Terran Federation, but in a comprehensive, reinforced concrete building in the southwest city of Tarsinus, surrounded by large photovoltaic and high-energy gas turbine power plants. Originally, there should have been a Terran Federation Ghost Academy nearby, but after the UED Expeditionary Force took control of Tarsinus, the Ghost Academy was quickly deserted and banned, which shows the fear and distrust of the Earthlings towards psychics. The whereabouts of those psychic agents and students in school were unknown, but if the style of the UED's predecessor, the United Rights League of the Earth, UPL, was followed. These people would most likely be burned to death. When the police car of the security forces flew over the heavily guarded UED headquarters, Hollow's men also got off the car one after another. Without any instructions, they passed by the sentinels outside the headquarters. The UED headquarters is shaped like a miniature city, with a large number of protective walls, military barracks buildings and anti-aircraft missile towers equipped with sophisticated detection equipment. The multiple sensors and sensor arrays should have made any invisible forces that sneaked into it invisible, but the security key provided by Dr. Nerad helped them successfully deceive the security system. Jackson Hole is very experienced. He led his ghost agents to successfully sneak into the Stukov headquarters according to the map of Nerad. But the UED has the most advanced communication jamming and detection technology. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. Every step tests the will of the ghost agents. The ghost combat suit allows the ghost agents to move forward at a speed and physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. With the help of injection drugs such as stimulants, they always maintain a high degree of concentration and calmness. In front of many UED soldiers, defense drones and huge Goliath armed robots, they passed through the warning area, training area, military barracks area and security control center one after another, and went straight to Stukov's command center without any obstacles. This was the most dangerous mission Holler had ever carried out, since he was trained as a ghost agent. If exposed, all the people carrying out this mission would be buried here. But this was also Holler's chance to establish immortal merit, and only he could do it. Stukov's command center was a building more than 30 stories high. There was nothing surprising in the city of Tarsus, which was full of skyscrapers, but the security level here was the highest. Dr. Emil Nerad, dressed in a blue-black suit, just walked out of the command center building, as if he was going to a party instead of returning to the laboratory to work. Dr. Nerad looked a little nervous, but he did not attract the attention of the surrounding UED soldiers. As he walked through the alley between the two armories and the control tower outside the command center building with a heavy heart, Holler grabbed his silky smooth tie from the shadows. Ah! Dr. Nerad's eyes widened and he exclaimed, almost making Holler's heart jump out. Calm down, Doctor. Holler dragged the struggling Nerad into the shadow under the ventilation duct of the armory, revealing his figure. Oh, you are finally here. Dr. Nerad was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't stop shaking. This look was completely different from the cunning image Holler had imagined. Even if he was reading his mind with telepathy, Dr. Nerad's terrified expression was exactly the same as his inner panic. Come with me. Nerad took out a silk scarf from his suit pocket and wiped the sweat off his body with a trembling but elegant manner. I have confirmed that Stukov is inside. The command center is full of senior officers. They are no match for you, brave revolutionary agents. Nerad walked back to the gate of the command center building. The UED soldiers guarding the building were puzzled, but they did not stop him. As an outstanding scientist who perfected the hybrid technology, he was deeply trusted by Stukov. Holler waved and followed Nerad in with the ghost agents behind him. Through the elevator, they arrived at Stukov's headquarters without any danger. Nerad, someone reported to me that you just left the headquarters and came back again. In the brightly lit headquarters, there were only Stukov and several senior staff officers sitting in front of the tactical table. We just met. You told me that you have completed the research and development of the new hybrid species. Is there anything else you want to say? Stukov did not see Holler and the many ghost agents behind Nerad. His serious face was wrinkled because of excessive fatigue. Holler did not take action immediately. He wanted to use telepathy to confirm whether this was a clone substitute. Memories can also be replaced, but for people like Stukov, his personality is also extremely difficult to replicate. This is it, General Stukov. Dr. Nerad had already calmed down his nervousness. I'm very old and becoming more and more forgetful. Today, I forgot something very important. Go ahead. Stukov hummed. In Stukov's eyes, Dr. Nerad was an absolute genius, the most outstanding and top-level expert in alien physiology and genetic engineering he had ever seen. Looking at this star region, no one can be surprised. As long as you have seen Nerad's experiments and his thought-provoking advanced theories, no one can ignore the achievements of this old scientist in the field of biology. Despite having the most powerful brain in the entire Korhal sector and even in mankind, Dr. Narad is still a weak old man. He devotes himself to research and never makes friends. Therefore, Stukov thought he had nothing to be wary of him. Because I think I need to remind you, Lieutenant General Stukov, although your command center is located in the center of the Atlas Wing, the security work is still unsatisfactory. Dr. Narad put his handkerchief back in his pocket and said uncomfortably, I forgot one thing. I didn't have time to say goodnight to you. He said, get started, gentlemen. Chapter 490 Collapse. Today, we will retake Tarsinus. The final victory of this revolution is coming. I'm Marshal Augustus Mengsk. I wish you all success. The war began when the people in Tarsinus had fallen asleep. The grey-collar workers living in high-rise buildings could see a spectacular sight. Meteors rained down from the sky, and dozens of shining new stars appeared in the deep blue night sky, and their brightness and size soon exceeded the 3 moons of Tarsinus. It was not the first time that the people of Tarsinus had seen this scene. The Tarsinus people who had experienced that disaster would never forget the war a month ago. About 2 million innocent civilians died in the invasion war launched by the UED Expeditionary Force, and 10 times that number were left with varying degrees of trauma. Some urban areas of Tarsinus are still covered with reinforced concrete and thick glass dust today, and the bodies buried deep under them are left to rot. The offensive of the Korhal Revolutionary Army was tougher and faster than that. The battle between the Revolutionary Fleet and the UED fleet in the synchronous orbit of Tarsinus lasted for several hours. Countless debris fell into the planet's atmosphere, forming a large rain of fire. The war was about to break out, but the UED command communication channel remained abnormally silent, as if the huge command center had completely disappeared from the command channel. The UED officers could not get any instructions from their Vice Admiral Stukov, and could only command their troops based on experience and their own decisions. With the force of thunder, the revolutionary battle cruisers occupying the high-altitude orbit of Tarsinus used Yamato guns to launch a large-scale orbital bombardment. Bright orange flames pierced through the clouds and fell from the sky. The concentrated plasma beams instantly engulfed the UED expeditionary military facilities on the surface of Tarsinus. With bursts of devastating roars, multiple flashing points of light bloomed in the darkness. The armory, engineering station, scientific station, physics laboratory and orbital satellite base station near Tarsinus were all hit hard, and the anti-aircraft firepower was severely damaged, and the orbital defense was on the verge of collapse. The firepower of the Yamato gun shook the surface of Tarsinus, and the electromagnetic railgun also aimed at the predetermined target. Amid the fierce roar, the strike point was quickly ignited by a nuclear explosion, and the air was immediately heated to an extremely terrifying temperature. All buildings were reduced to ashes in the roar of the plasma flow. The spreading shock wave shattered the windows of all buildings within a few miles, and countless people died. Tarsinus burned in trembling, and the bright spots of the explosion created huge burning pits and large areas of ruins. Amid the piercing alarm, a heavy rain fell over the sky of Tarsinus, and tens of thousands of transport ships, landing craft and airdrop pods fell into the atmosphere of Tarsinus, densely packed like a storm. The Tarsinus defenders of the UED Expeditionary Force fell into chaos. The Earthling troops of the Expeditionary Force were still holding the front line, but the Terran troops they recruited from the local area were slow to respond. The huge gap in the UED's command was also exposed at this time. Alexei Stukov, the current core figure of the Expeditionary Force, and a large number of senior officers suddenly disappeared. The remaining UED commanders had to accept the possibility that the command center had been completely destroyed by the Revolutionary Army. The frontline UED officers were seeking orders from higher level officers, but they got nothing, except holding on again and again, because they were also calling their superiors. Indeed, for those commanders at the division level, they were more responsible only for the troops they belonged to. The most direct consequence of the confusion in command was that each unit could only fight on its own position. Late at night, dozens of bright orange beams of the Yamato cannons of the Revolutionary Army fleet that penetrated the sky and the earth were clearly visible, destroying military strike targets with surgical precision, avoiding residential areas and buildings as much as possible. Each Yamato cannon could destroy at least an area of a block. Smoke rose from the once majestic skyscrapers, which turned into piles of rubble like collapsed stone monuments, and raised large clouds of dust above the city. The horrific scene inevitably threw the UED defenders on the ground into disarray, and thousands of soldiers were burned to ashes, with charred corpses piled up like mountains. It had nothing to do with bravery and experience, and only luck determined whether they would die tragically like their comrades. The UED defense force in Tarsinus City had about 300 divisions with more than 7 million people, of which only about 200,000 were original UED soldiers. Those troops, which were mainly composed of Terrans, generally had weak fighting wills, and were in chaos under this offensive, and many of them took advantage of the chaos to become deserters. Stukov's troops were indeed an elite division, composed of well-trained Sol Empire soldiers. The defensive positions they were stationed in were the first to launch a counterattack and attempt to shoot down the landing ships after the Revolutionary fleet's devastating orbital bombardment. The largest casualties to the Revolutionary landing force were caused by the few UED orbital electromagnetic pulse gun positions that escaped the orbital bombardment. The terrible electromagnetic pulse destroyed the electronic systems of hundreds of landing craft and shuttles, causing them to fall straight down in helpless and violent turbulence. These were the first batch of revolutionary soldiers who died in the Tarsinus landing battle. The spacecraft dragged thick smoke and fell into the city of Tarsinus, inevitably causing a raging fire at the landing point. The city under curfew was lit up by flames. The roar of anti-aircraft machine guns, the whistling of missiles, and the clacking of large mechas striding forward had never subsided since the first landing craft landed in the city. As more and more revolutionary landing craft landed in Tarsinus, the two armies exchanged fire throughout the city. At this moment, in the city center of Tarsinus's main city, although it had long been deserted, the magnificent Sky Tower building of the Genesis family still stood, like a silent tombstone telling the former power of its masters. Surrounding the dozen Sky Towers were more skyscrapers and prosperous neighborhoods, but now there was a dead silence here. The Atlas wing of the UED Expeditionary Force, the elite guard of Lieutenant General Stukov, is stationed here. They are equipped with a large number of giant Goliath armed robots and armored vehicles, and carry powerful individual cluster rocket launchers. This wing has a long history. These Earth soldiers in grey power armor have fearlessly defended the security and stability of the Earth Federation. In the early morning, the Atlas wing in the center of Tarsinus encountered the sons of Korhal, the Revolutionary Guard of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Its predecessor was once regarded as an extremely evil terrorist organization by the Terran Federation. Now, the sons of Korhal gather the most fanatical fighters in the Revolutionary Army. Their fearlessness in fighting can be compared to the resocialized soldiers of the Omega Squadron. Amid the roar of the heavy anti-aircraft machine guns of the 17th Marine Brigade of the Atlas Wing and the artillery of the Goliath armed robots, a series of grisly strategic bombers flew over the sky above the center of Tarsinus City and launched a fierce bombing of the enemy positions below, while completely occupying air superiority. A huge crater appeared in the lawn of the former city center park, stirring up a large area of soil. In the flickering light of artillery fire, the glass of skyscrapers shattered with a loud bang. A major of the Atlas wing, driving a Goliath armed robot, shuttled through the long night road next to the towering Terra Sky Tower and Bennett Sky Tower. He was a soldier of the TAUCT system, born on a comet farm on the planet Typhon, and grew up in a difficult environment. His parents who raised him both disappeared during an interstellar journey. It is said that they lost their way near a pulsar. Major Valius was only 16 years old when he joined the army. He lied about his age just to leave his hometown. Now, he was sent to this extremely distant and chaotic galaxy under the order of the reorganized Earth United Council. The Major has been in service for 14 years, during which time he has driven this Goliath armed robot to fight against Centauri rebels, dangerous intelligent alien races, and other absurd and weird alien monsters. The medals on his body represent the honors he has won. Like many UED soldiers, Valius also has his own family. He has had 2 wives, but neither marriage lasted long. The only concern is the daughter left by his first wife. Valius still remembers that today is the day when his daughter will be promoted to high school, but unfortunately he has realized that he will never be able to return to her side after this. The reliable Goliath armed robot stepped on the devastated land. It really is like a giant walking on the earth, and the Goliath of the Korhal sector can only be regarded as a dwarf in front of it. The situation here is more dangerous than the battlefield Major Valius has experienced. His subordinates and comrades have all died in this foreign land. The 2.3-kilometer wide road was littered with the wreckage of mechas and the bodies of soldiers, with grey and gold-red power armors flickering in the light of artillery fire. The sons of Korhal were the ones who destroyed this elite Atlas unit. These warriors in gold-red power armor would proudly decorate their armor with the golden wolf symbol and a varying number of gold stars, and the number of gold stars was probably related to their rank or service time. The warriors who died here were born tens of thousands of light years apart from each other. They were not enemies who hated each other, and they were even indifferent to each other's thoughts and opinions. They just fought to the death for their different positions. Passing through an obstacle composed of bunkers and alloy steel walls, Major Valius drove the Goliath robot forward. This was the center of the war zone. A large number of electromagnetic interference weapons also affected the communication system of the Major Valius was driving. He couldn't figure out how many people were still alive in his original unit. They were defeated, scattered, and defeated by the sons of Korhal. The UED soldiers had seen fanatical rebels who were blinded by superstition or religion, but the soldiers who firmly believed that they would win were the most feared by their enemies. Those fanatical revolutionary soldiers died on the eve of dawn, but it seemed that they were exactly what they were pursuing. Valius didn't really care how many revolutionaries he had to kill. He didn't have any deep hatred for the natives of the Korhal sector. Suddenly, a giant bipedal mecha appeared in front of him. Compared with a Goliath armed robot, it was more like a Tarsinus space engineering construction vehicle with rail guns and giant alloy steel shields installed on both mechanical arms. However, in a place like Tarsinus, space engineering vehicles can be seen everywhere, but such steel giants are rare. Without any hesitation, Major Valius activated the heavy machine guns on the Goliath robot's two arms. The bullets that slanted out were enough to beat a person wearing a modern bulletproof vest into a pool of rotten meat, but when they hit the mecha, it only made a sound of metal and iron colliding. The weapons of the Tyranids developed rapidly in the war with the Zerg and the Protoss, and their speed exceeded the achievements of the previous century apiece. The bipedal mecha is undoubtedly more suitable for street fighting in cities like Tarsinus. It can easily pass through anti-tank trenches and harvest the life of any enemy like the God of Death. Amid the hum of the servo system and the roar of the engine, the mecha on the opposite side quickly rushed towards Valius's Goliath after a burst of acceleration. It was a real giant, more than 20 feet tall when standing upright, and its momentum when running was unstoppable. As the Goliath's computer continued to calculate, a long list of data appeared in front of Valius: reinforced fine steel armor, electromagnetic railgun, ram shield. This is a real war machine. The generator that charges the electromagnetic railgun makes its raised tower-shaped back more like a mechanical monster full of violent aesthetics. This is a madman. Valius's Goliath was already scarred, and the alarm flashed endlessly. Even if that weren't the case, Goliath was no match for this monster in a close-range clash, and even so, the other driver still chose to ram it at close range. Goliath's 35mm cannon was completely helpless against this heavy mecha, and its missile bay was already empty. Goliath's servo system was not enough to support it to fight like a flexible human, and turning around and running away was just a cowardly way to die. In an instant, the word warhound on the mecha, the sexy pink-haired girl and the golden wolf logo under the girl's crotch were the last images that Valius saw when he was knocked down. Can I go back to Earth again? Wow, the protagonist always makes a grand finale. Titus Finley smashed the cockpit of the Goliath robot opposite with the mechanical claws of the warhound, not caring about the life and death of the driver. Unless old Titus missed, no one could stand up well after being hit by a warhound. Immediately occupy the former Federation Parliament building and move quickly. General Arcturus appeared from behind the wolf warrior. He waved his hand, and sons of Korhal warriors wearing gold-red power armor with wolf head emblems on their helmets walked out from both sides. Open fire at will, and leave no one alive. The battle in this area has not ended yet. There are still a large number of UED Atlas soldiers approaching here, and preparing to retake the lost Port Alexander. It doesn't look like there is no senior commander to mobilize and command. Didn't they say that Stukov has been arrested? Why? Who is commanding the Kronos and Atlas now? Ty just shouted at Arcturus in the communication channel. It's definitely not Stukov, but someone else. Arcturus said, this person is likely the UED general who once captured Blaxis, Talarian shipyards and Tarsinus. It was he who regrouped the remaining Tarsinus defense forces and brought us far more casualties than expected. He ordered. But the son of Korhal will defeat him. It turned out that the air conditioning drain pipe was blocked. Chapter 491, Conquering Tarsinus. The battle lasted until the next day, and there was no sign of ending. The city of Tarsinus inevitably became a battlefield. The birthplace of Terran history and culture, the political and economic center of the Federation, and the capital of fashion and elegance suffered serious damage. The prosperous commercial district was burned beyond recognition by the war, and some urban areas were even completely reduced to ruins. Although the UED expeditionary force in Tarsinus resisted very tenaciously, it still could not change the fact that other cities fell quickly. In other parts of the planet, millions of Terran defenders surrendered to the Revolutionary Army. The number was so large that in the second half of the war, the Revolutionary Army soldiers had to be busy collecting a large number of prisoners who had abandoned their armor and weapons. Since there were not so many prisons in the occupied areas to accommodate the prisoners, Marshal Augustus's headquarters ordered the distribution of tools and modular board materials to the surrendered enemy soldiers so that they could build their own prisons. When Augustus arrived at New Gettysburg, the central city of Tarsinus, by transport ship, 3/4 of the area had been controlled by the 11th to 13th Airborne Divisions of the Sons of Korhal commanded by Arcturus, but the remaining former federal government seat was still in fierce fighting. A series of electromagnetically accelerated shells fired by the Sons of Korhal artillery whizzed over New Gettysburg, creating bright flashes of explosions on the enemy Atlas wings positions. The Alpha Squadron's Air Force bomber formation had just pulled away from the battlefield of the Hollicktown Air Base, and the unique and terrible roar of the Grizzly Bomber Group's engines boosted the spirits of the revolutionary soldiers who had been fighting for a day and a night. Who is the commander on the other side? Augustus asked as he walked into the headquarters set up by Arcturus in New Gettysburg. The captain who stood next to Stukov during the last negotiation on Redstone is now in charge of the UED Atlas wing. Arcturus was bending over to look at the holographic battle map at this time. He immediately looked up at him when he heard Augustus' voice. Even though they have been besieged for such a long time, our orbital firepower and air force have almost razed the city center of Tarsinus to the ground, and they are still fighting. I have some impression of that guy. Titus was also in Arcturus's headquarters, smoking and fishing. No wonder Titus had some impression of that UED officer. The man looked at a naked man and his face did not change. He knew that this man was extraordinary. Doesn't he know that Stukov's headquarters has been destroyed by us? In addition to New Gettysburg, Tarsinus has actually been lost. Karragan followed Augustus all the time. Due to the sudden disappearance of the Supreme Commander, and because most of the UED garrison in Tarsinus were forcibly conscripted local soldiers, they were completely defeated when facing the Revolutionary Army. That was an army that was forged in the bloody and brutal war with the Protoss and the Zerg. How could a group of soldiers who had not even completed complete recruit training resist it? As long as the Revolutionary Army's landing troops began to advance, or even just a few paratroopers appeared, these soldiers who had no fighting spirit and were frightened by the earth-shaking bombing surrendered one after another. They did not have the courage to fight the Revolutionary Army, but they still had the courage to shoot their UED dispatch officers in the back. These earthlings would rather die with honor than become our prisoners. How stubborn. Arcturus put the stylus in his hand on the table. Arcturus's grey eyes were full of bloodshot. He and the officers of the Sons of Korhal's command headquarters had not slept all night. Although he had retired for many years, Arcturus was still not rusty in commanding operations. In the Kalian War, Arcturus was promoted quickly, based on his merits and talents, rather than his family background. He was a bold and careful general, extremely calm. When he was young, he liked to take risks, but now he is more calm. Fortunately, the setbacks in the local battlefields were not enough to affect the war situation. How could the soldiers recruited by Stukov from Tarsinus be willing to die for the invaders? Arcturus admitted his failure in New Gettysburg generously, and Augustus would never blame him for it. After all, the Sons of Korhal were a recently formed unit, mainly led by veterans and new recruits, and had never participated in large-scale battles. This unit emphasized loyalty above all else, and soldiers were ready to die in order to make up for the lack of combat experience. "Bring Stukov in." Augustus walked to Arcturus' side and said to the marshal's guards behind him, "Hey, General Stukov, a rare guest." Titus said. Soon, Stukov, his hands bound by metal shackles, was brought in. "I can leave by myself." Stukov's face was gloomy, and his face was bruised and swollen. It seemed that he did not get any benefit from Jackson Hole. The ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army beat Stukov with fists without any mercy when they subdued him. There was a bit of personal grudge in it, because the cruel means of persecuting psychics on Earth were even more cruel than those of the Federation. Hole's ghost agents took less than 2 seconds to deal with Stukov's subordinates. Their speed was far beyond the limit of human beings. When more than a dozen ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army appeared in front of him, Stukov's first reaction was to end his life quickly, but how could he be a match for those psychics? "Lieutenant General, I think you already know that you will definitely lose." Augustus said to Stukov, "It doesn't matter if you are eager to die, but the UED soldiers who followed you cannot die in vain. In the past 50 hours, so many young and vibrant lives have passed away, right in front of you and me." He said, "These people have families, and someone is waiting for them to go home. Order your men to surrender, so that they can all survive. Will you allow them to go home?" One of Stukov's eyes was almost swollen and red and could not be opened. It was unknown which ghost agent did it. Of course not. Augustus would not lie to Stukov, "But I promise that the surrendered soldiers will definitely be treated fairly." Augustus would not let any UED expeditionary soldier return to Earth and let them bring back useful information. "You also said that they still have families." Stukov just showed a subtle expression, "But you won't let them go home. Even if they surrender, the UED soldiers will live a life of strict surveillance for the rest of their lives. That's why they don't surrender. You are just a prisoner, a loser. Stukov, you have no right to bargain with us." Arcturus's expression looked like a sneer, full of villain flavor. "No matter what, you have no right to choose. The ghost will use telepathy to control your expression and speak with your voice. Just do it." Augustus didn't have much patience. He had ordered to stop attacking the central city of Tarsinus and instead transferred in a large number of Warwolf and Goliath robots to prepare to use artillery shells to defeat the Atlas League that was still resisting. "Lock him up. The Protoss have joined the battle. They are dealing with the UED hybrids in Tarsinus," Kerrigan said to Augustus at this time. Stukov did create a lot of hybrids in the laboratory in Tarsinus, most of which were controlled by UED scientists. The tragic casualties caused by these hybrids to the Revolutionary Army landing on Tarsinus far exceeded those of the UED soldiers. There were actually only a handful of hybrids under Dr. Nered's command, and according to him, he had no means to effectively control these monsters, while the UED used anesthetics and neural modification to drive the hybrids. Despite this, Dr. Nered sent his hybrids to deal with the UED without any communication with Augustus, which caused some riots on the battlefield in Tarsinus. In the end, the officers of the Revolutionary Army could only order that there was no need to distinguish between enemies and friends, and to immediately destroy the hybrids when encountered. When faced with Augustus' questioning, Dr. Nered innocently said that he had done a bad thing with good intentions. Hybrid Augustus was silent for a moment. "All hybrids must be destroyed, and the laboratories that created them must be destroyed. This evil monster must be eradicated." Augustus's move was not only intended to further show his attitude and position on the hybrids to the Protoss, but also to sever the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and the hybrids. In any case, Augustus could not regard the hybrid as a controllable weapon, because he knew that no one could really control them, except Nered and Eamon. In addition, order Warfield's army to continue to advance towards Hohunt and the Tarsinus airport. The next target of the Omega Squadron is the Terran Federation's UED large launch port outside the city of New Alsace in the southern hemisphere of Tarsinus. After turning around in Arcturus's headquarters for a few times, Augustus continued to order Nova Squadron, Alpha Squadron, Delta Squadron and the Lundstein Group Army should send more troops to take over the towns near the occupied cities, and the Prior Assault Army will continue to move south, pressing Dodo to Palombo, and seizing the Justin starport. At present, the Revolutionary Army has gained a huge advantage on the Tarsinus battlefield. In many remote cities on the main star of Tarsinus, the flames of war are still far away from the people there, and the Revolutionary Army dismembered the garrisons there without much effort. The Revolutionary Army's main task now is to appease the frightened Tarsinus people and rebuild the railway to transport supplies to Tarsinus City, where the battle is most intense. The Revolutionary Army fleet has blocked the entire Tarsinus system, and any UED ship that wants to escape will be shot down immediately once it appears. In addition, this is also to guard against the possible appearance of the Federation fleet, but the enemy that Augustus expected did not appear. The highest command of the Terran Federation was destroyed by the UED Expeditionary Force, and the commander of their remaining fleet did not seem to have any intention of entering the battlefield, while the Revolutionary Army and the UED were fighting. The Federation Army's intelligence is still too lagging, and they may not have figured out what happened in Char until now. Let Matt Horner clean up the unbroadcasting building and repair the broadcasting tower. I will hold a victory speech in 2 hours. Augustus said, I have waited too long for this moment. Announce that the Terran Empire is the only legitimate human government in the Korhal sector from now on. This government, which has been reborn on the remains of the Terran Federation and the Creation family, will unite all humans and work hard for the safety and well-being of their people. Arcturus smiled. This is the day when the Terran humans regain their freedom. It will be remembered by billions of Terrans as the birth of the new empire. He said, establish an empire and be crowned emperor. You have conquered the throne world Tarsinus and hundreds of other worlds. In order for your race to stand at the top of the starry sea, you must become the emperor of the Terrans. Emperor. This is no longer ancient times. Augustus said. At this moment, the sons of Korhal under Arcturus once again attacked the UED defenders in the center of Tarsinus City. First, there was a textbook artillery preparation, followed by the coordinated advancement of mechas and tanks, and then the infantry responsible for the finishing. The Atlas League was one of the most tenacious and brave human armies the Revolutionary Army had ever seen. Both sides were ready to fight to the death at the last moment. There are no priests and incense oils here, let alone palaces and crowns. But it doesn't matter. There is no time to call Angus over. You have to crown yourself. Arcturus said to Augustus, Augustus, you have to look at them on the throne, and those villains will know who is unquestionable. He said, establish authority and order, set rules and laws, and let the people of Korhal and their descendants follow it from now on. Your achievements can no longer be erased, but for someone who is about to usher in a new era, this is far from enough. If you still have doubts, I dare say that the Terrans will choose their own emperor. Emperor, head of state, tough guy. As long as it is something that bluffs, it will be impressive, no matter how you call it. Titus said. You always have your reasons, Titus. Augustus said to Arcturus, Arcturus, you are right. Of course I will do that. I will establish the Terran Empire, but not in Tarsinus, but in Korhal. Augustus has been convinced by Arcturus. This is not something he cannot accept. He is by no means a noble revolutionary. In the Korhal sector, it is not feasible to return freedom to the people after overthrowing the Federation and then walk away. That will only be a disaster. Arcturus is right about one thing, that is, there must be a government stronger than the Terran Federation to end internal disputes and fight against the threat of foreign enemies. Sarah, tell Matt to make sure my voice is heard in all parts of the Terran Federation. Augustus shook his head and said to Arcturus and the people around him, Arcturus, the UED has been defeated, but the remnants of the Terran Federation have not been completely eliminated. That group of nobles is the next enemy we must deal with, but in fact they are not to be feared at all. Do these people with blue blood still have the courage and boldness of their ancestors? Arcturus said, I know what you mean. We must cut the grass and eradicate it. I haven't been in good spirits recently. Chapter 492 Victory Day. With a thunderous roar, the Terran Federal Senate building collapsed. The bronze steel structure and the shining red copper glass collapsed in an instant. The dust raised by the collapsed parliament building almost covered the entire central city of Tarsus, blocking the sun's rays. The collapsed magnificent building also buried the unparalleled beautiful buildings around it. The world-famous landmark buildings such as the Tutankhamun Theater, Tarsus New Gettysburg Railway Station, and the Hot Hotel chain were once one of the many glorious symbols of Tarsus. They used luxurious and rare craftsmanship and new-era construction techniques. They are the precious legacy left to future generations by the greatest architects, designers and founders of modern art in Tarsus history. The Nagpur Hall, the Hall of Reason under the Parliament building, was not spared. Its golden marble exterior wall was once known as the Golden Wall. Each piece was transported from the distant Moria, and now it has become a ruin. It was filled with Chasselas mahogany door frames, crystal chandeliers, and artificial solar panels installed at a high cost to highlight the energy-saving policy. The Hall of Reason is the symbol of the federal parliament. It once led and represented an entire era. Augustus walked up to the place where the stairs of Nagpur Hall used to be and stood on a ruin. In the sky, several holographic projection cameras were capturing the scene. And now, this era has passed. Several crews of the Un-Universe News Network were busy filming Marshal Augustus' every move and recording every word he said in their new uniforms. A Revolutionary Army colonel named Matt Horner rushed into the UN headquarters building with revolutionary soldiers whose armor was covered with bullet holes and blood in the rain of bullets, and temporarily assembled a filming team from the stunned UN employees. In general, these UN employees were not only surprised, but also ecstatic, as if they had won a lottery. They soon realized that they were about to become witnesses of history. Under the camera, Augustus and his generals stood on the ruins of Nagpur Hall. From left to right were General Augustus Mengsk, General Horace Warfield, and General Edmund Duke. Lieutenant Carrigan and Marshal Guard Captain Faraday were commanding the guards around them. Terran Federation citizens who have followed military and political news should know General Warfield. He was once a Federation officer, but later joined the revolutionary cause, and was Augustus's earliest supporter. In the federal government's wanted list, Warfield is the second most wanted person after the Mengsk family. As for Augustus Mengsk, he is a general of the Revolutionary Army who has only recently appeared in public, but he has already been known as the leader of a terrorist organization. Augustus is more regarded by sarcastic Federation critics as a person who does dirty work for Augustus, and he is generally rumored to be a DOCA terrorist. However, Augustus does not care what others think of him. For a man like him who is extremely controlling, he would rather everyone who knows him fears him, so that he can punish those who betrayed the Mengsk family on behalf of Augustus. Augustus is a brother-supporting man, and he also knows that once Augustus ascends to the throne, he will definitely stand at the top of the entire Kaprulu sector. General Edmund Duke is an old acquaintance. He was captured by Augustus when the rebellion was gaining momentum, and then simply defected to the enemy. Although Duke lost all his family members, he did not return to Tarsus as a loser today. General Duke flew here from another city by fighter plane, just to catch up with Augustus's victory declaration, and he brought all his medals for this purpose. On this day, Duke knew that he would be honored, although it was only because the man next to him was too glorious. Augustus wore his dark grey cloak from the Mars era period, with the iconic emblem of the Mengsk family next to the double-breasted brass buttons. The red flag behind him will be reflected in the eyes of the Terran humans and humans from other worlds in the years to come. In the eyes of the next generation of children who grow up under this flag, the red and blue flag of the Federation has become history. The bright red flag is like a burning flame. On the two white V-shaped stripes, a strong golden arm is surrounding a whip with a 5-pointed star engraved on it. There are many interpretations of the pattern of this flag. Some people think that it symbolizes unity and rule, but has nothing to do with freedom. But Augustus, who designed this pattern, just borrowed the creativity of his brother Augustus, and didn't have much idea. In Tarsus, I'm standing on the collapsed Terran Federation. Now, the shadow of the Federation will no longer oppress everyone in its territory. Augustus stood beside several collapsed white stone pillars. In the past, this position should have been placed with the historic mahogany lecture table of the federal parliament. We have overthrown the rule of the Terran Federation, defeated the invaders from the UED, and made those despicable and shameless nobles and greedy earthlings kneel down and beg for mercy. This is the power of the Terran human unity, and the shackles and chains imposed on the Terran people have become yesterday's illusions. We have won, he said. Now, the people on the old lands of the Terran Federation can choose their own way to live freely. The Federation can no longer plunder wealth as it did in the past, and abandon the people it promised to protect. Freedom, this innate and legally inalienable right of human beings, belongs to all Terran people. The majestic dome of the Nagfa Hall has been shattered, and the gorgeous arched aluminum leaf ceiling exudes a silver luster in the sun. Only a few white marble columns, that are still amazing even now, stand alone. Even the red and blue star-spangled flag was buried under it, replaced by the flags of the Revolutionary Army in Korhal. Opposite where Augustus stood was the King's Avenue in the center of Tarsinus City. Glittering skyscrapers stood on both sides of the avenue. The edges of metal and glass outlined sharp right angles on the horizon. The beautiful silver leaf patterns and large glass curtain walls shone brightly. These magnificent and gorgeous buildings were the product of the last century. The increasingly wealthy Tarsinus people accumulated too much vain wealth and arrogance, and indulged themselves in the pursuit of splendor and elegance. The sacrifice of countless warriors and the succession of revolutionaries overthrew the tyranny of the Terran federal government. They are the people who held the torch for mankind in the long cold night and the heroes of this new era. Augustus swore that all this in front of him would become history forever. Right here, they fell in the last moments before dawn, Augustus said, and we will always remember them, just like those warriors who died in Ea, Char, the Ceres system, Antigua and many other worlds. Whether they are soldiers of the Revolutionary Army or the Terran Federation, as long as they die in resisting the alien invasion, their deeds will be immortal, he said. For this reason, we will use one day to commemorate this victory and commemorate the soldiers who have died since the beginning of the total war. On this day, October 15th, 2493 AD, we defeated the UED Expeditionary Force and recaptured Tarsinus, the home planet of the Terran humans. Augustus said, this day is Victory Day, and it will become a permanent legal holiday in the Constitution. People all over the Terran land, you can call your friends and celebrate to your heart's content, because this is Victory Day. After that, Augustus walked towards the ruins of Nagfa Hall in the reassuring light, which meant that the victory speech had come to an end. Augustus, this is the right time. You could take advantage of the opportunity to retake Tarsinus and announce the establishment of the Terran Empire. You are just taking advantage of the situation. Arcturus followed Augustus. I know, but there's no rush, and we haven't made much preparation for it. Augustus said to Arcturus, there's no rush, Arcturus. When the people of the former Terran Federation find that they must have a strong government to lead themselves and defend their rights, they will think of calling us. Augustus said, and, you know, I don't plan to make Tarsinus the capital of the new Terran Empire. Yes, your prestige among the Terrans is already rising, and everyone thinks that you will establish a new government after defeating the UED and taking back Tarsinus, and even believe it will be today. Arcturus said, if this new regime must have a ruler, it can only be you. As long as people begin to urgently need a strong ruler, you can follow public opinion and ascend to the throne without obstacles as expected. But if it takes too long, I'm worried that the marginal worlds will seek independence. Arcturus's worries are not unreasonable. Within the old Terran Federation, nearly half of the worlds have not yet declared allegiance to Augustus. The remnants of the Federation still have a strong force, and no one knows when they will make a comeback. Externally, although the threat of Zerg and Protoss has temporarily subsided, who knows when these terrifying alien creatures will come back again. It won't take too long. Augustus tried to reassure his brother, it's mine, no one can take it away. If someone really thinks that Augustus is a pure and flawless living saint and a revolutionary who is dedicated to the people, and once the Terran Federation is overthrown, he will voluntarily resign and return all the power in his hands to the people, that is absolutely impossible. After all, Augustus also said that the people need their masters. Augustus is not Angus. He is not as ambitious and obsessed with power as Arcturus, but that does not mean that he will not be affected by those temptations. The people worship only the image that Augustus shows them, and there is of course a gap between them. Augustus was forced to join the revolution, thinking that he would find a paradise-like planet to retire after everything was over, but now his thoughts have changed. Once you take the first step towards conquering the world, there is no turning back. Hello, Mr. Mike Liberty. Augustus' attitude as he walked past several employees immediately flattered these people. Also, Mr. Maximum Pierce and Donnie Vermillion, thank you for your silent dedication. He knows me. Vermillion, who had a meticulously combed hairstyle, was delighted and immersed in joy, shouting, "Woohoo, he knows me. He knows me. I'm your fan, Marshal Augustus, Nice to meet you, Marshal Augustus." Liberty and Pierce were old seniors of UN after all, and they seemed much calmer. "I didn't expect you to know our names. I designated the list of the new UN company team," Augustus said. "Mike, next, you will be the editor-in-chief of UN Universe News Network. Marx, you are a reporter for the Central Station, and have a program in prime time." UN Universe News Network is a company controlled by shareholders, but Augustus obviously will not let such an important media voice platform fall into the control of others. "That's great." Vermillion didn't hear his name, and couldn't help but feel sour. "Of course, Vermillion, you have a show too." Augustus smiled and patted the other's shoulder and left. "Do a good job, you know the limit of words." Hearing this, Vermillion thought Augustus was talking about the fact that he had scolded the other party before, and he immediately panicked and swore in his heart that he would never say a bad word about Marshal Augustus Mengsk again. "Augustus, the headquarters of the Atlas League has been breached," Kerrigan said to Augustus at this time. "Where is their commander?" "The UED captain," Augustus asked. "I said, try to keep him alive." "He's dead," Kerrigan said. Augustus took a deep breath, surprised but also felt that it was reasonable. This famous UED general who did not leave any name should have disappeared in the long river of history. Did he die in pain? A tiny piece of shrapnel penetrated his temple. When we found him, he was already pale and his limbs were limp. There was a pistol with only one bullet beside him, which he should have used to end his life. Kerrigan also sighed. He chose loyalty. What a noble quality. Augustus said, "Give him a proper burial." Arcturus and others also felt sorry for this, but the UED officers themselves had a strong sense of honor belonging to the soldiers, and they were unyielding. "Marshal! Marshal!" An adjutant of the marshal's headquarters ran over quickly. An emergency call came from Agria. A terrible infection is spreading there. Blaxis was attacked by the Protoss, and Tyrrell also discovered an unknown Zerg nest. Before Augustus could say anything, another officer came over with a data panel, which was repeatedly playing a drone shot video. In the ruins of a human command center, a tall Protoss wearing black armor and red was looking at the screen, and the towering psychic amplifiers behind him were like two blades. "Ho ho, creatures with such short lives, yet you are all eager to die." His psychic signal was translated into a mocking sound by human equipment. "In that case, let's fight." Crystal Thokaren told her in Protoss language, "My blade thirsts for blood." Sayo Kelling. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 August Grid. Korhal IV. Radiated wastes. Desolate and dead. Desert upon desert. No grass grows, and all you can see is grey dust filled with radioactive substances blowing in the wind, and the sky is filled with grey mist. The sunlight is dim, and everything is grey, like purgatory. This place is not only desolate and lonely, but also an absolute forbidden zone for humans. Even after more than 4 years, the soil and atmosphere on Korhal IV are still full of deadly radioactive dust. In the past, this was a small town far from the city, next to a ribbon-like river with lush water and grass. On cool summer nights, with a small lamp, the stealing fireflies would dance around you, emitting long skirts and ribbons with a faint fluorescent green glow. Augustus Mengsk, wearing a radiation protection suit, stood beside a deep ditch filled with rainwater. Pointing to the land he measured with his feet, our grandfather said, "What is life? It is the small firefly left by a firefly when the sun is about to set and the night is coming." Fortunately, he will not see what Korhal IV looks like now. The deep ditch filled with rainwater used to be the center of a small town, where there was a primary school. When the nuclear explosion occurred, all the people had been forcibly evacuated by the Revolutionary Army at that time, but the beautiful town, that was enough to be reflected on the postcard, was left with only ashes. Arcturus, a strong man with a grey beard, did not hide his sadness and loss. He loved his family and hometown, so when the Terran Federation used an apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to burn Korhal IV, he fell into rage for the first time in his life. No wonder Arcturus fell into madness. In the past, Korhal IV was a beautiful planet, with silver cities and rivers, and dense forests extending into the distance along the undulating mountains. The forests of Korhal were colorful, mostly red, orange and purple. When large tracts of clouds and forests were connected, he would never forget the dreamlike scene. Therefore, Arcturus and the Korhal people wanted revenge. The Terran Federation wanted to burn their homes and kill everyone. This was a blood feud. Even he would cry. In Augustus' memory, his grandfather had become a vague shadow, and he could only find that lost memory from the images of the past. Korhal, our mother, we are back. A huge shadow came from a distance and enveloped Augustus. There were multiple command centers, starports, and heavy factories flying. A fleet of transport planes whizzed past from the other side of the sky, and the sound of air vibrations whirred in. Radiation-proof armored vehicle transporters, space construction vehicles, planetary cranes and other equipment also landed in the depression a few miles away. Thousands of workers and soldiers in yellow and blue protective clothing were filing out of the Zeus-class landing ships, another type of Zeus lander, catapult landing. In the desert, which was considered a forbidden area for humans, thousands of construction camps stood in the radiation wind of Korhal that people avoided. The first to be built were reinforced living stations, supply stations, and sentry-automatic machine guns to guard against mutant beasts, followed by nuclear radiation detection and removal equipment. On the thick lead containing reinforced concrete foundation, countless bronze alloy steel frames were rising from the ground, and the modular building panels dropped to the surface of Korhal were piled up high, just waiting to be welded and erected. As the signal lights flickered, the train tracks across rivers, mountains, and radiation deserts were expanding every night. Global power stations, space plantations, food processing plants, crystal ore smelting and manufacturing industrial bases spanned the blue ocean covered with radioactive dust. On the ruins of Korhal, a great metropolis is about to rise in the world. How many people want to sign up to build Korhal? Augustus took a deep breath and took out a control panel from his thick radiation-proof suit, which had a blueprint for the construction of a city. There are 20 million people, according to the data from the Imperial Statistics Department and the Immigration Department. 1/3 of them are Korhal people who stay in Kel-morian, and then there are people from other planets, with the largest number of people coming from Antigua. Although Augustus has not yet announced that he will establish a new government to replace the former Terran Federation, the backbone of the Revolutionary Army such as Arcturus has begun to call this new Caprulo-human regime the Terran Empire and their homeland. Of course, the two words Terran Empire have no direct relationship with the Empire. Its more precise meaning should be the territory of the Terran humans, the Terran Dominion, the place where the Terrans dominate and rule. But this did not prevent the fanatics among the sons of Korhal from calling their homeland the Empire and Augustus the Emperor. With the deliberate promotion of generals such as Arcturus, this idea soon became the mainstream among the Revolutionary Army. If someone told them that a secular emperor would fall from the sky to rule and restrain them, the fierce Terrans would not recognize it, but if that person was Augustus Mengsk, it would only be his honorific title. Augustus Mengsk pointed to a location on the map of Korhal IV, and did not move. The Terran Federation architects, bankers, and representatives of shareholders of the construction group gathered in Tarsinus rushed to say that we want to build a city for you. When Augustus did not speak, they changed their words and said that they would build a city for all Terrans. I can't believe it, we really did it. Augustus felt a surge of pride, proud of his warriors and those who were determined to rebuild Korhal. In Korhal, we will realize the revival of the Terran people, so that the people of the Empire will no longer have to suffer the threat of the Zerg and the Protoss. Yes, Augustus, without you, we would never have been able to do it. The excitement drove away Arcturus's inner sadness. In addition to overthrowing the Terran Federation and making the Tarsinus creation family pay with blood, his long-cherished wish was to restore Korhal IV to its past state. Even if that was an impossible thing, this beautiful planet that gave birth to the Korhal people should be inhabited. However, rebuilding Korhal as the new capital of the Terran Empire and the throne world of all Terran humans would face many obstacles. Not everyone loves Korhal as much as Arcturus does, but fortunately his brother is a man of his word. If he promised to rebuild Korhal, he would do it. This made Arcturus feel relieved. After all, he was his own brother, and Korhal was their birthplace. Judging from the blueprint, this will be a city much larger than the former Korhal capital, Stilling. The foundation will be dug a mile deep, and the entire city will be built on steel and concrete. All the soil used for cultivation in the city will come from another Earth-like planet 8 light years away to remove and isolate nuclear pollution, ensuring that children born in Korhal IV in the future will not be troubled by problems such as deformities and premature death. The planning of this city is magnificent. The designers built the government administrative building from the center, and then the skyscrapers lined up in rows, the light-powered trolley buses surrounding the city, and the parks and green spaces. One of the miracle cities made of alloy steel and glass is a human center on the barren land. It will be a super city that is not inferior to the city of Tarsinus. The so-called great achievements of mankind are nothing more than this. As early as when Korhal was just destroyed, Augustus summoned all the architects of Korhal IV and some of the Umoyan to build a plan to rebuild Korhal, but it has been stagnant. After taking back Tarsinus from Stukov, Augustus planned to form a new government while restarting the plan to rebuild Korhal. According to the plan of Master Builder, Augustus was going to build a brand new city on the land 1,200 miles north of the ruins of the former capital city of Korhal IV, where he was born, as the political, economic, and cultural center of the future Terran Empire government. This decision certainly put a lot of pressure on Augustus, because his choice was not limited to Korhal. Although Tarsinus had been greatly damaged in the war, with a loss of more than hundreds of billions of federal credits in just one night, it was still the absolute center. Why do we have to build a home on a ruin? Such questions are not uncommon. However, it is very necessary to transfer the center of the Terran Empire from Tarsinus, the former Terran Federation, to Korhal. But Augustus still overcame all objections. He wanted to shape the dignity and honor of the Terran people in Korhal and reshape the soul of this nation. The planets that Augustus was determined to build vigorously were Antigua Prime and Korhal IV. He wanted to make the people of the Terran Empire proud when they mentioned these places. It will only take 4 to 5 years, by 2498 and 2499. For this new city to be built, and by then, it will be able to accept immigrants from other worlds. Augustus said, we need to formulate a positive policy to encourage immigration. In addition to rebuilding the cutting-edge technology industry that Korhal IV relied on in the past, we also need to transfer economic industries from Tarsinus. All the industries left by the Tarsinus founding family will be accepted by the empire. Building an empire and governing it well are two completely different things, and Augustus has little experience in this. Taking over the founding family's business makes other entrepreneurs and intergalactic companies tremble with fear. Those high-ranking financial tycoons in the past have also bowed their heads to you. Arcturus was happy. If those Tarsinus nobles who escaped have any objections to this matter, they can come to Korhal to find me. Augustus paused. I'm very welcome. Augustus left here amid Arcturus' hearty laughter and went to a scientific research station not far away for monitoring radiation values. It was mainly built by scientists in the Alpha Squadron scientific ship Amerigo. There are more than 20 former Federation scientific ships in the Revolutionary Army, and later the Revolutionary Army's Antigua starport also built some of them. Scientific ships were originally scientific research ships and research ships for the Terran Federation to explore the outer star system. Compared with their military status, traditional scientific ships undoubtedly play a greater role in the construction of people's livelihood. Of course, Korhal IV only has 4 scientific ships, and the rest of the scientific ships left with the Revolutionary Army fleet, sent to other parts of the Kaprulu sector. Marshal Augustus, the last time we met at this time, Dr. Nerad, who was leading several researchers, walked towards Augustus. Dr. Nerad has now been hired by Augustus as the chief xenobiologist of the Terran Empire. He has been assigned a national laboratory that is heavily guarded and even stationed in the Protoss. It is absolutely safe and has no hidden dangers and will not allow any former UED expeditionary soldiers who hate Nerad to have the opportunity to murder him. Dr. Nerad himself is already a leading figure in the academic world of this subject, but recently he told Augustus that he also has some research on architecture, and he has a set of experiments using biodegradation technology to remove nuclear pollution, but lacks funds. Augustus is happy to keep this person in his sight, so he let Nerad come with him. Even if Nerad didn't say so, Augustus would find a way to get him here. For now, Nerad is not harmful, but can bring great help to the technological advancement of the Terran humans. This guy is happily playing his role as an anthropologist, hoping that Augustus can reuse him so as to further implement his plan, but he didn't expect that the other party would treat him like a monkey. Even without the use of psychic shielding equipment, Augustus had developed the ability to fabricate and conceal his thoughts in front of psychics. In addition, Nerad looked down on humans and did not think that Augustus had already known his entire plan. He still thought that he could play with this human in the same way as in the past. It was the last time. Augustus' words choked Nerad. To deal with a man like Nerad, you must not fall into his traps and snares when talking to him. Haha, you are so humorous. Dr. Nerad showed an awkward smile, acting like an embarrassed old man. I heard that you are a little dissatisfied with my decision to destroy all UED laboratories. Is this true? Augustus asked him. No, what I mean is that if these hybrids can be used to deal with enemies invading the Korhal sector, it is better to die on the battlefield than to be destroyed in vain. Nerad knew Augustus's tough attitude towards hybrids, but from the few words he revealed, he did not completely disagree with the value of hybrids. In other words, Nerad was being held in suspense by Augustus, thinking that there was still a great chance of a turnaround. Yes, but the hybrid is uncontrollable, that's what you said. The worry on Augustus' face was genuine. Now in the Korhal sector, receiving those former Federation planets and clearing out the possible remnants of the old Federation on them is the first problem Augustus faces. This means that Augustus cannot stay in Korhal for too long. This new government, which has not yet announced its existence to the world, must have faced many difficulties at the beginning of its establishment, not to mention the sudden large-scale invasion of foreign enemies not long ago. Based on the information sent back from the fringe worlds alone, the hostile Protoss forces that have reappeared are likely to be larger than those during the Contact War or even the Total War. Augustus can confirm that they are Tal'Darim, and it is very likely that they are not a branch, but the orthodox Tal'Darim Protoss from Slain. Slain is the Tal'Darim Protoss language, meaning massacre. Because Augustus is too familiar with the face of a high-ranking Lord Ruah Nak in that image. Of course, this future high-ranking Tal'Darim Lord may still be just an ascender, and he may be the first or fourth or even the last seat in the Tal'Darim ascender chain. He may be caught in an internal power struggle and kicked out to be used as a gun, and the fleet sent by Stukov somehow provoked them. As for the Zerg, although their number is not as large as before, the Zerg has obviously changed its strategy to deal with humans. The new terrible virus is becoming more and more contagious and difficult to prevent, and the death it brings is far greater than in the past. Internal and external troubles. The people on the former Terran Federation land urgently need their saviors and leaders who can turn the tide. Okay, but Nerad was flat again. I don't mind warning you that I have nothing to say. Augustus, the Minister of Empire Construction, asked me to confirm the name of the new imperial capital with you, Augustgrad. Arcturus said to Augustus at this time, it sounds like your name. Not in my name, but in our grandfather's. Augustus shook his head and said, it is the future center of military politics, scientific research, trade, and production of the Terran Empire, and the undisputed birthplace of mankind. Augustgrad. In front of it is a flower bed built in a radiation-proof energy shield, with young buds and green leaves. The soil in the flower bed is a cup of soil that the Ka people took from their hometown before evacuating, including Augustus's share, which is soaked with the tears of this troubled nation. The discussion of the merits and demerits of the political system ends here. I still want to write for a few more years. Chapter 494, War is coming. The planet Agria is a new immigrant place, and it was once a beautiful world like a paradise. The booming agriculture and biotechnology have attracted millions of immigrants and investors, and it is a thriving scene. The stable and happy life full of new hope every day seems to be just yesterday. About 3 weeks ago, a terrible black sump and the accompanying fungal infection spread at an alarming rate in the settlements, farming areas and even orbital stations of Agria. The plague caused unprecedented panic and affected 1/3 of the population of the planet. In Huddestown Colony and Megaton, the largest immigrant settlements in Agria, more than 200,000 immigrants were infected with this unknown terrible disease. This disease can be transmitted through air and water sources, with a very high morbidity rate and a rising mortality rate. The Hospital Association of Agria was helpless, and the top doctors fell silent. They had to seek help from other sister colony worlds that were still in contact, such as the most closely related Antigua Prime. We have only seen similar viruses in one kind of creature before, the Zerg. Bernard Hansen, chairman of the Agria settlement, was standing on a farm in Greenacres Highlands, Greenacres ladder map, with large tracts of golden wheat fields in the distance. Two large two-winged drones were whizzing over the wheat fields, spraying a mist of pesticides. The farm had a grid-like distribution of modular panels built of prefabricated houses, which belonged to farmers who once lived here. This is a joint farm, so there are many families living here. There are many bushes and shrubs growing in the rugged hills to the south, where many local wild animals live, and there are small cabins built by hunters nearby. Now, both alloy and wooden buildings are covered with a translucent purple film, like some kind of living tissue membrane. Above that, the black and purple meridians seem to spread on the cracked wall like creepers, beating like a heartbeat. In the cracked wall, you can see the creeping tissues and other organs, which seem to have become another form of creature. Burn down all these infected buildings. Bernard frowned and stared at the weird buildings. It was these monsters that devoured his people. Bernard Hansen was one of the earliest immigrants in Agria, and also their leader. Now, Marshal Augustus Mengsk recognized Bernard's ability in managing and developing the economy, and personally appointed him as the chairman of the Agria settlement, giving him authority similar to that of the governor of the Terran Federation colony. This means that this position endorsed by the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army will be unshakable in the future, and Bernard's prestige and ability are worthy of this appointment. Originally, Bernard was quite resistant to the Revolutionary Army. He left the super city of Tarsus, which was full of money and power transactions and the smell of corruption, and came to Agria to build a desirable and beautiful world. Fortunately, once Augustus confirmed that Bernard had such ability, he allowed Agria to develop freely without imposing heavy restrictions like the Federation. This is also the reason why Bernard was convinced by Augustus. This young man, who was still a big boy at the time, had a broad mind and foresight that truly belonged to a human leader. There have never been alien insects in Agria. Damn, where did these monsters come from? Pavel Ivanov, the sheriff of Green Highlands, waved his hand, and his militiamen carried solid gasoline flamethrowers and walked towards these weird and twisted buildings. Why did they come here? Sheriff Pavel wore a dark green vest and thick trousers, and a wide-brimmed hat with a white feather on the brim. As the sheriff of Agria, he carried a C7 electromagnetic pistol and a torrent shotgun on his back, and led hundreds of people. Unlike other sheriffs in Terran Federation colonies, Pavel does not work for the federal government, but receives his salary from the Agria Colony Management Committee. In other words, the people who hired him are actually the Car Revolutionary Army behind the Management Committee, which is little known outside Agria. Agria is not a planet in the Terran Federation colonization plan. It received help from the Car Revolutionary Army, which was still a rebel of the Federation a few years ago, and received a lot of manpower and material support. It has only begun to flourish since then. There are about 12 million people on this planet now, and more than 40% of the population comes from fleeing Car refugees. It is precisely because of this that the Agria people have always been staunch supporters of the Revolutionary Army, even when the situation is the most unfavorable. In other words, Agria was actually considered an immigration place for the Revolutionary Army from the beginning. In the most difficult times of the Revolutionary Army in the past, it was a large supply of agricultural products produced in Agria that prevented the refugees rescued by the Revolutionary Army from starving to death. The invasion of the Zerg is purposeful. A bad saying is that flies don't bite seamless eggs. Something must have attracted these monsters. Bernard Hansen's face was full of worry. The Agrea Planetary Defense Force at Skylark Ferry is already searching for the source of infection. I hope they can make progress. This terrible Zerg virus spore can actually be spewed into the atmosphere of Agrea and spread all over the planet. I suspect that the Zerg has also contaminated the rich underground water system of Agrea. As long as humans want to live normally, they will be infected sooner or later. The Agrea Planetary Defense Force is a subordinate branch of the Revolutionary Army. It is formed by senior commanders and key officers sent by the Revolutionary Army Marshal Commander, and soldiers are recruited from Agrea. This is a regular army organization different from the militia organization of the immigrant area. It is equipped with CMC combat armor, AGR series electromagnetic rifles, combat armored vehicles and railguns, and is even much better than some of the Federation planetary defense forces near the core world of the Terran Federation. During the uprising, many revolutionary soldiers and officers who withdrew from the front line would come to Agrea to recuperate and return to their own troops as soon as their injuries improved. Later, many revolutionary soldiers stayed because of physical reasons, married and had children in the local area, and settled down, serving as instructors and teachers for new recruits, or continuing their own revolution in other ways. However, although the Agrea Planetary Defense Force is well trained and has high combat effectiveness, it is definitely not something that third-rate pirates can deal with. It has always been protecting the routes from Agrea to other evolutionary planets, and the Air Force is unique. But the scale has always been small, with only less than 2 standing brigades and 6,000 to 8,000 people. This is also what Bernard is most worried about. He knows that disease infection is often a precursor to the Zerg attack. When the fungal blanket begins to spread and grow on a planet, the swarm will follow. Even with the addition of the militia, we still don't have enough manpower. It may take months to search the entire Agrea, but it will be too late. Sheriff Pavel was also in a heavy mood. He had arrested many bandits and even pirates roaming around Agrea, but he had never fought against the Zerg. As long as you have seen those infected houses twisting and wriggling in the sun, you will feel terrified. It is hard to imagine what those warriors who have fought against the Zerg and finally survived, or even won, have experienced in the past. The more you witness the horror of the Zerg, the more you can recognize the bravery of those heroes. Pavel has seen many warriors who have withdrawn from the battlefields of Marcera, Char, and even the distant Air. Some of them are his friends. Unsurprisingly, those who have fought against the Zerg and the Protoss feel magnificent just by listening to others talk about it. The source of infection may be some kind of alien insect, similar to the scorpion worms that appeared in Char. They are living creatures that can move constantly and can hide deep underground. Bernard got help from the Revolutionary Army alien scientists in Agrea. The alien insect virus that appeared in Agrea is the same as that in Char, but it has undergone fundamental changes. The new virus is not only more contagious, but also more deadly. The new virus serum has been developed, and the virus in the patient's body has evolved for countless generations and has undergone earth-shaking changes. He was heartbroken for the Agrea people who died tragically. More than half of the people in the Agrea Red Cross have been infected, and the situation is still getting worse. If this continues, we will have to evacuate Agrea before everyone dies and turns into monsters. Once infected with this virus, the patient will often die within a few days and will have to endure outrageous pain before he dies. The infected died in a very miserable way, with their bodies festering and their fingers falling off like parts. What's more terrifying is that if these bodies are not cremated and buried directly, they will disappear in the long darkness holding their own tombstones one night. As long as the Antigua Revolutionary Army arrives, we will be saved. Sheriff Pavel had to hope for help from the outside world. After all, although Agrea has developed well, it is still just a young agricultural immigrant area. There is only one way to eliminate the Zerg infection. The Protoss taught us, that is, burn them all. Find all the sources of infection and burn them all. This is the only way. The Antigua people are coming. Bernard said here, and he felt a lot more at ease. They are coming in large numbers, and there are battle cruisers. Bernard originally wanted to build Agria into a paradise that can survive without relying on the Terran federal government and other human forces, but who can he turn to when the real disaster is imminent? When their homeland was about to face a catastrophe, someone told the panicked people, "Don't be afraid, we will be there soon. We are here just because we are compatriots." Unlike the Terran Federation fleet, which retreated to the core world when it encountered the Zerg, once the Revolutionary Army responded, they really came and would rescue the people who called for help at all costs. In the history of total war, there have been many such examples. The story of a Revolutionary Army company that responded to the rescue and sacrificed all its lives to cover the evacuation of thousands of people from a small immigrant colony has been written in the textbooks of the Revolutionary Army Territory School. It is not the difference in combat effectiveness that is the biggest difference between the Revolutionary Army and the federal government army. Moreover, the Agrians never thought that the Revolutionary Army would give up on them, and there was no collapse of order even in the face of such a disaster. Marshal Augustus has taken Tarsus, and then the fleet will be able to withdraw from the core world. Although the people of Agrian are terrified, they have not given up hope. When the Revolutionary Army took back Tarsus from the UED Expeditionary Force, the whole of Agrian cheered, and Pavel was one of them. Well, if the Zerg are coming, we must defend Agria even if we die. When Bernard heard the sheriff talking about Tarsus, he couldn't help but think of his daughter Ariel, who was still studying in college there. Although his ex-wife Tailise was still in Tarsus and could take care of their daughter, it still made people worry all the time. We may never find a place like Agria again in a lifetime. Agria is also a very important world for the current Revolutionary Army. The food it produces supplies more than 15 marginal worlds, and its cutting-edge biotechnology is among the best even in the Terran Federation. The Revolutionary Army will never give up Agria easily, unless it is absolutely necessary. Marshal Augustus also issued an order at the first time, ordering General Zinder, who was guarding Antigua, to defend Agria at all costs. The new empire will not allow such an important territory to be lost, and the dignity lost by the Federation must be taken back by the empire. At this time, the Agria militia had already poured liquid high-energy gas on the infected buildings and ignited them with flamethrowers. In the raging fire, the stench of burnt protein filled the wind, and the infected buildings collapsed one after another. The sun in the sky seemed to be setting, and clouds were burning on the horizon. "Let's go." Bernard looked at the clouds in the sky with lingering fear. The nights in Agria are getting more and more dangerous now, not like before. Agria, abandoned valley. In the light of the setting sun, countless staggering figures were shoulder to shoulder. The white and brown uniforms and armor on these people could still vaguely see the shadow of the UED Expeditionary Force, but the spikes, hardened bones and tentacles that broke out of the armor left twisted shadows on the ground. An infected person wearing a UED general's uniform stood in the center of the crowd, standing like a tombstone, half of his body covered by a mutated exoskeleton, and his face was as rough and hard as the skin of the Zerg. Jared Duga. Next to Duga was a well-maintained phonograph, without any strange Zerg tissue on it, and it was playing a passage he had recorded after waking up as an infected person. "Dear Helena, now, the news of our defeat has been reported back to Earth. Scream of some monster. The monsters we were sent here to tame seem untamable. We failed. Augustus Mengsk defeated us. You will never see me again. Tell our children that their father died to protect their future." Duga's mood must have been extremely complicated when he said this, because he was really dead at this time. Goodbye forever. The queen worm suspended in the sky amplified the mental language of the brain worm Carlos. "This poor little planet is the testing ground for our new virus. The alien worm not only relies on sharp teeth and claws and numbers, killing people invisibly is also our weapon. Zerg, never stop. In this galaxy, only one thing is certain, that is, war. Realizing a problem, it is not only Minhos strong ultraviolet rays that can kill the infected body. The Night of the Dead in the Cooperation is a planet on the fringes of Dominion. Chapter 495. I want to see if the enemy dares to provoke the Tal'Darim. Border world, Blaxis. The capital of Blaxis, Polaris, stood quietly in the blizzard, with only the lights of the fusion power station and the magnetic rail train still dimly visible. From the geothermal greenhouses in the suburbs to the towering city hall buildings, they were all covered with thick snow. This white world was cold and monotonous. Even at the equator, it was a vast, barren and cold tundra, and the coldness of the long night was enough to take human lives. Developed mining and heavy industry are the main pillar industries of Blaxis, and are also the main jobs and economic sources for the residents here. Blaxis has always exported high-purity crystal mines, or raw materials and precious metals to other worlds of the Terran Federation in exchange for scarce resources on the planet. In the past, Blaxis belonged to the affiliated world under the rule of the Terran Federation, and because of its sparse population, it has never evolved into a founding family like other planets. A few months ago, the UED Expeditionary Force came here, and announced that Blaxis was the first planet they occupied. Now, with the collapse of the UED Expeditionary Force, the people of Blaxis have also launched an uprising against the UED rulers. A large-scale bloody conflict broke out between the locals and the UED Expeditionary Force that remained on Blaxis. Under the decisive and resolute suppression of the garrison commander, the rioters suffered thousands of casualties in just a few days. This did not dampen the fighting spirit of the Blaxis people, because they had contacted a fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. The planet was in a large-scale riot. Even Polaris was in riots at this moment. All daily activities and production had come to a standstill. The revolutionaries rushed into the city, and the streets were filled with cries of uprising. However, this was only the beginning of the disaster. An unparalleled and magnificent ship was suspended in the turbulent high-altitude cold air currents of Blaxis, and the deployed shields flashed blood like scarlet flashes. It was very similar to the Protoss mothership in air, but the gorgeous golden blue ship was dark black and bright red, and the position of the Kel-morian crystal kinetic matrix was replaced by blood crystals. Sharp giant black spikes were lined up like swords on the towering ship, and the sharp and ferocious beauty was very impactful. More black and red warships and spacecraft of the same style were passing through the extremely cold atmosphere of Blaxis, and countless shining blood crystals dyed the sky red. The Tal'Darim Protoss, another branch of the Protoss, were very different from their distant relatives in Air and Shakurus. These highly intelligent creatures were cruel and bloodthirsty. While they had highly developed war technology, their internal system remained in a kind of slave society. Fanatic, cold, cunning, and ruthless. What a pathetic race. Only the weak and the incompetent have hope in the so-called belief of freedom, and the way to win is to go against the superiors and overcome the superiors. The fifth seat of the Tal'Darim Ascension chain, the Great Ascender Jyn'Hara, is sitting on the high throne in the center of the bridge of the mothership flagship, immersed in the wonderful feeling of power and life and death. Jyn'Hara is a powerful Tal'Darim Protoss, with a fit and charming figure. Her curvy body is completely wrapped in black and red battle robes and armor, and even her head is wearing a tightly fitting helmet, with her eyes hidden under the blood-colored helmet goggles. This is actually very imaginative. If Jyn'Hara takes off the helmet, she will not be so charming. It is rare to see female members among the Templars of the Aya Protoss, but now there are 2 women in the top 5 seats of the Tal'Darim Ascension chain. The ascending chain dominates all the Tal'Darim Protoss, and every Tal'Darim is in this cold ranking system, sorted by rank numbers. The strong enslave the weak, and the stronger enslave the stronger. With absolute power or conspiracy, the lowest Tal'Darim also have the opportunity to become the master. The Tal'Darim only value strength. As long as they are strong enough, they don't have to fight for status and power. Unlike the Aya Protoss, whose classes are completely solidified, the Tal'Darim Protoss don't care about their birth. As long as you are cunning, bloodthirsty and cruel, you can replace and climb up the chain of ascension. There is no so-called brotherhood. In the ruthless Tal'Darim Protoss society, strength is supreme and the chain of ascension is eternal. Lord Jyn'Hara, the detector has confirmed that the UED humans are in this city. A high-level Tal'Darim Protoss in a red robe humbly lowered his head in obedience to the 5th Ascender Jyn'Hara. The Tal'Darim Protoss is accustomed to hiding its thoughts. The mental connection inherited from its ancient ancestors has long ceased to exist due to the necrosis of the nerve bundle. Although the lower Tal'Darim were convinced at this time, they were always thinking about killing their superiors and replacing them. However, the infighting outside the Raxir ceremony would undoubtedly cause the Death Fleet to fall into chaos and incur the anger of the Dark God Ammon. Then what are you hesitating about? Jinra's voice was not so gloomy and terrifying, and it might even sound unexpectedly sweet and moving to humans. The ethereal psychic energy echoed in the bridge. But in the language of the Tal'Darim and Protoss, all words related to stability and happiness mean absolute weakness. We are here to destroy these humans. Everything is as you wish, my lord. Prepare to open the main gun to destroy this human colony. The high-level ascender immediately replied. These humans are so fragile, it is worthless to crush them like insects. On the three-dimensional screen of the bridge, which was interwoven with countless lights and shadows, it was the picture taken by the detector from the capital of Blaxis, Polaris. On the streets of Polaris covered with thick white snow, citizens wearing thick fur clothes are gathering to attack the police controlled by the UED government of Blaxis. Both sides have a large number of weapons and even kinetic armor. People who are dead, or injured and frozen, are lying everywhere on the ground. At this time, the UED Expeditionary Force stationed in Blaxis is nowhere to be seen. It is thought that they have already evacuated the planet after Tarsinus was captured by the Revolutionary Army. In any case, the Blaxis people who gathered to retake their homes were completely unaware that a Protoss mothership and a huge fleet as big as a city were hovering above their heads. What a pity, they will die soon. Jinra had no interest in humans. It was really sad that these primitive creatures with mouths were limited by their short lifespan. Who asked them to die? I was really surprised when I heard that the outpost was attacked by humans. The bugs are happily fiddling with their little junk. Oh, at this time, Alarak dragged his magnetic long voice with cold-blooded black humor and walked from behind Jinra. When his eyes swept across the screen of humans fighting each other, the muscles on his face deflated, revealing a contemptuous expression. I hope they have fun before they die. Lord Alarak, the fourth ascender. Jinra immediately stood up from the throne and bowed to Alarak like the high-level ascender who was extremely respectful to her before. According to your order, I will destroy this human colony immediately. The fifth seat is only one seat away from the fourth seat, but the difference of this seat is like heaven and earth. Alarak can easily knock Jinra to the ground and use the psychic blade to dig open her soft chest and abdomen elegantly and cruelly. You seem to be very interested in watching the circus performances of primitive animals. If your ability in this area can be compared with that in fighting, I will be very satisfied. Alarak walked straight to Jinra and sat down in her seat. Today, Alarak, the fourth ascender, seemed irritable and impatient, partly because he was not able to draw enough creator's breath from the terrazine gas springs on his home planet Slain at sunrise as in the past. This cold and dirty little broken ball is even more harsh than the dry Slain. This is not important, but not only is there no terrazine in Blaxis, even high energy gas is pitifully scarce. Jinra wanted to explain to her boss, whom she hated so much, that she was just appreciating the fear of humans, but Alarak immediately interrupted her. You don't have to rush to explain that I don't care at all. Alarak seemed to not care about the war in Blaxis at all, and turned to ask Jinra another question. Jinra, do you know why it was not Nuluka who led the army to Blaxis himself, but rather sent us, the vanguards, here? I don't know. Jinra replied obediently. No, you know, I ordered you to answer. Alarak's voice did not sound cruel or cold, but was always filled with cold irony. The Dark God Ammon is becoming more and more irritable today. His anger is spreading in the void and has also affected the terrazine of Slain. Nuluka, the first person to be promoted, must deal with this matter. Jinra said, no one knows what the Dark God has encountered recently. He has never been so angry as he is now. You only know one side of the story. You are a complete fool. Alarak admired the pitiful appearance of his subordinates who were trembling because of the scolding, which made him happy. The reason why the first ascended Nuluka refused to leave Slain is that he was preparing to initiate the Rakshi ritual to the High Lord Marash so that he could replace him. He hummed, Nuroka is already second to none. If he wants to go further, the position of High Lord is his last choice. But Marash is blessed by the Dark God Ammon and has great power. For this reason, Nuluka must win the support of allies. He has already come to you. Jinra wanted to pretend that she knew nothing about the fact that the first ascended Nuluka had visited Alarak late at night, but that would be fooling the fourth ascended Alarak, which would surely lead to severe punishment from the latter. Yes, Noloka wants me to support him as an ally in the Rakshi ritual. Alarak said happily. Guess what my answer is? I don't know. Jinra did not hesitate. TSK TSK TSK. Alarak did not embarrass Jinra. I didn't answer, he said, but the news of the first Ascendant's visit did not escape High Lord Marash, so the High Lord kicked me here regardless of my attitude. Humph, the High Lord is the most powerful and cunning Tal'Darim, at least for a long time in the past. So, Noloka postponed the plan to launch the Rakshi ceremony and waited for our death fleet to return to Slain. Those who anger Marash will live a life worse than death, and Nayan is the end. Jinra said cautiously. Nayan, that madman, is not worth mentioning, but he still has value to use. Alarak said to himself, then decide who to support in the duel between the First Ascendant and the High Lord. I will not participate in this Rakshi. Jinra found that her slender neck was easily pinched in the hand of the furious Alarak before she finished speaking. Alarak was tall and looked like a giant even among the Tal'Darim. He could easily pinch Jinra in his hand. Although he couldn't suffocate a Protoss to death, strangling a Protoss neck was also fatal to the Protoss. This cunning guy would never easily take sides. This was clear. If 2 of the top 10 ascenders in the ascension chain formed an alliance, the other ascenders would definitely be worried. Do you think you can stay out of it by being a turtle? Well, just hide in your shell and shrink your neck. Poor guy. Alarak slowly put Jinra on the ground, feeling bored by the other party's indifferent reaction. I hate betrayers, Jinra. You'd better not anger me. He acted moody, but that was just his way of hiding his true thoughts. You are very honest. I will reward you with some terrazine. Thank me later. Lord Alarak, the mothership's main gun is ready. At this time, a Tal'Darim crew member reported to Alarak. Very well, you know what to do next. Alarak's lazy and ironic voice returned again. This weapon is nothing but a waste in the hands of weak Templars, who do not understand the joy of killing and conquering. You don't need me to teach you what to do. The Tal'Darim are the ones who fight with blood on the tip of the blade. Alarak didn't care what kind of wrath the human government would incur by destroying this human colony. The Protoss only needed to move their fingers and these poor creatures would flee in panic. He did not deny that even humans as weak and short-lived as humans had their respectable side, but they were only a minority. Even if most humans were burned to slag, Alarak would not feel sorry. Even if Braxis was blown up, what could the Lord of Mankind do to the Tal'Darim? Alarak wanted to see if he had the courage to fight the Tal'Darim. In the dazzling light that could be seen throughout Polaris, the Tal'Darim's death fleet began to launch a full-scale bombing of Braxis. The terrifying beam brought destructive flames, vaporizing the glaciers and oceans of Braxis, and burning huge scorch marks across the land. A large amount of water vapor entered the atmosphere and then condensed into ice crystals, causing freezing rain and hail around the world. This extreme weather brought by the Protoss orbital strike created giant ice cones on the charred land. Polaris was burned without any suspense, and all life was wiped out. This was just the first planet destroyed by the Tal'Darim. Chapter 496 Tosh's Swarm. Telada 9th. Sunset Palms Hotel on the Emerald Coast. Sunset Palms Hotel is an asset of the Tassinus creation family and is only open to aristocrats who can enter this class. This means that even wealthy federal businessmen, entrepreneurs, and financiers with assets will be turned away if they do not have this status. Located in the city of El Sicaro, this Sunset Palms Hotel is located on the beautiful Emerald Coast, close to the golden El Sicaro beach, and the private dock is full of luxurious yachts and sailboats. The luxurious stairwell of the main staircase has extraordinary decorative lines like flowing water lines. As a symbol of the power and wealth of the Tassinus creation family, Sunset Palms Hotel is a glass and steel building that is both gorgeous and magnificent. Whether it is the large blue glass between the bronze iron frames, the majestic marble white walls, or the huge glass dome like a greenhouse and the fish scale staircase that undulates like waves, all of them demonstrate the wealth and power of the creation family. Looking at the magnificent and gorgeous buildings in the wealthy areas, resorts, and ultra-modern art-style train stations, bus stations, and interstellar ports on the coastline of Iskalo, they are also masterpieces of Tassinus-style architecture. The Sunset Palm Hotel in Iskalo City has a large infinity pool located on its top floor that seems to be above the clouds. Gravity technology makes this pool seem to float in the sky, and its edges are more like non-existent. The pool is very lively at the moment, with cheerful laughter and noise everywhere. Many young men and women in swimsuits are either wearing sunglasses to enjoy the perfect sunbathing in a shallow, or playing in the shallow water in the pool. Although the Terran Federation has collapsed, the descendants of the Tarsinus creation family are still living in the past affluent and carefree life, without being affected by the war or any influence. Even during the 4-year Kel-morian War, the Rebellion era, and the Total War, the children of the creation family lived an enviable luxurious life. Compared to the edge worlds destroyed by the Zerg and the Protoss, it was a paradise and a hell. In contrast, the expressions of the security guards and FSB agents in black suits and tights around the swimming pool were much more real. This is not to say that the descendants of the creation family are hopeless playboys. They are just a group of spoiled children. In order to guard against the killers of the resistance army, these children were locked up here by their parents. In addition to enjoying a comfortable life and relieving their nervous emotions, there is really nothing to do. It's fun to vacation in Telida, but when can we go back to Tarsinus? We can't have a good party. Morgan Calibus was lying on a beach lounge chair, grabbing berries from the fruit bowl at hand. Morgan is the heir of the Calibus family. His father is Arturo Calibus, one of the most powerful people in Tarsinus. But after the UED Expeditionary Force invaded the throne world of the Terran Federation, even such a person had to flee in a hurry. He has shiny black hair and black eyes, and looks exactly like his father. About a month ago, Morgan was sent to Tirida 9th by his parents, like other descendants of the creation family, avoiding the UED's attack on Tarsinus. The people of Tarsinus now are either Earthlings or Korhal rebels, and you actually want to go back. Antonia Tigor sat on a beautiful sun lounger with leaf-shaped patterns, and applied sunscreen to herself. Like every young man and woman in the Sunset Palm Hotel, Antonia also has a prominent identity, and the famous Andrea Tigor is Antonia's grandmother. Antonia inherited the beauty of the women in her family, and was undoubtedly born beautiful. Even before she was 15 years old, she was already beautiful and charming. Long crimson hair fell from Antonia's slender white back to her plump buttocks. Her pair of muscular and plump legs touched the slippery 3-color tiles. Her small and beautiful feet looked like exquisite works of art. Didn't Marshal Arthur Duke say that the government forces would soon launch a general offensive to retake Tarsinus? Morgan leaned back in his chair and stuffed a whole bunch of crystal clear grapes into his mouth. The last time he promised so confidently that Tarsinus would never fall, the federal fleet didn't even last until the 3rd day. Antonia pursed her plump lips and said, "Augustus has taken back Tarsinus from the Earthlings. Doesn't that mean that the rebels are 100 times stronger than the government forces? Who else can we count on?" Morgan is not an ignorant child. He has received a systematic aristocratic education. Since he was a child, he has followed his parents to mingle in the upper social circles of Tarsinus. He is well aware of the complex system and interest conflicts between the many families. Do you expect Augustus Mengsk to let us go home like this? I'm afraid he won't. Antonia has applied sunscreen and lay down on the chair. After the descendants of these creation families came to Telida, the situation has changed dramatically. First, the UED Expeditionary Force captured Tarsinus, which was like a thunderbolt. The Terran Federation government and the federal parliament also blocked the door and kicked it. The dignitaries of Tarsinus fled like dogs that had lost their homes. Although the federal government officials and several congressmen who escaped from Tarsinus formed a fugitive government, the Terran Federation has actually lost its absolute military power that once deterred and oppressed the federal territory. Each territory declared independence one after another, and the once powerful federation fell apart in an instant. Then, a few days ago, Augustus Mengsk issued a victory declaration in Tarsinus that made the Federation members furious, which was equivalent to the final conclusion of the demise of the Terran Federation, and nailed a few more nails. But this did not prevent the descendants of the creation family who came to Tirida for refuge from continuing their past extravagant life of spending money like water. After all, the war was always far away from them. During the war, the Terran Federation government first encouraged patriotic young people to join the army, and then forcibly conscripted citizens born in previous years, while the descendants of the creation family enjoyed exemption from military service as a matter of course. I'm afraid we won't be able to stay in Tirada for long. Antonia and Morgan may be the only two of the children who are still discussing the UED and the Korhal rebels. It is not the norm of aristocratic social interaction to talk about such things among a group of children who just want to forget their unhappiness and indulge in pleasure. Moreover, the recent news also proves that the Terran Federation's fugitive government is gathering the fleets that were dispersed by the UED Expeditionary Force with the help of various creation families, and summoning the naval squadrons that failed to return in time due to cruising in extremely remote star regions, preparing to regain the old territory. The members of the Tagore family behind Antonia have basically escaped from Tarsinus safely and went to other planets under their family names or mining planets. Since Augustus Mengsk has already controlled Tarsinus, he will soon be free to deal with us. Moreover, their parents and families will support them, even if the sky falls. Although the fall of Tarsinus caused the creation families to lose countless real estate and other capital, it is not an exaggeration to say that it was a serious injury. However, the wealth accumulated over hundreds of years is not enough to force the members of the creation families to live a tight life. Can't our family reconcile with Augustus Mengsk? I don't understand. Morgan had eaten all the fruits on the fruit plate and put on his coat to get some more. With the support of the family, Augustus can become the ruler of Tarsinus. The hatred of Korhal IV will never be forgotten by the Korhal people. Antonia said. When Korhal was razed to the ground, Amelie Tagore knew that he and Augustus were finished. There was no chance for them to be together. Morgan quickly came back with a new fruit plate, sneering at Antonia's words that Augustus Mengsk is a dangerous person. I heard that he has a ruthless ghost girlfriend, and he has many ghost girlfriends like that. Wow. Antonia expressed amazement. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside, and the security personnel around the swimming pool immediately became nervous. Gentlemen, ladies, you must leave here immediately. The servants have packed your luggage. A man in a black suit walked to the edge of the swimming pool and shouted, "Hurry, there is no time to waste." The young men and women in the swimming pool immediately looked at the man with dissatisfaction, and some continued to swim in it, as if they didn't hear him. What? How can you do this? Where are you going again? I've had enough. When can we get back to Tarsinus? I want my mother to talk to you idiots. What happened, Mr. Dellin? Bescusinus asked anxiously while combing her wet blonde hair, standing next to her twin brother Occam. Are the rebels here? It's the Zerg, kid. The man with a thick mustache waved his hand and urged the descendants of the creation family who were still having fun to leave the swimming pool. The main nest of the Zerg has been discovered in Tirada. It will soon become the target of the Zerg's attack. You should leave by shuttle now without hesitation. Okay, but I want to know how long we will be chased around by the rebels and the Earthlings like drowned dogs. Kalunus said as he put on his coat. It won't be long. Augustus Mengsk won't stay in his position for long. Dellin looked at his watch again, looking very anxious. What about the others in Tirada? Morgan Carabas asked Dellin. There are still many people living here. If we leave, that's not our business. The solemn butler said sternly. My duty is to send you back to your families safely. The Zerg are not pirates from the fringe systems. He said, you are kind, child, but we are no match for the Zerg. Antonia and Morgan looked at each other and shook their heads. Leading and protecting their people was the duty of the original creation family, which is why they are respected and powerful. But now is not the past. The nobles who control countless wealth cannot take any risks to protect civilians. In the high altitude orbit of the Tirada 9th, Tosh's behemoth central nervous chamber, this huge monster comparable to a satellite, is like a giant whale swimming in the black ocean. The folds of hard skin on its back and abdomen are hundreds of thousands of feet wide and host huge king insects and other hideous alien creatures. Even larger monsters with scalloped eyes are flying around it. Several brave Tyrannites Wraith fighters are monitoring this slowly moving alien insect fleet from a distance, paying attention to their every move. As long as the Terran Federation exists, my revenge will not end. Gabriel Tosh, who has become a hideous green-skinned monster, can no longer remember whether he killed his grandmother with his own hands or the federal troops who even shot at the residents of the slums. But it doesn't matter. Tosh's immense anger urgently needs an outlet, and he must find something to do. As Tosh became this monster for a longer and longer time, the remaining humanity in his heart was gradually lost. This was not Tosh's fault. The transformation of the Zerg affected him all the time, and the Zerg did not need pity for the mentally handicapped and other unimportant emotions. Revenge was actually irrelevant, at least not to the current Prince of Blades. Even if you succeed in revenge, you will not have any happiness in your heart. You are looking for liberation and redemption. In this case, you should seek help from the Protoss and humans. On the other side, a female Protoss wrapped in huge fleshy tentacles said to Tosh in her beautiful and majestic mental language. She was the matriarch of the Dark Templar, Ratzigel, the current Archbishop of the Terran Protoss. However, at this moment, half of Ratzigel's body was trapped in the organization of this behemoth, and her grey-white skin also showed ugly spots due to fatigue. Shut up, goddess of death, if you have a mouth. As soon as Tosh saw Ratzigel, anger surged in his heart. Tosh kidnapped Ratzigel, one of the tricks of the thugs in the Hiji slums. They often kidnapped wealthy city dwellers for extortion. They planned to use her to order the Dark Templar to kill all the Cerebrates. Although Tosh was sure that, even if he didn't do this, the Protoss would not let go of the new Overmind and the Cerebrates, but who knew when they would take action. Once the new Overmind awakened, Tosh would be immediately controlled again, so he couldn't delay at all. As a result, he didn't expect to take Ratzigel to Char, let alone the Overmind, and even a few Cerebrates were not seen. What the hell is going on? Obviously, the Overmind has awakened and no one knows where it has gone. In this way, Tosh's position is very awkward. Tosh is the creation of the previous Overmind, and he is unwilling to obey the orders of the new Overmind. Attack my tribe. Tosh was annoyed when he thought of this. Now he has no place to use his strength. And recently, Tosh always inexplicably heard the nagging voice of a guy in the darkness, which almost drove him crazy. Attack this planet, and kill all the nobles and troops of the Terran Federation. You must not leave more blood debts. It is not wise to incur the hatred of humans. Ratzigel seemed to be persuading Tosh to put down the butcher knife. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Tosh was furious, and the tentacles and flesh whiskers that wrapped around Ratzigel immediately tightened, causing the female chief to groan. My target is only those nobles of the Federation. The humans here don't get in my way. Chapter 497 Emperor Augustus. An urgent news interruption. Tirada 8 and Tirada 9 have discovered Zerg and have been attacked in many places. Evacuation work has been launched, but the situation remains serious. Paul, Grand Master of the Tirada Knights, immediately publicly sought military assistance from any world that can hear their call for help. Heavy casualties. Welcome back to Donnie Vermillion's live studio. The latest news is that, since the Protoss fleet attacked the border planet Blaxus on the Korhal IV at 4 PM on October 17 August grid time, our frontline reporter Harold who went to Blaxus received sad news. The search and rescue team sent by the 2nd Fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Angel Shipping Group did not find even a single survivor on the surface of Blaxus. This sensational news has caused widespread and heated discussions in the Terran communities in both the core worlds and the edge worlds. This is early morning Eastern Time on October 24 Korhal time. The news office in the capital of Augustgrid announced that Revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk will deliver an important speech in 2 standard hours. Emergency news. A terrible plague is spreading rapidly on multiple planets such as Agria, Meenhof, Altheon, Bountiful, and Pikes Peak. Hospitals are overcrowded, and the medical system is close to collapse. This has caused a serious humanitarian crisis. The people there are fighting for survival and they need help. The Umoyan National Defense Army has sent a military medical ship to rescue Bountiful. This ancient world is suffering from illness. The Kel-morian Combine Corporation regrets that they are powerless to do anything about the tragedy happening in Meenhof, which has caused the stock prices of many listed professional guilds in Moria to plummet. This is Uncaprulu today. I'm Mike Liberty. At 7 AM on the 24th August grid time, Major General Augustus Mengsk of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, as the official spokesman of the army, responded to reporters' questions and made promises on the most concerned hot topics at the moment. The following CCTV will broadcast. The Revolutionary Army will not evacuate Tarsus and ignore the common people there. Anyone who has such a ridiculous idea is creating unwarranted panic and chaos. I want to tell you that they are playing hooligans in a noble place. The Terran Federation has become history. Facts have proved that the Federation's government and army have not been able to protect their people in the face of alien enemies. The federal government was defeated by the offensive of the Zerg and the Protoss, and it was the Revolutionary Army that bravely fought against the alien enemies. The Federation has already fled in front of the people of Earth. Are you still expecting their hopeless government to return? Yes, Marshal Augustus is about to form a new Terran government, and all Terran human lands will be united under a new flag and monarchy. I assure you that this will be the beginning of a golden age of inheritance and pioneering spirit for this nation and this country. Unity is strength. The rule of law is a lifeline. Is there any doubt about this? All Terran lands will be placed under the protection of Augustus' new government and the Revolutionary Army. We will do our utmost to defend the people's dignity, property and everything they love. You ask me who the Terran people should seek protection from? 10,000 years later, I will say the same thing. I promise you that we will restore the glory of the Terran human race and will never bow to any alien force. In the face of alien forces, whether it is the greedy Zerg, the mysterious Protoss or the slaughterers of the Earth Federation, the Terran army will never take a step back and hand over every inch of the motherland. There are only Terran people who died in battle, but no Terran people who kneel down. Well, this is not sensational. The Zerg and the Protoss have never left, and the dark clouds of the past still hang over the heads of humans. Although the Earthlings have been defeated, I'm sure that the Earth United Council is still planning to make a comeback. In the face of the disaster of the destruction of the country and the ruin of the family, no one can stay out of it. It is difficult to walk alone, and it is difficult to clap alone. Everyone knows this simple truth. In the face of the threat of powerful foreign invasion, the various member worlds of the old Terran Federation must reunite. Only a strong Terran human central government can achieve the revival of the race and allow the ethnic group to stand tall on the starry sea again. The new government will be committed to developing people's livelihood and the economy, encouraging industry and trade, protecting the rights and interests of the people in the core world from infringement, helping those poor and backward planets out of the shadow of economic recession so that everyone on the Terran land can have a full meal, and defending every child's right to education. The cabinet and parliament will be reorganized for sure, but I'm not in a position to reveal more. I certainly can't tell you who will be appointed the first prime minister of the new government, but he must be just right. I will sacrifice myself for the public good and be honest and upright. I work for the people and the people work for me. I will devote my life to the cause until my death. Welcome to the Unevening Show. Focus on Korhal. Former Federation Congressman Weston McMasters revealed to our reporter the deals and ugly inside stories between the former Terran Federation Congress and the Creation family. Congressman McMasters said that the reason why the Federation Congress decided to abandon the fringe worlds was that according to calculations, it was obviously cheaper to protect the densely populated core worlds, based on factors such as cost and per capita. In addition, he also revealed that he would participate in the election of the new government's Senate. This is Maximum Spear bringing you the news. Mr. Toom, the famous philanthropist and entrepreneur, general manager of the Kel-morian mining group on the planet Lingshusa Pride, warned the public, if the state of anarchy continues, the territory will be further divided, order will not exist, and morality will be corrupted. For the Terran people in the Korhal sector, it means a catastrophe. In the middle of the habitable range of the Korhal sector, the former Federation territory of New Trinidad is under the sovereignty. New Trinidad is a cold ash world. In its earliest history, it was used as a prison planet of the Terran Federation to exile prisoners. According to rumors, children here must be born knowing how to hold a gun, otherwise they will be thrown into the cold space by their parents. Trinidad is the largest industrial city in New Trinidad. At this moment, in a bar in this city, local residents, mercenaries, Pirates and other people of all kinds are sitting around carrying rifle bullets. They are smoking and drinking while staring at the three-dimensional projection screen in the center of the bar. Between the lecture table with flashing lights and the red background curtain, a grey-haired man wearing a golden red cloak and a medal walked to the front. I dare say, something big is going to happen today. New Sydney, the Edge World. Red Terrace, Federal Police Station. Sergeant Wilkes Butler sat at his desk. Dozens of his sweaty subordinates were crowded in this small and shabby office, staring at the old LED screen in front of them. The majestic grey-haired man just stood there, and everyone's eyes turned to him unconsciously. I don't care what kind of person this Augustus Mengsk was before, whether he was cruel or kind. As long as he can save New Sydney, the people here will listen to him. Sergeant Butler said. Ne-4 a federal weapons factory. One magnificent heavy factory connected to another, extending to the limit of the workers' site. Here, countless steel platforms and giant chimneys stretched straight to the cloudy sky. The huge crane was putting tons of crystal minerals into the furnace. The workers had to wear industrial earmuffs to prevent the roar of the lathe, the sound of the rivet gun and the click of the conveyor belt from affecting their hearing. In the area where the huge Ne-2 factory is located, the drizzle falls almost all year round, and there is no way to dry clothes in the sun. Pollution from the industrial zone has also poisoned the atmosphere of Ne-2, and acid rain has turned the once dense forest into a barren wasteland. Work hard, no idle chatter. Any reading materials related to the rebels will be destroyed immediately upon discovery, and each workshop must implement a collective responsibility system. The voice on the radio and the severe punishment could not stop the workers from gathering together to pay tribute to the hero who might save them. We can hear his voice. Asteria as the saffron sunset fell from the side of the Asteria Canyon. The mayor of the small town of Tant gathered all the townspeople and told them that he had something important to announce. A name that was once unknown was about to spread across the entire planet. Agria. The plague has taken the lives of millions of Agrians, and almost everyone has lost their relatives and friends in this terrible catastrophe. The air was filled with the stench of burnt bodies. In many areas, the number of bodies being cremated was not even as high as the number of bodies being received. The number of dead people was much greater than the number of living people. The living people no longer had the energy to burn the dead. At the Skylark ferry, people fleeing to Haddiston turned up their radios at full volume and listened attentively, so his voice spread in all directions. Arctica. This planet was just an ordinary planet in the territory of the Terran Federation. Its barren soil and dangerous primitive swamps could barely support 1 million people. Even the Zerg had never attacked heirs. At this time, the citizens of Arctica were in a frenzy because a fleet of Tal'Darim Improtus had arrived over their city. Only a few of them were holding their personal terminals to listen to the speech, clinging to this last straw. Tirida Wraith. Zerg are gathering in the orbit of this planet. The Tirida Planetary Defense Force is doing its best to protect its homeland from the invasion of Zerg. Railguns and anti-aircraft guns can be seen everywhere. At this moment, in the urban area of the capital Gramercy City, hundreds of thousands of people are gathering together to listen to the speech of Marshal Augustus Mengsk. Only he and his revolutionary army can save the people of the Tirida system. The pride of the water, the North Ocean. This liquid high-energy gas collection platform built on the sea is like an immovable steel fortress. Amid the roar of the super drill, a brand new golden red flag is rising. The workers on the platform all heard a majestic voice from the radio. Today, the various Terran colonies are united again under the same flag, and they have become a powerful and invincible force. And she should and must have all the lands, people and legitimate sovereignty over this star region of the Terran Federation. Everyone should be told her name, the Terran Empire. She is the Empire. Let the world hear our voice. Bashal, the Tal'Darim Improtus temple in the steppes of war. Be careful, that is the last battery. If it breaks again, we will never be able to contact people from other worlds again. Under the magnificent alien temple, thousands of people are gathering under a holographic screen. They are the Korhal immigrants who voluntarily stayed under the influence of Bashal's will, obsessed with Terrazine and its influence. Today, the psychic potential of Bashal immigrants is generally higher than the average level of Caprula humans. And 3 years have passed since they came to Bashal, and the Korhal Revolutionary Army and their compatriots seem to have completely forgotten the people here. Even so, the Baisha settlers still maintained their loyalty to Korhal and the Revolutionary Army. For the Terran Empire, Tartarus, the central city, a huge holographic projection screen was projected on a screen that was 300 feet wide and 100 feet wide. No matter how far away, the image on it could be clearly seen, and the solemn voice could be heard. People were originally very calm, at least they had just started to cheer. When they heard Augustus' last words, they were infected by some emotion, and the cheers immediately turned into a tsunami. In the name of the Empire, Shalok, Antigua Prime, Marcera, Altera. Hundreds of human worlds were in a sensation. Augustus the Great, the first emperor of the Terran Empire, the emperor of all Terrans, the liberator of the Federation, the defender of all Caprulu, the lord of Korhal, the conqueror of Tarsus, the governor of Antigua, the governor of Char, the governor of Masera, the governor of Chassara, the governor of Virisha, the governor of Blaxis, the governor of Bront, the governor of Tirida, the governor of Altera, the governor of Shalok. Augustus stood in front of the podium of the Augustus Palace, facing countless cameras and flashes, and only he knew what was in his mind. The so-called great achievements of a man, making great achievements, and attracting hundreds of responses, are probably like this. I declare to all the people of the Terran Empire that my life, no matter how long it is, will be dedicated to serving you, and the great empire to which we all belong. He said, I'm Augustus Mengsk, founder of this new empire, master of Tarsus, Korhal, Antigua and thousands of other prime worlds and colonies. Now, without the need for laurel wreaths and scepters, I'm a de jure and unquestionable monarch. From this day forward, I'm the emperor of the Terran Empire. Wherever I am, there is the empire. Chapter 498, Terran Empire. Korhal IV, the imperial capital. August Grid Palace. In the original plan for the imperial capital, the palace built for the emperor of the Terran Empire was located in the center of the city, occupying more than 10 square miles of land. In addition to the main giant pyramid-shaped palace building, there are large courtyards behind the towering walls and gates of the palace, which are used to build nurseries and gardens, and office buildings for administrative departments such as the cabinet. Although the emperor himself cut the expensive plan again and again, after reading the plan, and changed 3/4 of the original area, to build a large citizen park, the August Grid city government, the Imperial Senate and the Imperial Marine Corps Operations Center, the main palace and a small part of the courtyard were attained under the advice of Defense Minister Arcturus and others. In addition, there is a statue of a revolutionary marine carved in travertine marble, and a 500-foot-high car battle monument. Soldiers who died in the past to protect Ka will also be moved here for burial. The palace is not only a symbol of the power of the emperor of the Terran Empire, but also the center of politics, so it cannot be too shabby. Even so, this is undoubtedly a massive project. At least 3,000 construction workers were engaged in the construction of the August Grid Palace at the beginning, and the resources and large equipment mobilized were an astonishing number. The entire August Grid was under construction in full swing, and the palace was just a microcosm of it. This was Emperor Augustus's contribution to the land of his birth, and the reborn world of Korhal IV would surely replace the powerful Tarsus as the center of the Terran Empire. The current August Grid Palace is just a fine steel frame built by countless cranes, pile drivers, concrete and towering scaffolding. The outermost palace wall has begun to take shape, and there are many golden and red flags of the Terran Empire fluttering in the wind on every construction site. The half-mile-long high wall is only the outermost layer of the palace's defense facilities. On top of the multiple layers of thick and reinforced concrete is a 4-foot-thick presteel, alloy and superconducting grid. The air and water inside are screened to the molecular level, which can resist the impact of electronic pulses and charged particle radiation. Giant cannons of amazing caliber are installed on the palace walls, guarded by the royal guards who were once the marshal's guards. From the design of the palace to the construction, to the guards and staff, they are all the most loyal to the Mengsk family. Everyone must undergo a mind-reading review by the psychics of the highest inspection and police department OGBO agents, before they can actually come into contact with the royal family. The August Grid Imperial Security Force is responsible for the security of the outer perimeter of the palace. In terms of artistic value, the magnificent August grid should also be an unprecedented model in the history of new empire architecture. There are more than 30 artists such as former Terran Federation architects, sculptors, and painters present, and the architectural plan of the palace was finalized after extremely fierce debate. The August grid palace completely broke away from the limitations of classical architecture. It is a stunning steel and glass building. It is expected to use tens of millions of tons of steel, marble and flat glass. The alloy steel columns, beams, longitudinal beams and the glass that sparkles in the sun together form a super steel pyramid that towers into the sky, and it will be a well-deserved landmark building in the city. Augustus knew how the opposition and the former supporters of the Terran Federation would slander him. Of course, they would seize this opportunity with shining eyes and call the new monarch of the Terran Empire a tyrant who built a palace as soon as he ascended the throne. Once in power, he indulged in personal luxury and enjoyment, which is a common problem of the leaders of the peasant uprising army. The emperor is so conceited that he named the capital of the empire after himself. What else can't he do? What absurd things. As long as Augustus is still sitting in that position, both malicious slander and praise will continue. The August grid palace is not an exquisite and elegant palace or castle, but more like an unparalleled steel fortress, which symbolizes the indestructible determination and skill of the emperor of the Terran Empire. But that will happen at the earliest in 5 to 6 years, unless Augustus is willing to order more workers to build the palace through a larger budget. At present, the August grid palace is only a vague prototype. Before the palace was delivered for use, Augustus lived in a high-rise building of about 20 floors that had been built. The building condensed various departments of the new empire, including the newly established Terran Empire Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Land and Resources, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Health and Public Security, and dozens of other different departments. Ruling an interstellar empire across galaxies requires an equally large administrative agency, and thousands of people will work for it. As the number of personnel increases, these imperial officials appointed by the emperor himself will have to move out sooner or later. Some people say that the new ruler of the Terran Empire is extravagant, but in fact, Augustus' office is just a small room with elegant decorations, which is much simpler than the private palaces of those wealthy tycoons. As the emperor of the Terran Empire, Augustus has no time to go on vacation. After all, he still has an empire to build. Augustus has to build all departments of the imperial government almost from scratch, establish a new legislative, judicial, and administrative system, and further decide what policies the Terran Empire should implement in the future, and what kind of people will assist the emperor in governing this new empire with difficulties. On the ruins and ashes of the Terran Federation, the new Terran Empire is facing a mess, with various territories falling apart, and the raging war has even caused the economy of some colonies to regress by half a century. Under the long-term anarchy and famine, chaos continues, and the civilization there has shown signs of decline. At the same time, there were also many internal opponents. The Terran Federation was originally a regime controlled by a large number of wealthy nobles, chaebols and large corporate capital. Augustus could not bypass them if he wanted to take over the rule of the Terran Federation over the federal territory. Externally, the Zerg and the Protoss still threatened the borders of the Terran Empire, and the war had never subsided. In this way, Augustus could not recruit these local nobles into the Senate like the old Federation did, and it was even more impossible to delegate power to the Imperial Parliament that was about to be formed. It was not the right time to have a broader democracy. If the Terran Empire itself was a regime with a declining economy and a weak military, and could not even protect itself, how could it have time to discuss republican democracy and hand over the power of the country to a clown who could only shout in parliament? Emperor Augustus, the de facto president and prime minister of the Terran Empire, enjoyed both powers at the same time. He was the supreme leader of the empire and the government, that is, the head of state. In fact, this was another kind of monarchy, with the power of the country concentrated in the hands of Augustus alone. If you are not careful, the Terran Empire will be defeated by enemies everywhere as soon as it is established. The people of this empire urgently need time to recuperate, but the enemies of the empire will not give Augustus a chance. Current events make heroes. Your Majesty, the name in the game. The speech has caused a sensation in many places. Whether from the public reaction or public opinion, the situation is very favorable to you. Sarah Carrigan put down a cup of black tea on Augustus's table. Mayor Hadrian of Tarsinus has also organized the children and the city to write letters to you. Oh, let me see. Augustus put down the draft in his hand about reorganizing the Korhal Revolutionary Army and forming the Imperial Army. Another document next to it was about the proposal to establish and discuss the first higher military academy in the Empire. There are too many things to do, and there is no way to finish them. These letters are electronic files. Augustus quickly found these letters on his personal computer, connected to the entire planet's communication system. Those immature but respectful words immediately made the Terran Empire Emperor, who had been working hard for many days, smile knowingly. This Hadrian Rodriguez is the former mayor of Tarsinus. I remember this person. Augustus read several letters carefully and put them in a folder for replying. He said to Carrigan beside him, I hope he can achieve results during his term, but the old Federation approach does not apply to me. He is a shrewd and capable man, and very smart, but smart people can also make things worse. I see. Carrigan lowered her head and said, Your Majesty. Just call me Augustus, at least in private. Augustus looked at Carrigan for a while, pointed to the old Revolutionary Navy uniform on her body and said, You know what I'm thinking, so I won't persuade you. He said, I told Cavill, the son of Charles, the old butler of the Mengsk family, and now the butler of the Augusgrad Palace, that you need a few dresses for public occasions. The ones in my closet are good, said Carrigan. You are my future wife, you know. The people of the Terran Empire also hope that their queen is a ladylike and dignified woman. Augustus looked at Carrigan and said, Who says the queen can't wear a military uniform? Carrigan said this, but such a straightforward person suddenly turned his head away, and the corners of his mouth kept rising uncontrollably. No federal noble or government official had ever married a Sikha before, let alone the queen of the empire. Only in this matter did Augustus not want anyone under his command to question him. Carrigan is right. At this time, Augustus Mengsk, wearing a golden and red Royal Guard uniform, walked into the Emperor's office. Mom would also say that she shouldn't dress too shabby. Our family can afford a few clothes. You are here, Prince Arcturus, Grand Duke Tarsinus, Count Wulfric, Count Stilling. Augustus looked up at Arcturus and read out a long list of titles. That's enough. You don't need to bury me anymore. When Augustus proclaimed himself emperor, Arcturus made up a long list of titles for himself. Now even he himself felt embarrassed to hear them. Have Angus and Mom arrived? Augustus didn't even laugh at him. Yes, Faraday has already picked them up at Augusgrad Airport. Dorothy is here too. What a surprise. For Arcturus, this was indeed a surprise. I plan to appoint Angus as the Minister of Finance and form a cabinet with him as the center. Do you think this is appropriate? Augustus asked his brother. It is inevitable that some people will say that I'm nepotism. Angus is the least likely person to use this power to embezzle and bribe to accumulate power, and you will not choose a candidate from officers like Titus. Arcturus shrugged. That's really like a rat falling into an oil tank. Augustus smiled rarely. I heard that the old guy has been doing well in Tarsinus recently, but he knows how to restrain himself. Actors, have the directors, teachers, and students of the Federation Ghost Academy who were locked up by Stukov been found? He asked again. Yes, the Earthlings who hate genetic mutants didn't execute them. There are about 600 active ghost agents, about 2,000 faculty and staff, and more than 700 students in school. This is also the reason why Arcturus came here. According to your order, the ghost instructor who trained Carrigan has been found. His name is indeed Drum. It was this person who indirectly killed Carrigan's father and trained her to be an efficient ghost agent. Dad committed suicide. Carrigan's mood was greatly affected, but he did regard this cold-blooded Federation instructor as an enemy. Now, it's your freedom to deal with him as you wish, Sarah. Augustus said softly to Carrigan. I said I would help you get revenge. His voice sounded very gentle. Or if you don't bother to do it yourself, I will have him drowned in the lake. No, let me kill him myself. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Carrigan was still smiling just now, but now her face was as cold as frost. The training methods of the early Ghost Academy brought great pain to the psychics, not just Kerrigan. If there was no function of the psychic suppressor to force obedience, the ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army would almost want to kill their instructors. After saying that, Kerrigan walked out of the office in a swift and decisive manner, and the look in her eyes really wanted to kill. This matter must be settled. What a cruel woman. Listen to me, what about the daughter of the Bennett family? Arcturus still did not give up his plan to squeeze out Kerrigan. Or, what about Annabella Terra's youngest daughter? Don't you like psychics? Why don't you dare say that in front of her? Augustus shook his head. No matter what, I will always have only this one queen. And, did you spread this rumor? Your Majesty, your loyal subjects will never spread groundless things, or call a horse a zebra, unless it is true. Arcturus smacked his lips. Well, how are the preparations for the Imperial Senate going? Augustus didn't have time to argue with his stupid brother. The Imperial Senate, it's different from the Federation era. Each planet must send representatives instead of assigning seats, based on population and economy. In the past, marginal worlds didn't even have a say in the Federation Parliament. This can't be completed in a few days. You know, about half of the former Federation territories have not been recovered by us. There are also many settlements established by immigrants themselves outside the Federation immigration plan. Arcturus replied. We must send a fleet as soon as possible to make them recognize the sovereignty of the Terran Empire on their homeland. I know, but there are really no more fleets to be mobilized. The Zerg Tyranor and the Taldera Minotica both require powerful fleets to deal with. Augustus didn't have any good ideas. Fortunately, there is already a solution to the plague in places like Agria. Artemis, the Protoss executive who came to help the Revolutionary Army fight against the hybrids, remained in Korhal and even participated in the establishment of the Terran Empire. Due to the mission, Artemis has many Protoss biological scientists who study hybrids. So, Augustus commissioned the Protoss scientists under Artemis to develop an antidote to the Zerg virus. The reason why the Protoss had not conducted such research before was because they did not have to worry about the infection of the Zerg and would not waste time and energy to save humans. But in fact, the Protoss had such technological strength. Notify the fleet that the Protoss has developed an nanoserum that can fight the virus. The fleet heading to Agria will set off immediately today. Augustus said, I want to follow the fleet to the expedition. You are the Emperor of the Terran Empire, and let your generals do the expedition. Arcturus objected. Didn't I say that? Augustus just said calmly. Wherever I am, there is the Terran Empire. In the Battle of Stukov, the Protoss had developed a nanoserum to cure Stukov's infection. Although the Protoss was still horrified when they saw the infection later, that was 4 years later in the Wings of Liberty. Chapter 499 We are the Empire's mobile boundary monument. During the repeated short jumps to Tirida 8 and Tirida 9th, the light from celestial bodies and nebulae outside the Bridge of Fury, the flagship of the 4th Fleet of the Terran Empire fleet, was gradually obscured by the brilliance of the stars in the Tirida system. The Tirida system is only a few dozen parsecs, astronomical units. 1 parsec equals 3.26 light years, away from the Korhal system, and it only takes a few days to reach Korhal IV by taking the fastest galaxy jumper. This also means that the geographical location of the Tirida system has become extremely important to the Terran Empire, which has just established its capital at Korhal IV and moved its political and economic center to the Korhal system. It is far away from the hustle and bustle of Tarsus, but closer to Korhal. When the Tirida system was invaded by the Zerg, it was Korhal IV that first responded to the call for help from the Knights of Tirida. General Wachowski, William Warkowski, the fleet has jumped into the Tirida system and is executing a tactical jump command to the predetermined assembly point. Colonel Matt Horner, who is only 18 years old, is already the captain of the Fury. He has held important positions in many important departments such as the General Staff of the Revolutionary Army and the Revolutionary Navy Command. He also accumulated rich experience in sailing and commanding battles at the grassroots level in his early military career. Now, Matt is the first time to serve as the captain of a capital ship. HMM Vice Admiral William Wachowski is a lean and solid general of the Revolutionary Army. The straight uniform of the Imperial Navy general is tightly attached to his body, and there is no gap or ups and downs. Wachowski is a bald head. There is always no expression on his thin face. He is as serious and rigid as those inspectors and political commissars who pay attention to military rules and discipline. He only acts according to military rules and never shows any mercy. It is said that even the Zerg will be ashamed of this man's ruthlessness. He has a well-known nickname, Tug, also known as William Tungo Wachowski, which, like those nicknames such as Stonewall and Giant Wheel, highlights this person's personality and work style. Lieutenant General William Wachowski was born in a humble family. His parents were shoemakers in the marginal world. Influenced by local education and economy, Wachowski only began to enter the Umaga Naval Academy to receive systematic military education after becoming an officer of the Revolutionary Army. Like many generals who were promoted for their meritorious service in battle, Wachowski started as a reserve officer and participated in the battles of Korhal, Marcera, and Tigatuai and Char. He was one of the first officers when the Revolutionary Navy was established. Wachowski is an outstanding military commander, and he loves learning, thinking, and summarizing. In the middle and late stages of the uprising, Wachowski wrote a lot of reports on military theory research in the military, and many of them were included in the Revolutionary Army's Recruit's Combat Manual, or used as teaching materials for soldiers and new officers to learn. Among them, the teaching materials that used General Edmund Duke as a counterexample were written by Wachowski and his comrades. Therefore, Wachowski and Duke have never had a good relationship. This is not uncommon in the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army officers who followed Augustus and were born civilians did not like the federal noble officers who joined later. Now, this has formed two different factions in the Revolutionary Army, and the conflict during this period is second only to the dispute between the Navy and the Marines. As a general who was promoted step by step from the grassroots, Wachowski is also an imperial general who will be recorded in the history of the Terran Empire when he is officially awarded. He is a hero who can stand on the same stage with generals such as Warfield, Runstein and Kidd. Only Warfield, Raynor and Runstein were awarded the title of General of the Terran Empire. Jim Raynor, who was stationed in Char, also returned to Korhal to be awarded, becoming the only 3 generals of the Terran Empire. Vice Admiral Wachowski participated in the compilation of the training and combat regulations for the Terran Empire's military armed forces. These regulations were finally approved after being reviewed and revised by the Emperor of the Empire, and were quickly promoted in the entire reorganized Imperial Army as a classic model for training and combat. At this time, Wachowski and Matt Horner beside him did not say anything, but just stared at the star map on the bridge console and the various indexes and parameters that kept jumping on the display screen. At a certain moment, the Fury completed its last jump, and the 2 companion planets, Tirida 8 and 9th, appeared on the tactical screen. At the same time, the red numbers representing the life signals of the Zerg kept jumping, and there were also a lot of displays about the psychic index. This is a huge swarm of Zerg, and their number may be as high as millions, so that a large red cloud flashing with dark red light formed in the orbit of Tirida 9th. This scene was no longer strange to the battle-hardened Wachowski and Matt, but they were still puzzled by the information displayed on it. General, only the 8th and 9th planets of the Telida system were attacked by the Zerg, while the other 2 planets, 3 and X, had no reports of Zerg invasion at all. This does not conform to our consistent certification of the Zerg. The Zerg will not let go of anyone they see, and they want to destroy all humans. Matt frowned. Telida 3 is also a planet with a large number of colonies, with complete and advanced scientific research facilities, while the orbital space station of X is inhabited by many gas collectors and employees of mining companies. But there is not even a single Zerg on these 2 planets, and in the previous large-scale Zerg invasion, they devoured all life in a system without exception. They came with a clear purpose. There must be something on these 2 planets that attracted these Zerg. He said, there can be no more hesitation. The people there are suffering from the Zerg swarm. Telida 9th is Matt Horner's hometown. His family still lives on this planet, and Matt can't help but be anxious. All fleets, prepare to attack. Wachowski did not hesitate, and he immediately issued orders to all the battleships and affiliated fleet ships through the fleet-wide channel. Since the Terran Empire had just been established, it was plagued by internal and external troubles and many powerful enemies. Admiral Jim Raynor guarded the Zerg's throne nest world to fight against the Overlord Zerg that could return to the Kaprulu sector at any time. Runstein led the army to stay in Korhal and the core worlds to deal with the remnants of the Federation and other anti-imperial forces that were about to return. General Horace Wolfittle served as the Imperial Marshal, leading a huge fleet of the Imperial Second Fleet, Alpha Squadron, Delta Squadron and Omega Squadron, to fight against the Tolda and Protoss fleet. The responsibility of leading the army to support the Tirida system fell on Wachowski. His burden was not only to defeat the Zerg that invaded Tirida, but also to make the people of the Tirida system recognize the Terran Empire. Because those territories may not necessarily recognize the Terran Empire, many former governors of the Terran Federation galaxies took advantage of the collapse of the Tarsinus Federation government to establish themselves as kings. Even on those planets that have overthrown the federal government, the people there are not willing to hand over their fate to a government they don't understand and pay taxes again. Eject fighters, start the air-to-air laser artillery group, and preheat the main gun of the Yamato gun. Once you enter the range, open fire immediately and maintain fire suppression, Wachowski said, raising his mechanical watch on his wrist to check the time. It was just a habitual action. Before he gave an order, the landing troops began to board the ship, and the real battle is on the surface. We are the only fleet that can save the people there, which means we are the hope of hundreds of millions of people. Although Wachowski seems to be a man who is not good at speaking, he actually likes to give long and impassioned speeches when mobilizing troops to fight. Once, we were just a mob in the eyes of the Federation army, a group of idealists who were doomed to fail. They never dreamed that we would be the final winners. We had smashed the shackles of the Federation, swept away the corruption of the old family, and established a brand new Terran country. Now, we are the Terran Imperial Army full of honor, the guardians of the Star Zone and the Terran human race. It is because of our heroic fight and sacrifice that billions of Imperial citizens can sleep peacefully, and your family and friends are among them. Go fight, use fire and sword, fight with your nails and teeth to the last moment, and offer your loyalty to the Emperor. Long live Cal. We are the moving boundary markers of the Empire. The National Gate is under our feet. Long live Cal. Matt Horner couldn't help but repeat Wachowski's words. He believed that the Imperial Navy soldiers in the 4th Fleet did the same. As Wachowski said, the current Revolutionary Army has a new identity, the Imperial Army, the legitimate military force of the legitimate regime of Terran humans. At the same time, the former Federation remnants were also labeled a subversive element and rebels by the Emperor of the Terran Empire. For the Emperor of the Terran Empire, this is a fleet temporarily formed due to the Battle of the Tirida system. There are about 28 battle cruisers, most of which are active behemoths. Among them, Cerberus and Sovereignty are new battle cruisers launched and put into service this year. After defeating the UED defenders of Tarsinus, Augustus took over the 2 main orbital shipyards of Tarsinus, among which there are about 30 battle cruisers under construction. Some have just started to lay the keel, and some are only short of painting the hull number before they can be delivered to the Navy. The Huai is an old Leviathan battle cruiser, which was originally used as a training ship for training new recruits, but now it has to be pulled into the battlefield. The Husea is a heroic warship with great military achievements. It was originally a battle cruiser cruising near Marcera. It was almost completely destroyed in the battle to rescue the system. It was repaired by Rory Swan and his battlefield engineers. The fleet also has 8 UED Valkyrie frigates, which are equipped with powerful cluster rocket launchers. Most of the soldiers are veterans of the Revolutionary Army, and many Federation troops from Tarsinus have been absorbed. Because the establishment of the Terran Empire has injected a dose of heart to those Terrans who are extremely disappointed with the Federation and terrified of alien enemies. In core worlds such as Tarsinus, the number of young people who signed up for the Imperial Army has exceeded any period since the end of the Terran Federation, since the end of the Total War. As Emperor Augustus emphasized, the Terran Empire is the Empire. Under the cover of starlight, the 4th Fleet of the Terran Empire quickly faced the Zerg fleet in the synchronous orbit of Tirida 8 and 9th. Thousands of fighters were ejected from battle cruisers and mortar ships. One after another, azure tracks with bright tail flames appeared and quickly disappeared, becoming flickering and gradually fading fireflies. It was a spectacular scene. Each firefly represented an Imperial Navy fighter and a pilot. They had to face Zerg that were 10 or 100 times more numerous than themselves. Many fighters would never have the opportunity to return. When the fleet's main battleships opened fire together, the portholes of the Fury were immediately illuminated by orange-red flames. The dense barrage of bullets killed a large number of Zerg and overlords into slag in the blink of an eye. This move also angered the Zerg. Like disturbing a nest of irritable wasps, the swarm of insects immediately swarmed like a swarm of mosquitoes in summer. Millions of hideous bloody mouths rushed towards them, and the entire 4th Fleet was like being totted in a storm. In this fierce battle, Matt also tightly grasped the railing on the bridge to prevent the Fury from falling down due to the shock of the explosive mosquitoes. The Zerg of Tyrrida were different from all the Zerg they had seen in the past. Almost every individual had a faint red light on their bodies. This red light did not come from a special organ, but from the upper cells of the skin. General, these Zerg are very strange. Matt looked at the data on the combat hologram. Analysis shows that the Tyrrida Zerg seems to use terrazine instead of the usual high energy gas as a catalyst for the growth of their body shells. Accelerated growth, secretion of hormones, mutations and other physiological and chemical reactions. His voice became solemn. This means that these Zerg may have psychic powers, but this level of psychic power should not be applied to combat at present. The which Zerg is the Zerg of Prince Tosh of Blades? Wachowski immediately thought, although he is evil, he has never attacked human planets before, and has not even killed a single person. It seems that monsters are monsters after all. General William Wachowski, I must ask you to let us join this battle. Suddenly, a Protoss Dark Templar in a dark grey robe appeared between Wachowski and Matt. Oh, damn, when are you, Protoss? Wachowski's eyelids twitched, and his anger was fully revealed. He didn't like the Protoss. An unknown number of Protoss Dark Templars live in the warships of the Imperial Fleet. They are almost non-existent in normal times and only appear when foreign enemies invade, like the beneficial bacteria that accompany them. Of course, he said in a muffled voice, silently reciting the instructions of Emperor Augustus. I felt the missing female leader Rassegul in the body of the Zerg behemoth. In this case, the son of Rassegul must fight. Rassegul? Wachowski had no impression of this name. He took it for granted that this Protoss might have been swallowed by Behemoth and turned into a pile of shit. He just hoped that this Protoss did not eavesdrop on his thoughts. No problem, it would be great to have your help. The Dark Templar suddenly threw a punch at Wachowski, but then retracted his strength and just bumped fists with him. A human courtesy, fight for Rassegul. Wachowski was not scared. He was always a man of steel, for the Emperor. Chapter 500. Today you are all Imperials. Gobus, the landing site for the colonists. 3 billion years ago, Gobus had vast waters, a dense atmosphere, a moderate climate, and a satellite that could provide stable tidal forces. The fossils collected by the colonists' scientists showed that there were also fantastic alien biological groups here. In the most recent geological period, Gobus has undergone earth-shaking changes. The magnetic field of its planet has begun to weaken and almost disappear, and the frequent volcanic eruptions have also dropped off a cliff. This has brought disastrous consequences. The atmosphere of Gobus began to escape in large quantities, the ocean was quickly evaporated, and the life on it was exposed to strong ultraviolet rays, and was as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of the great power of nature. Even though the environment of Gobus is too harsh for humans and their crops and livestock today, the colonization of the planet has been put on the agenda. This is a huge Earth-like planet with rich resources, and is located at the hub of important interstellar shipping routes. Through a series of terrestrial transformation processes such as detonating volcanic activities, to release carbon dioxide and water vapor, rebuilding the planet's magnetic field to supplement the atmosphere, etc. Gobus has once again become a beautiful world suitable for human survival. At present, the terraforming of Jebus has begun to show results, and colonists have begun to settle on the surface of the planet. This is an adventure with both risks and benefits, because the surface of Jebus is still very dangerous. New Columbia is the largest settlement in Jebus, which is mainly built around the huge Adine crystal mine. The crystal ore here is of very high purity, and metal can be directly smelted without refining. It even stores the reserves of the pseudo gold mine that has not been truly explored to this day. People living here are miners and technical workers. Due to the proximity to the most prosperous interstellar shipping routes such as Tarsinus to Korhal to Telida, the tertiary industry in New Columbia is also very developed. It has a large number of interstellar ports, commercial centers, bars, and underground black markets, greedily earning credit coins from ocean-going crews, interstellar travelers, mercenaries, and even pirates. At the same time, New Columbia maintains a militia with extremely high combat literacy and equipment levels, and absorbs many retired soldiers and local youths. Except for the largest pirate organizations, the people of New Columbia are not afraid of anyone. But this time, it was the Protoss who came. Throw away those damn kids. They are not worth the price of escaping this hellhole. A group of people wearing grey windbreakers or jackets were driving vulture cars through the streets of New Columbia City, as if they were really escaping something extremely terrible. There were about 7 or 8 people in this group. All of them were capable men and women with guns, and several of them were wearing hoods. Only a world like Jebus, where the legal system is not perfect, can allow these wanted criminals to take advantage of loopholes. None of these people has a criminal record, and it is normal to be wanted by multiple colonies at the same time. New Columbia City was built on a high mine, with undulating terrain. The height difference between different blocks can reach up to 450 feet. The buildings here are all modular alloy buildings, and other building materials are also locally sourced. Affected by the local climate, the streets are always filled with lingering grey-red sand. The sunlight is also hazy in the sand, and the street lights on both sides are sometimes bright and sometimes dim. In addition to this group of people, there are many panicked citizens of New Columbia on the street, either hiding in their homes waiting for the disaster to come, or just thinking about indulging themselves as much as possible before they die. The Protoss has just destroyed Blaxis and Attica, and even the space stations in those galaxies were not spared, and the closest to these butchers is Jebus. There are about 100,000 people living in the whole New Columbia, and this is only the number of permanent residents. At this moment, not only New Columbia, but also Jebus people are crazy about escaping this planet. Millions of people are scrambling for tickets to escape to other worlds, and it is hard to get them. The poor can't buy tickets at all. What are you afraid of? There are a lot of people who want to buy them. There are a lot of people willing to pay a high price. As long as you take them out, you won't have to worry about the sales. Among this group of people, a tall man in a grey cloak is their leader. If we throw away these 3 children, we can't accommodate more people, and we won't waste a month's work just to earn a few tickets. Speaking of money, it's faster to rob banks now. These pirates do dirty work such as kidnapping and selling children, but they have clear purposes. This small group mainly collects children with psychic talents for the Terran Federation Ghost Project in places like refugee camps on the Edge world. Sometimes these criminals also buy from other human traffickers at low prices and sell them at high prices. If the benefits are much higher than the risks, they will even break into other people's homes and snatch the children away directly. Not all parents, in fact, a considerable number of them believe the Federation's lies and believe that they can succeed after handing their children over to the Federation. At this time, someone must do this kind of thing. Except for the psychopaths of the Ghost Project, who the hell wants these supernatural children? Another woman wearing a cloak asked back. The Terran Federation was finished a month ago. Now it is the Earthlings who control Tarsinus. They won't pay a high price for these children. This is a woman wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. Her figure is so good that it can be seen that she has undergone plastic surgery. She wears earrings and a nose ring. Her exposed chest, neck and thighs are all tattooed with some kind of beast pattern. It is a monster with a lion's head, a sheep's body and a snake's tail. This is the symbol of the notorious Chimera pirates. Only the New Trinidad pirates could rival the Chimera in notoriety, though their crimes were more often harassment of interstellar shipping. The vulture on the woman's body was occupied by a bald, 8-foot-tall man who looked as strong as if he could kill a bare-toothed chieftain with one punch. His ragged jacket was stuffed with small packets of drugs and syringes, and he clearly couldn't live without them. In the back seats of the vultures behind were tied children between the ages of 4 and 10, all of whom were now sleeping from the effects of the drugs. I told you, there's no shortage of buyers. If it doesn't work, Sell it to the humans, the tall man said, suddenly stopping his vulture, and the cars behind him also stopped. Joe, you idiot, where is the ship parked? If she was nearby, the sensor in my pocket would have been beeping. Boss, I don't know anything. We used to park here. Damn it, if you can't find the ship before the protests burn this place to ashes, I'll make you live a life worse than death. The tall man roared. Everyone in the Korhal sector knew what a brutal race the protests were. They could burn a planet into glass crystals with a snap of their fingers, and all the people on it would be burned to ashes. The protests were a group of warlike aliens, crazy space Roman gladiators, and the largest group of arsonists in history. In the information known to mankind, the protests would only bring destruction. Want a ride? Brother, the price is negotiable, absolutely fair. At this moment, several long shadows appeared on the streets of New Columbia. They were wearing blue or blue-gray power armor. The armor was all old-fashioned CMC 200, but they had been transformed beyond recognition by various additional weapon units and batteries roughly embedded in them. The weapons carried by the mercenaries were also varied, but none of them were large-caliber weapons that were enough to blow up human heads. I'm Graven Hill, a mercenary who is easy to talk to. The leading man hurriedly introduced to the pirates. Here is my business card. There will definitely be a lot of business to discuss in the future, as long as the price is right. Thanks, brother. It's not necessary today. We are in a hurry to go for a ride. The tall man put one hand on the electromagnetic pistol under his windbreaker, knowing that these mercenaries wearing power armor were definitely not something that a few of him could deal with. He started the vulture and prepared to leave, but more mercenaries came out, almost occupying the entire street, blocking the way of these pirates. People who make a living in the fringe world also have a food chain. Mercenaries and pirates usually mingle in various gray areas, with cooperation and conflicts. But when the interests are sufficient, they don't mind killing each other. You are stopping us. Are you trying to cause trouble? The tall man said, but he looked around and was ready to run away if the time was not right. Someone paid me to come here to clean up the mess, or to save the dying and the wounded, to be more precise. To be honest, I don't care much about the role played by mercenaries in various events. Mercenaries have always been accustomed to talking with money. Hill, the mercenary leader, said slowly. To put it simply, someone hired me to come to Jebus to maintain order, and by the way, evacuate as many refugees as possible. They may not have enough manpower now, and there are wars everywhere in the galaxy. This is great, but as long as the money is enough, even if I'm asked to kill the people here, it will be the same. So, it was the federal government of Jebus who hired you? The tall man wanted to say that he was also a refugee. It's not that he couldn't bring himself to do that, but they looked like human traffickers now. Times have changed, man. Now is the era of the Terran Empire. Oh, this is the latest news. The Earthlings have been defeated by Augustus Mengsk, and the Emperor of the Terran Empire is the most trustworthy person in the Korhal sector. We are Chimera pirates. This matter will never be over. The pirate leader was anxious. Listen, man, I don't have time to talk to you. Either let us leave here, or we will die. After all, they are mercenaries. They go wherever there is money. But the protests are coming soon. You don't want your life, but I do. I want you to guess. Hill pulled out his pistol faster than the sound. He and the pirate leader raised their heads at the same time and shot the other's head off. A cloud of blood mist immediately scattered in the air. For a moment, Hill's mercenaries and the Chimera pirates opened fire at the same time. The mercenaries' shooting skills were deadly accurate, and they blew up the pirates' heads in a few shots. The Chimera pirates, who were chased all over the star region by the peasant rebels of the Revolutionary Army, and didn't dare to fart, dare to show us a lesson. Remy Harris, Hill's deputy beside him, pooh-poohed. Pooh. Shameful stuff. Look at those children. Hill shouted, and several mercenaries immediately went to rescue the children kidnapped by the pirates. Then, Hill nodded in one direction. It was a former federal ghost agent who worked as a mercenary. It is said that this taciturn ghost agent was rescued by Augustus Mengsk's Revolutionary Army. After that, he did not join the Revolutionary Army, but chose another life. This ghost agent joined Hill's mercenary group with only one additional requirement. That is, whenever she met a child who had suffered the same experience as her, she must save them. What should we do with these children? Harris took a petite blonde girl from a mercenary. At this moment, this cute child was sleeping soundly in his arms. There was a note in her pocket. Delta M block. New Sydney. It doesn't matter if there are a few more mouths to feed in the group. The employers in the Terran Empire may be able to take them in. Hill didn't like children, and he had no interest in saving people, but one of the rare redeeming qualities of his was that he kept his promises. Citizens of New Columbia, the Emperor of the Terran Empire hired me to save you, and has dispatched a number of transport ships. You can come with us now. Hill looked at the child and spoke loudly with the loudspeaker. Usually mercenaries would not reveal the name of their employer, unless it was required by the contract. We have a spaceship, and the Emperor of the Empire, Augustus Mengsk the Great, has already paid for your fare. He shouted, don't take anything with you, and leave quickly. The Emperor asked me to bring you a few words no matter your birth, religion, beliefs or political inclinations. Today you are all imperial citizens. Live on, so that you can pay back the money. As if to confirm Hill's words, several transport planes appeared from the hazy clouds, and people immediately let out ecstatic exclamations and shouts. Hearing Hill's words, the citizens hiding at home suddenly felt very hesitant. Among them, those who had heard of Augustus' name and his coronation speech almost immediately packed up and went out, and the rest of the people saw someone rushing ahead of them, and they were afraid that there would be no seats, so they ran out quickly. As long as they can get them out of this world that is about to be destroyed, nothing else matters. Suddenly, the streets were full of people with their families. When they walked in front of the mercenaries, whether these people did it on their own initiative or not, they were shouting for the Terran Empire and the Emperor. Some had tears in their eyes, and some were shouting and jumping for joy. I suddenly feel that doing good things feels good. Seeing this scene, Hill opened his armored helmet, revealing the face wearing sunglasses. He said to his good friend Harris next to him, this is not like you, you stingy person. Harris said sarcastically, although the matte mask of the power armor can completely replace the function of sunglasses, he just wants to wear sunglasses, even in the dark. Hill, the signal of the Tal'Darim Improtus fleet, has been discovered in the Jebus system. A mercenary reported to his captain at this time. They are coming. Hill hummed and looked at the ecstatic people around him. It's time to raise the price. Thanks for the vote. The monthly vote succeeded 1000 in one day. Awesome. I looked at the names on the vote one by one. Thanks brothers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.